The murderous aura of Manha Shield was still spreading, but the place where Tony and others were at this moment seemed a little quiet. Bucky and Steve stood opposite each other, both of them looking a little silent. It was a happy event to meet old friends again, but they would fight each other as soon as they met, which really made the two of them not sure what to say. Tony stood behind Bucky with his hands folded and did not urge him. Instead, he watched this scene with interest. This was a famous scene he had specially created. Watching the two falling in love and killing each other, he didn't know what the final result would be. I thought a little bit wickedly. On the other side, Nick took a deep breath. When Bucky showed up, he knew his plan had failed. Whether Steve can deal with Tony is unknown, but now that Tony has a helper, Steve is even less likely to pose a threat to Tony. At this point in the battle, it is almost meaningless to continue, and S.H.I.E.L.D's defeat is certain. Nick felt helpless about this. Therefore, when Bucky and Steve were confronting each other, Nick took the initiative to walk out of the crowd and walked up to Tony. Looking at Nick's actions, Tony raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Do you have any advice, Director Nick?" As he spoke, Tony stood motionless, not afraid of what Nick would do. And this confident attitude extinguished Nick's thoughts of resistance. He has always paid attention to Tony. He used to be just a playboy. Although he was a genius, he still didn't take him seriously. But I don't know when he started to become unfathomable. He always had a calm smile on his face. No matter what kind of trouble appeared in front of him, he would not frown at all, making it impossible to tell the depth. To be honest, Nick hated this feeling, and he hated Tony's confident attitude even more. But there is no way, if you are not as strong as others, you have to admit it. Therefore, after listening to Tony's words, Nick slowly exhaled and said, "Enough is enough, Tony. Today's incident has been big enough. It will not do you any good to continue. Is it possible that you really plan to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D and betray the United States?" Nick looked serious. Tony's lips curled up. "If S.H.I.E.L.D is destroyed, it will be destroyed. What can we do? As long as there is money, it would be great if such an organization supports another one," Tony said nonchalantly. Nick's mouth twitched. Although the words were a bit unpleasant, he had to admit that what Tony said made sense. After all, this is a society of capital. With two conglomerates, Stark Industries and Austrian Group, Tony's social status in the United States has reached an extreme. To put it bluntly, even the head of state of the United States may not be able to take advantage in front of him. It's not that the status of the head of state of the United States is inferior to Tony. If we really want to be serious, the two can almost be equal. Therefore, Tony is qualified to say such things. "I admit that you have this strength, but what good will it do to you? You've taken advantage of me enough today, stop it." Nick continued to persuade, but Tony remained indifferent. The reason why he persists is not because he wants to get any benefits, or because he really intends to destroy SHIELD. Rather, he was testing Nick's cards. Although he didn't know much about Nick, he knew from his past life memories that this guy was just an old scumbag. No one would know what other cards he had hidden in his hand until he was in a desperate situation. At least Tony knew that he should have an ultimate trump card hidden in his hand, but Tony was not sure, so now he wanted to force Nick to reveal his trump card personally for final confirmation. After all, Marvel in the previous life was just a few movies, but now it is a real world. The information inside may be true or false. Now that I have the opportunity to make sure, why should I give up? Seeing Tony's determination to destroy SHIELD, Nick went crazy. He really couldn't figure out why Tony was so insistent. But there is no time to delay him now. Every second he delays, the more people will die. Call. With a heavy breath out of his mouth, Nick looked at Tony with a serious expression as if he had made some kind of determination. "Tony, I admit that you are strong, but S.H.I.E.L.D is not a vegetarian. If you are still unwilling to stop, then don't blame me." As he spoke, he didn't know when an old-fashioned pager appeared in his hand, and his fingers had already landed on the dial button, and he might press it at any time. Tony, who had been observing his movements, saw this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart beat faster. He does have this phone number. "Hey, it seems we can't push S.H.I.E.L.D too hard for the time being. Extraordinary people have existed since ancient times, but they were relatively rare in the past, but now there are more and more with the development of science. And when Nick was still a low-level agent, he met an extraordinary person, Captain Marvel?" Tony was not sure whether it was true or false before, but now it seems that it should be true. That's one of the monsters that stands on the ceiling of Marvel's power. Tony thinks that although his current strength is good, he still cannot withstand such a monster. Suddenly, Tony, who had been extremely tough just now, said after achieving his goal, "Director Nick is joking, I am just an ordinary citizen. I don't have the ability to destroy SHIELD. The excitement is almost over, I won't disturb you anymore. Let's go." After saying haha, Tony turned around and got into the car, and left as the car started without any sloppiness. As he left the scene, Bucky, who was confronting Steve, also turned around and left, disappearing at the end of the street. Similarly, the Black Shadow Corps, which was fighting a bloody battle with the military, seemed to have received an order at this moment, sinking into the ground and disappearing one by one. It can be said that with Tony's departure, in a few breaths, the chaos in Manhattan has completely ended. Of course, little Spider-Man hasn't left yet, and the guy is still fighting with Flint, but he didn't keep Nick and others waiting for too long. Soon, little Spider-Man also walked out of the cafe and rose into the sky. Disappear. Because things ended so quickly, no one could react until now, and Nick even looked weird. How did he feel that Tony was just waiting for him to take out the phone? Does he know? Shouldn't it? Nick was puzzled, but before he could continue thinking, a series of troublesome things soon disrupted his thinking. Tony patted his butt and left, but the mess left behind still needed to be cleaned up. He obviously became the person who wiped the butt. Regarding this, he felt depressed again. Fortunately, no matter what, this riot is finally over. The riots in Manhattan ended, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Tony was in charge of 2 large plutocrats, so naturally nothing happened. Nick didn't even report him, because he knew it would be useless. However, in this case, Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D. are more unlucky. As the economic center of the United States, such a vicious incident has occurred in Manhattan. Naturally, someone needs to be held responsible. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is very strong, due to 2 consecutive failures, they became the well-deserved blame-bearers and were punished. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was injured because of this. Not to mention anything else, Nick almost vomited blood just because the funding was cut by 1/3. More importantly, due to a war, many people's property was damaged, and S.H.I.E.L.D., who took the blame, naturally had to bear these losses. As for asking the US government to provide this money, don't even think about it. In the words of the US head of state, whoever caused the trouble will be settled. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to spend a sum of money to compensate citizens. But something embarrassing happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. ran out of money. As a behemoth, it is very ridiculous for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have no money. But that's the fact. As a global force, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding is already somewhat stretched, and it relies entirely on blood transfusions from the US government. Now that 1/3 of its funding has been cut off at once, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot even cover its own expenses, so how can it find the money to compensate the injured people? So, even though things are ridiculous, S.H.I.E.L.D. is really out of money. When Nick heard the report from his subordinates, he was shocked. Fake, what did you say? No money. Nick growled. His assistant nodded with some fear, not daring to look into Nick's cannibalistic eyes. Director, I can't help it. Our current funds are not enough for our S.H.I.E.L.D. to absorb internally. Next, we may have to cut back on food and clothing, and where will we have the money to compensate the people? Speaking of this, the assistant's tone was full of grievances, and Nick suddenly hit his head with a headache. I understand, you go down first, I will figure out the money matter. After waving his assistant away, Nick sat slumped in the office chair. He felt that he should be the most failed S.H.I.E.L.D. director. It was ridiculous that he would worry about money. But the facts are in front of him, and he can't help it if he doesn't believe it. The most important thing now is to find a way to fill this hole. The riots in Manhattan didn't last long. If the compensation is not received as soon as possible, there is no telling what trouble will happen. If there is a big parade at this time, he can really step down. But where can I get money? According to statistics, as many as 160,000 people were harmed this time. Although there is insurance that can cover part of it, the amount S.H.I.E.L.D. has to compensate is not a small amount. A rough estimate is that it will cost at least nearly 2 billion yuan, which is still a low estimate. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual funding is only a few billion. Now that the funding has been cut by 1/3, another 2 billion will definitely squeeze S.H.I.E.L.D. dry. Therefore, he must not make decisions from S.H.I.E.L.D. unless he wants to take everyone to drink the northwest wind. As for the government, there is no need to think about it. No one dares to give money when the head of state of the United States speaks. Apart from these 2 ways, the only remaining option is to raise funds from the private sector. Thinking of this, Tony's figure suddenly flashed in his mind. A hole? Why do I want to wipe your A, but you live in debauchery every day? Thinking of Tony, the culprit this time, the more Nick thought about it, the more unbalanced he became. He didn't know where to get the money at first, but suddenly he decided that he wanted Tony to make up for the money. Having made up his mind, Nick drove directly away from S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark Industrial Building. Tony came to the company again after a long time to fish. For him, going to work is just another place to fish. If he hadn't been out for a long time and Potts called him every day, he would never come to the company. In the office, Potts was seriously reporting to Tony on the company's recent situation. Tony seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact, his mind had already flown to nowhere. Natasha Romanoff, the secretary, stood next to Tony with a serious face, looking serious, but if Potts took a step forward, he would have spotted Tony's left hand on Natasha Romanoff's lap. Soon, Potts finished reporting on the company's situation. Looking at Tony, who was distracted, his brows suddenly furrowed. Tony, can you be more serious? As soon as the words fell, Tony came back to his senses, quickly retracted his hand, and said with a sneer on his face, Poots, you also know that I really have no interest in these things. You are the CEO now, you can just make your decision without asking me. Tony can kill people without blinking an eye, but he is really scared when facing this woman in front of him. It's not that I'm afraid, it's mainly that I'm embarrassed. For such a long time, Potts has been running the company, and he has been the hands-on boss throughout the entire process. Although he has never managed a company, he knows very well how tiring it is to be in charge of a company as large as Stark. And this was all carried out by Potts. It can be said that the fact that he can live so freely now is inseparable from Potts' hard work. It is precisely because of this that Tony really has no confidence in facing Potts. This has nothing to do with strength and is purely psychological. The predecessor was okay when faced with this situation. After all, the predecessor was a genius and could come up with several inventions from time to help the company develop. But Tony can't do it. He doesn't have the brains of his predecessor and is a complete freeloader. After listening to Tony's words, Potts was helpless. She found that Tony was getting lazier and lazier. If she hadn't called him 3 times a day, this guy wouldn't have come to the company once a year. So, looking at the guilty expression on his face, Potts gave up struggling. Okay, I won't embarrass you, but you have to promise me to come to the company for 2 days from time to time. After all, you are the one at the helm of the company. It will not be good for the company if you don't show up for too long. No problem, I promise you. Tony agreed immediately, and Potts left the office directly without staying in the office longer. As the actual head of Stark Industries, she was much busier than Tony and had no time to talk nonsense with him. Watching Potts leave, Tony felt relieved, and then a pair of small hands placed on his shoulders. Natasha Romanoff, who had acted solemnly just now, stood directly behind Tony, rubbing his shoulders and whispering softly in his ear, I think Miss Potts is very tired during this time, how about I go and help her? Bar. While he was talking, a pile of murder weapons was pressed on Tony's back, which Tony enjoyed very much. But, the next second, cold words sounded from his mouth, be your vase, otherwise, you will know the consequences. Forward. The charm on Natasha Romanoff's face disappeared, and a trace of nervousness flashed in her eyes. Although Tony rarely came to the company during this period, he would occasionally ask her out, and the relationship between the two developed by leaps and bounds. Originally she thought she already had some status in Tony's heart, but now it seemed that she was still not as good as Potts, and she felt a little aggrieved for a moment. Tony paid no attention to this. Not to mention that Natasha Romanoff was from SHIELD. Even if she had no background, she was just a vase. It doesn't matter if she has fun occasionally. If she really wants to take care of the company, Tony will have to go crazy. At this moment, a call came in. Mr. Tony, a Mr. Nick Fury is looking for you. Listening to the call from the front desk, Tony raised his eyebrows and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Nick? What's he doing here? Let him come up. Okay, Mr. Tony. After hanging up the phone, Tony turned to look at Natasha Romanoff behind him and smiled. Your immediate boss is here, do you want to meet him? Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Natasha Romanoff's face, and she quickly said, no, you guys talk, I'm going out first. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the office. She has been coming to Tony.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
For a while, not only did she not get any information, but she also got herself involved. Therefore, when she heard Nick's arrival, she was not at all happy, but rather a little uneasy, and naturally she did not want to meet him. Tony didn't force himself on this. He straightened his collar and waited silently. He wanted to see what Nick wanted to do with him. Soon, the office door was pushed open and Nick walked in. Tony didn't greet him either. He sat carelessly on the office chair and said with a smile, you're a rare visitor. Why does Director Nick have time to come to my place? After saying that, Tony's eyes flashed with curiosity. He really didn't guess Nick's purpose. And Nick was too lazy to delay, not even interested in being polite. To tell you the truth, I came here to seek alms with you today. Alchemy. A flash of weirdness flashed across Tony's face. This guy actually knew the vocabulary of his hometown. Why, the dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. still wants to beg for help with a small citizen like me. You are not a small citizen. If the richest man were a small citizen, there would be no rich people in the world. Nick said angrily and continued. To be honest, during the last riot in Manhattan, many citizens' property was seriously damaged. We, SHIELD, are responsible for compensation. But we have no money now, so I hope you can come up with some money to compensate. I thought it was some big deal, but it turns out I'm here to ask for money. I am short of everything except money. But why should I give it to you? Tony asked with a smile. Nick's brows suddenly frowned. Don't forget, you are the mastermind behind the Manhashield incident. What's the matter? You go and sue me, Tony said confidently. Seeing this, Nick had a headache on his face. If he could help it, he really didn't want to deal with Tony. This guy was a complete jerk, and he couldn't get enough of it. But there is no way, who makes him short of money? Stop talking nonsense, just tell me how to pay. Nick said impatiently, and Tony laughed after hearing this. He likes to talk to smart people. As he said, he is not short of money, but he will not give money for nothing. As for compensation, does it have anything to do with him? But he is not short of money, but he is short of other things, such as some special regulatory materials. Although the Chable is powerful, there are always some things that the Chable cannot easily do. For example, special metals like vibranium. This type of material is not only scarce, but even a wealthy man like Tony would have trouble getting it. If it could be purchased directly from Shield, then Tony would be very happy to pay a sum of money. Although he has no use for these special materials for the time being, it does not prevent him from storing them. Let's do this. You provide me with some special materials and I will give you 5 billion yuan. Tony made a direct quotation. Nick felt a bit toothache when he heard it. He could only say that he was worthy of the title of the richest man. He said 5 billion. Nick is very satisfied with this quotation, but he still wants to fight for his requirements. But before he could speak, Tony already knew what he was going to say. He didn't have time to bargain, so he said directly, if you agree, just nod. If you don't agree, the door to the office is over there, so walk slowly without seeing me off. Seeing that Tony looked completely convinced of himself, Nick frowned, wanting to show off the toughness of the director of Shield. But thinking about the compensation for hundreds of thousands of people, he still compromised. Firstly, Tony's price is indeed sincere. Secondly, it's not that he can't get those things, it's just more complicated. In this case, whether you agree or not has no impact at all, it is just a matter of spending more effort. So, he finally bowed his head. I agree to your request. You make a list of the materials and I will send them to you later. Now I will pay you. Hearing this, Tony nodded with a smile and did not embarrass this guy again. You have to save some face for others, right? A phone call was made, and Tony took out the company's account and charged 5 billion yuan. After finishing the matter, Nick didn't bother to stay any longer, so he stood up and left. Tony pretended to stay, but in fact he didn't have much sincerity at all. And just as the two were completing this illegal transaction, on the other side, in a biological research company, a figure was sneaking into it. Life Foundation Laboratory, New York's top testing institution. Eddie Brock walked cautiously in the metal corridor of the laboratory, his eyes full of vigilance. He is a reporter. He heard about the appalling incident of human experiments being carried out by the Life Foundation. In order to get a promotion and a raise and for the sake of justice in his heart, he sneaked into the Life Foundation on his day off to find out the inside story and wanted to dig up a big news. Come out. Perhaps thanks to God's blessing, this guy sneaked into the Life Foundation's laboratory without being discovered, and the whole process went very smoothly. However, he didn't find the news he was looking for, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed for a while. And when he was passing by a laboratory, he didn't notice that a group of black liquid was slowly dripping down from the top of the ventilation duct and resting on his shoulder. As more and more black liquid came in, he finally reacted, with a hint of panic on his face as he wanted to pull these things off his body. But just when he made a move, the black liquid seemed to come alive and quickly wrapped around his body, trying to merge with him. Heartbreaking pain filled his body, and Eddie screamed instantly, completely alerting the laboratory guards. All of a sudden, a large number of guards rushed in the direction where he was. After they arrived, the black liquid that fell on Eddie finally completely integrated with him. A monster with a dark body and a long tongue suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The monster's saliva kept dripping on the ground. Looking at the guards running toward him, a terrifying light emitted from his eyes. The next day, Niu Yu reported that a research explosion occurred at the Life Foundation, causing many people to die on the spot. Queens, Peter's residence. Although he received a large amount of money from Tony, Peter never moved out because he didn't know how to explain it to his aunt. On the other hand, he had changed all the household items in his home, removing the brand names and making them look no different from other brands. After the battle in Manha Shield, he regained his energy after having a wild life. The enemy is right in front of him, but he can't do anything about him. This makes him, who has always thought that he has good strength, finally start to face himself. He has been working hard these days. Although the effect is weak, it is better than doing nothing. Maybe it was fate, maybe it was coincidence, but when Peter was hiding in his room to exercise, he was in a house a few hundred meters away from him. Eddie was standing in front of the mirror with a look of fear on his face. After being possessed by the black liquid, although he could not control his body, his consciousness was still clear, so he knew very well that a monster now lived in his body. Moreover, this monster also has its own consciousness, which makes him even more frightened. Get out of here. Eddie yelled at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, a monster's face appeared on his chest, with saliva dripping from its long tongue and a strange voice. Stop struggling, we are one now, I am you and you are me. Fake, shut up, I'm not a monster. Eddie's mood was irritable and he lost control instantly. At that moment, his hands were heavily digging into the strange face on his chest, dragging him continuously, trying to pull him out of his body. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, the black liquid stuck to his body like a bone-eating insect, making it impossible to separate. But Eddie didn't give up. He didn't want to become a monster, let alone have his body controlled by others, so he still fought hard. Time passed little by little, and with his persistence, a trace of black liquid was torn off by him. With a venting roar, he threw the torn black liquid out of the window. Suddenly, the file-sized black liquid in his fist disappeared, but there was still more liquid stuck to his body. The camera turned to the window. The black liquid thrown by Eddie passed through the residential buildings and landed outside Peter's window by chance. Although Peter, who was concentrating on exercising, heard the noise, he thought it was the noise made by the bird and ignored it. But the black liquid that was the size of a file in his fist seemed to come alive at this moment, constantly squirming and moving towards the nearest Peter. Symbiotes are strange creatures that can only survive by parasitizing their hosts. After this ball of black liquid is discarded, if there is no parasite for a long time, it will slowly die. So, under the threat of death, the black liquid kept squirming, and finally crawled into Peter's room through the window, and got closer to him little by little. Peter, who was exercising, also stopped at this time. With the super sense of a spider, he could clearly feel everything around him, so after the black liquid crawled into the room, his eyes fell on the black liquid. What? Peter looked confused and looked at the black liquid with some confusion. This squirming black liquid looks like a life, but why does it have no head, arms, and legs? At this time, Peter still didn't notice anything was wrong. He thought it was some kind of life form that he didn't know ran into his room, and he watched it with interest for a while. Seeing the unknown life form constantly approaching him, out of curiosity, he took the initiative to extend his finger. Suddenly, Peter could clearly detect an excitement coming from the black liquid. Suddenly, the black liquid touched Peter and wrapped around his fingers bit by bit. If a normal person were here, he would probably scream and retreat at this moment. But Peter's self-control was not weak, and he had a death-seeking nature in his bones, so he watched this scene quietly without any intention of stopping it. In this way, the ignorant symbiont that was split off successfully completed its parasitism. In an instant, a large amount of black liquid quickly enveloped Peter, and Peter's expression changed instantly. At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The symbiote penetrated his skin and quickly became one with him. Because of Peter himself, soon, a Spider-Man wearing a black spider suit appeared in the bedroom. In front of the mirror, Peter thought, and the hood on his head automatically melted away. Looking at himself in pitch black in the mirror, he looked at his palms in disbelief. He can feel that his strength, speed, endurance, including spider sensibility have been enhanced several times. And he can easily control the black liquid on his body with just one thought. He was originally worried about improving his strength, but he didn't expect that a small thing could double his strength. For a moment, he forgot the terror of the symbiote before, and a smile appeared on his lips. Unlike Eddie's venom, the venom in him is already mature and therefore has self-awareness. But the venom in Peter's body is an ignorant symbiote that was split off and has no independent consciousness. If I had to describe it, it would be the relationship between babies and adults. The improvement in strength made Peter excited for a while, but he quickly calmed down. He wants revenge. Although his current strength can defeat Sandman, he cannot destroy him, so he needs help. Thinking of this, Peter let the black mask cover himself again and left the house. He is going to find Tony to see if there is any way he can completely eliminate Sandman. And just as he was going out, in the room a few hundred meters away, Venom, who was communicating with Eddie, suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. He felt the aura of his own race, as if a part of himself had just been separated from himself and became a new life. Suddenly, a roar came from Venom's mouth, and Eddie was startled. Before he could react to what happened, Venom took over his body again, jumped out of the window, and chased after him after the breath. He wanted to see what was going on. Without any intention of hiding himself, Venom directly exposed himself to the public. This immediately caused fear among the citizens on the street. There were screams of fear, and Peter, who had just gone out, couldn't help but look back when he heard the sound. Suddenly he saw a terrifying monster chasing him on the ground. At the same time, he also felt the same aura from Venom as the unknown life form he had just come into contact with. Suddenly, Peter was not kept waiting for too long. Soon, Venom came and stood not far in front of him. The two sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a little quiet. After a long time, Venom slowly said, "Why don't you come out to meet the new symbiote?" After the words fell, no one answered, and the atmosphere couldn't help but become a little awkward. Although the symbiote in Peter was separated from him, after he integrated with Peter, it became a new life and had nothing to do with Venom. Coupled with the new student's ignorance, it immediately created such an embarrassing scene. Venom, who had not received a response, was also angry at this moment. In his opinion, the symbiote in Peter's body was separated from his own body, and he was born to listen to him, but now he ignored him, which was simply treasonous. Roar. A violent roar sounded. Venom took on an offensive stance. Seeing this scene, Peter, who was still confused at first, suddenly entered a fighting state. Originally, he wanted to explore what kind of creature this thing in front of him was, but now, seeing Venom's aggressive appearance, he suddenly changed his mind and took down this guy first and then slowly studied it. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Peter's figure immediately disappeared and launched an attack on Venom. The fist appeared in front of Venom, and a strong gust of wind suddenly whipped up, hitting Venom on the face. Suddenly, the already angry Venom completely ignited the anger in his heart. In his opinion, the new symbiote has its own consciousness just like him. Now it not only ignores him, but even dares to attack actively. In human terms, it is the following crime. At that moment, Venom didn't dodge, and roared out with a punch. Suddenly, the two fists collided in midair. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Venom's figure retreated continuously. With one blow, Venom was directly at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Venom was stunned. What's going on? A symbiote that just split from oneself is actually stronger than oneself. How is this possible? Venom was in a state of shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. As everyone knows, the person he is fighting now is not the new symbiote in his heart at all, but Peter. Unlike ordinary organisms, although symbionts are powerful, they must reside on a host if they want to exert their power. The host's strength also affects the symbiote's combat effectiveness. Just like this, although the Venom was originally powerful, the host was just an ordinary person and was not powerful enough. As a result, although he could exert his own strength, he could not further enhance it. On the other hand, although the newly born symbiont is weak, Peter himself is originally strong. When the two merge, a violent chemical reaction occurs, and the strength is greatly improved. Therefore, Venom was completely suppressed and was at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. There were violent explosions, and the two men fought wantonly, like two humanoid nuclear bombs, turning the whole street into a mess. The citizens on the street had already left one after another at this moment, and even the residents in the houses gave up their residences and left the street. Soon, a large number of government personnel rushed to the scene and implemented a blockade. The media and TV stations also came to the front line to broadcast the battle live. Tony's villa. He was bathing in the sunshine on the balcony when he suddenly heard Jarvis's voice. "Sir, there is a piece of news that I think you may be interested in. It is about Mr. Peter." After finishing speaking, Tony opened his eyes. "Peter? What did this guy do again? Come in and let me take a look." "Okay, sir." After saying that, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Tony's eyes. The battle between Venom and Peter is playing on it. Seeing the two people fighting like wild bears in the picture, Tony's brows suddenly raised, and an unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The world is becoming more and more interesting, and all kinds of monsters are appearing, Tony said with some sighs, staring at Venom closely. Although he had noticed that the timeline of this world was beginning to deviate, he did not expect it to deviate to such an extent. Dark Spider-Man, Hammer Venom, this kind of plot can happen, and what will happen next is really exciting. Thinking silently, Tony suddenly said, "Happy." As soon as the words fell, Happy's figure suddenly walked out of the room on the first floor of the villa. "What's the matter, boss? You go here and keep an eye on Peter, otherwise this kid will probably fall into trouble." With that said, Tony pointed at the virtual screen. Happy glanced at it, nodded, turned and left the villa. He didn't even ask how Peter, who had the upper hand, could stumble. He only knew that this was Tony's order, and he just had to carry it out. Anyone else would definitely not be worried about Peter at this time. After all, Peter has been suppressing the Venom and beating him violently. But Tony knows that there is a life fund behind Venom. It's not that the two are working together, but that they found out how could Venom not capture him after he escaped. As Peter, who has also integrated the symbiont, is undoubtedly a good research material, and the Life Foundation will not let it go as long as it finds it. Therefore, being able to beat the Venom now does not mean that there is no danger, because the danger does not come from the Venom. Tony's inference was correct. At this moment in the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake was also watching the news reports. He ignored the Venom of the beating and kept watching Peter's performance. As Spider-Man, Peter was quite well known in Niuyo. Seeing Peter's combat prowess, Drake's eyes were filled with interest. In his previous experiments with symbiotes, he had always used ordinary people to experiment with them, and he had never tried them with extraordinary people. He didn't expect that after the combination of the transcendent and the symbiote, the power that exploded would be so strong, so he immediately issued the order. "Bring them both back to me at all costs. Especially our Spider-Man, he is simply a perfect experimental material, and he is so matched with the symbiote." "Yes." A figure responded and immediately left the office. On the battlefield, the fierce battle finally came to an end, and the outcome was no surprise, ending with Peter's victory. Venom lay on the ground and gradually retracted into Eddie's body. He couldn't figure out how the new symbiote in front of him could be so powerful. Peter walked towards Eddie, who had regained control of his body with a look of fear on his face. "Don't come here, don't come here." Seeing the panic he showed, Peter frowned. Why did this guy feel completely different from the previous one? Likewise, Peter did not know that he had two wills within him. However, no matter what, let's take it away first. While thinking about it, Peter ignored Eddie's words, stepped forward and slashed Eddie's neck with a knife, causing Eddie to faint. After knocking Eddie unconscious, just when Peter was about to take him away, suddenly figures appeared all around, and ferocious monsters surrounded Peter and Eddie. Seeing this scene, Peter's face under the mask instantly became serious, and his eyes looked at them warily. They were very similar to Venom just now, but they were completely different, leading Peter to mistakenly think that they were here to save Venom. At this moment, the surrounding monsters made way for two gaps, and a man and a woman slowly walked out of the gaps. The man glanced at Peter, then at the knocked-out Eddie, with a smile on his lips and said, "Mr. Spider-Man, our boss wants to see you, and we ask you to come with us." "Who is your boss?" Peter answered, wanting to know more information. "You will naturally know this after seeing it. Now please come with us." The man invited with a smile, behaved elegantly, like a gentleman. Seeing that he couldn't get the information out, Peter didn't bother to waste any more words and refused directly, "But I don't want to see him. If he wants to see me, let him do it himself. Get out of the way, don't block the road, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Peter's tone was cold, and the man didn't care. "Mr. Spider-Man, I think you'd better think again. No one can refuse the boss's invitation. The smile on the man's face remained, but his eyes became cold. Are you threatening me? Peter smiled. Not to mention that his strength has greatly increased now, even if he still has his original strength. Tony is still standing behind him. Although he didn't know how strong Tony was, he knew very well that that guy was definitely far more powerful than he imagined. Therefore, whether in the past or in the future, he has enough confidence to face anyone. This is the advantage of having a strong person behind him, and he can speak 3 points stronger than others. Since Mr. Spider-Man thinks it is a threat, then it is a threat, but you must follow us today. The man raised his eyebrows and said without any sign of weakness. Seeing this, Peter's eyes flashed with a faint light, and immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. Watching this scene, the man remained calm and saw streams of blue liquid pouring out of his body and quickly covering his body. Suddenly, a powerful symbiote appeared in front of Peter's eyes, named Manic. She is a symbiote that split from Venom. According to her seniority, she is Venom's daughter. The sharp claws cut through the air and collided hard with Peter's fist. Under the influence of the mutual force, the two bodies took a few steps back at the same time. At the same time, the woman who had been standing aside without speaking also changed at this moment. Yellow liquid gushes out from her body and wraps around her whole body, perfectly outlining her figure. Her long golden hair flutters in the wind. If you don't look at her face, she is definitely a beauty in the world. Her name is Scream, and she is a symbiote spawned from Venom by the Life Foundation. She is also extremely powerful. As she joined the battle, the originally evenly matched battle suddenly changed. Peter's strength was not weaker than either of the two, but when the two of them joined forces, they were beaten directly. After all, it's not that easy to have the upper hand when competing against two at the same level. The sound of dull collisions sounded in the distance, and the symbionts surrounding it all joined the battle under screaming and manic commands. These symbiotes were the product of failure, and were not as powerful as the two of them, but their addition was like the straw that broke the camel's back, making Peter completely lose the ability to fight back. Hey, little Spider-Man, it's not too late to surrender now, or you will suffer a lot later. Mania looked at Peter who was beaten to the ground and said with a proud smile. Peter forced his body to get up from the ground. His eyes swept over the many symbiotes around him one by one, and then a cold word suddenly came out of his mouth. The majority bullies the minority. It seems that's all you have. However, I have never been afraid of comparing numbers of people. As soon as he finished speaking, black shadows gathered around Peter, and the next second, a large number of shadow soldiers suddenly appeared in all directions, flooding the entire battlefield. Originally, Peter was surrounded by many symbiotes, but now, they are surrounded by the Black Shadow Core. The sudden change made the two screaming people stunned, and suddenly, they both frowned at the same time. As symbionts, their senses were far beyond those of ordinary people. After carefully observing the shadow soldiers that suddenly appeared, the two of them came to the conclusion at the same time that these guys were not human. Suddenly, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little vigilant. Kill? Finish them off. Chilling words sounded in Peter's mouth, and his face looked extremely cold under the mask. These guys actually take advantage of the large number of people to bully the small people. Let's see who has more people today. Thinking silently, Peter felt confident. Apart from Tony, he is the person who has been in contact with the Shadow Core for the longest time, so he knows the strength of the Shadow Core better than anyone else. With tacit cooperation, terrifying will to kill, and the characteristics of immortality, the Black Shadow Core is the death god walking in the world, mysterious and terrifying. Soon, the war broke out again. What was different from before was that many symbiotes were directly at a disadvantage under the siege of the Black Shadow Core. Many symbiotes were killed on the spot by the Black Shadow Core. When Scream and Mania noticed this situation, a panic suddenly rose in the hearts of the two people who were still calm at first. In addition to their excellent abilities, the most important thing about the power of symbionts is their terrifying vitality. It can be said that any symbiote has tenacious vitality, and it is not a simple matter to completely kill them. However, everything has changed now. The Black Shadow Core seemed to be naturally capable of restraining the symbiotes. They did not target their weaknesses and just attacked their vital points like others, easily killing many symbiotes. Although the symbiotes that were killed were all products of failure, their terrifying vitality could not be faked. However, their terrifying vitality was like a decoration in front of the Black Shadow Core and had no effect at all. Suddenly, the two of them panicked. Since the Black Shadow Core can kill other symbiotes, they can naturally kill them as well. Although they didn't know why, the two of them immediately wanted to retreat. They don't want to lose their lives here. And just when the two of them discovered something unusual, Peter also noticed it. He had personally experienced the terrifying vitality of the symbiote. It can be said that as long as they are not wiped out instantly, they will recover over time. But now, thinking of this, Peter looked at the two screaming people, his eyes filled with murderous intent. And just when Peter focused his attention on the two screaming people, they immediately sensed his gaze. The expressions of the two of them changed at the same time. Before, they would not have hesitated. Even with the help of the Black Shadow Core, they were confident of taking down Peter. After all, in a 2-on-1 situation, they had a high chance of winning. But now, the two hesitated. The Black Shadow Core could directly destroy the symbiote, which they did not expect. This caused the Black Shadow Core's threat to them to skyrocket, making them fearful. So when Peter looked at the two of them instantly noticed Peter's thoughts. At that moment, without any hesitation, the two figures disappeared in a flash. As for the symbionts left behind, neither of them paid attention to them. They were just losers anyway, and they were gone if they were gone. Peter, who had just planned to hold the two of them down and use the power of the Shadow Core to kill them, saw this scene, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the two of them ran away like this, and they ran so neatly, not even caring about their own people. Suddenly, the corners of Peter's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. The two screaming people were no slower than him. Even if he chased him, it would be difficult to catch up. In addition, there was already a lot of noise today. He had already seen the S.H.I.E.L.D. people arriving at the scene, so he could only completely give up the idea of leaving the two of them behind. Cooperating with the Black Shadow Core, Peter quickly wiped out the many symbiotes remaining at the scene, and then quickly left the scene with Eddie in his arms. As both sides left one after another, the S.H.I.E.L.D. people arrived belatedly and began to clean up the battlefield. It has to be said that it is also sad that the once famous S.H.I.E.L.D. has now been reduced to cleaning up the battlefield. Outside the cordon, Happy stopped his car. Looking at the battlefield where the battle had ended, Happy scratched his head. He seemed to be late. Helpless, he could only drive back to the villa. Liberty City, Seaside Villa. Tony sat on the balcony, looking at the sea level, his eyes full of thinking. The live news video cut off shortly after playing, but Tony still watched the entire battle through Jarvis's control of the surrounding cameras. Therefore, Tony naturally noticed the specialness of the Shadow Core. He also didn't expect that the Black Shadow Core would have such a great restraint effect on the symbiote, which was really surprising. For this reason, he specially summoned a Shadow Ninja to study it carefully. However, after studying for a long time, he still couldn't find any principle, which made him laugh to himself. Sure enough, I have completely missed out on all my scientific research talents. After complaining, Tony didn't continue to struggle. Although he didn't know why the Black Shadow Core restrained the symbiote, it would be fine as long as he knew that the Black Shadow Core had this ability. In this way, the threat to him from the symbiote will not be that great. However, although the symbiote is not a big threat to him, it is equally powerful to others. Then can I also cultivate two symbionts for fun? Thinking silently in his heart, Tony felt that it was very feasible, and he suddenly had an idea in his mind. While Tony was paying attention to the symbiote, Nick was also thinking about how to use the symbiote for his own use in SHIELD. He had already watched the video of the fight between Peter and Scream. Although it was all captured by surveillance cameras and the images were not very clear, it did not affect his ability to see the power of the symbiote. Ever since Tony was born, he has suffered from a phobia of lack of power. I can't wait to catch all the extraordinary people, which can be seen from Flint. In the past, Nick would never have chosen to recruit someone with a criminal record like Flint into SHIELD. But there is nothing we can do now. Two new extraordinary beings appear in Niu from time to time, but S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have enough power to suppress them. Every time he was reduced to cleaning the battlefield. Plus, the threat of Tony is always hanging over Nick's head. Therefore, whenever he sees extraordinary people now, he wants to take them into his hands to increase his strength. For this reason, he no longer even cares about whether the extraordinary person lives in justice. Of course, he still has the bottom line that he should have. If the extraordinary person is really bad, he will not be able to absorb it. Although the symbiote looks a little scary, it can attach itself to people and is a good recruitment target. At this moment, his office door was pushed open and his assistant walked in directly. Director, I have sorted out the information you asked for. Read it. Nick didn't even look back. The assistant nodded, opened the folder in his hand and said, according to our investigation, those who fought against Spider-Man are all from the Life Fund. The man's name is Lee Price and the woman's name is Donna Diego. They were just ordinary people a few months ago and did not possess any extraordinary abilities. But a few months ago, a space meteorite fell, and the space meteorite was taken into custody by the Life Foundation. According to the news from our intelligence agents at the Life Foundation, the people from the Life Foundation found an alien creature on that meteorite, called Venom, which is called a symbiote, and can host humans, allowing them to humanity acquires great power. After research, people from the Life Foundation spawned or split a large number of symbionts from Venom. The two who fought Spider-Man, one was screaming and the other was manic. However, the original Venom escaped from the Life Foundation not long ago and possessed a reporter, the same guy who was taken away by Spider-Man. After saying that, the assistant closed the folder. Nick was silent for a while, nodded silently and said, I understand, you can go down first. This information is classified as top secret and sent to the archives. Okay, Director. The assistant responded, then turned and walked out of the office. After he left, Nick turned around and sat back in the office chair, muttering to himself, looks like I'm going to have a good chat with Drake. As he spoke, he dialed Derek's phone number and asked to meet him. After identifying himself, Drake finally agreed to the meeting. At this moment, in Tony's villa, looking at Peter carrying Eddie into the villa, Tony also had a smile on his face. As the saying goes, when sleepiness comes, give a pillow. Just when I was planning to play with the two-person symbiote, Peter brought Eddie over. As the source of the symbiote, with the existence of Venom, I don't have to go out to get the symbiote in a big way. Good job, send it to the basement. He patted Peter on the shoulder and praised him, which immediately made Peter feel flattered, and he quickly responded, "Okay, Mr. Tony." Comments. After sending Eddie to the Underground Research Institute, Peter returned to the living room. Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at him and said with a smile, "I have merit, reward, and punishment. You sent this guy here. If you have merit, tell me what do you want." Hearing this, Peter's heart skipped a beat, and the thoughts in his mind began to spin rapidly. The money in his hand has not been spent yet, and he does not need it for the time being. In terms of strength, after integrating the symbiote, his strength has improved a lot. Other things, thinking of this, Peter suddenly remembered the performance of the Black Shadow Core. Then he smiled shyly and said, "Can I control another part of the Shadow Core?" Peter said a little embarrassed. Although he has some authority to summon the Shadow Core, it is only the Shadow Ninja. He knew that Tony had other regiments. Having seen the power of the Black Shadow Ninja, he was also very keen on the other Black Shadow Core, especially the performance of the Black Shadow Core today was amazing, so he made this request. Hearing this, Tony glanced at Peter with a half smile. This little guy is very greedy. But it doesn't matter, he can take back the authority of the Black Shadow Core at any time, all at his own whim, so by giving Peter some more authority, Tony will not lose anything. He nodded and said, "No problem, then I will give you control over Claw Shadow again." After saying that, Tony stood up and patted Peter on the shoulder. Suddenly, Peter felt a familiar force integrating into his body, and his eyes suddenly filled with joy. Without hesitation, he directly summoned a Claw Shadow on the spot. Seeing his lethal look, Peter's face was full of excitement. With Claw Shadow, he believed that if they encountered a siege like today again, none of those people would be able to escape. Without staying too long in the villa, Peter quickly left the villa. After he left, Tony also asked Jarvis to dial Reed's phone number. He doesn't have the ability to study symbionts, so it's best to leave professional matters to professionals. Asking Reed to come over, Tony hung up the phone without saying much. 20 minutes later, Reed appeared at the door of the villa. Before he could knock on the door opened and Jarvis's voice also sounded in the villa. "Welcome, Mr. Reed." "Thanks." Reed said politely, walked into the living room, looked at Tony who was making tea, and immediately smiled and said, "Boss, why are you so anxious to come to me? Did you watch the news?" Tony asked confusedly. Reed was confused, and then he smiled awkwardly and said, "I have been busy with research during this period and haven't paid much attention to the outside world." Nodding to show his understanding, Tony asked Jarvis to bring up the news and play the battle video captured by the surveillance camera. After reading it, Tony got down to business. "Those monsters are called symbiotes, and they are creatures from outer space. I happen to have one in my hand now, and I want you to study it and make this thing more useful." Listening to the request, Reed remained silent, his eyes full of thinking. Tony didn't rush him and waited quietly. After a long time, Reed took the initiative and said, "Boss, your request should be fine. However, my research is coming to an end. I don't want to be distracted now. It can't be slowed down temporarily." Hearing this, Tony was a little disappointed. He was also looking forward to what changes would happen if the symbiote was added to the Black Shadow Core. But now it seems that it may take a while to achieve this goal. "Okay, no problem. Let's do more research after you finish this research. But is your project progressing so fast? Is it about to produce results now?" Tony was a little curious. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Reed's face. "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly, but it's all thanks to the boss. If it weren't for your strong support, my research wouldn't be so fast." Reed didn't mean to flatter him at all when he said this, but he really felt it. It feels so good to be backed by a top table. Whatever materials you want, someone will deliver them the next day. Whether it is controlled materials or cherished materials, there is no delay at all. Looking back at the beginning, when he was doing research, he had to ask his grandfather and grandma for some information. The current research status is simply what he has dreamed of. As long as you study with concentration, others will help you with everything else. Tony was very pleased with Reed's compliments, and he curiously asked a few more questions about the progress of the research. Reed naturally told him everything he knew, and the two chatted happily for a while. At the same time, on the other side, at the Life Foundation, Drake's office, Nick walked in under the guidance of his secretary. Drake's body is thin, but his body is filled with a strong aura. If he hadn't known that he was a scientist, Nick would have thought he was from the army. He stretched out his hand to signal Nick to take a seat. After the secretary served 2 cups of coffee, he turned and left the office, leaving only the two of them sitting opposite each other. "Director Nick, I have heard of your name for a long time. I wonder what you want from me today." Derek picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, smiling. Nick didn't beat around the bush. The West is not as reserved as the East, and he didn't want to waste time. "I came here with only one purpose, which is to cooperate with you." Cooperation for what? Derek seemed confused. But Nick could tell at a glance that this guy was playing dumb with him. "Mr. Drake, since I'm here, I naturally understand the situation. We are all smart people. Don't treat me as a fool," Nick said unceremoniously, and a glimmer suddenly flashed in Derek's eyes. "Since Director Nick said this, I won't be polite. I don't want to cooperate with any force yet. If there's nothing else, you'd better please come back." Drake is an ambitious man, and the symbiote is his secret weapon. How could he rashly cooperate with other forces? What's more, an official organization like SHIELD. So from the beginning, he never thought about cooperation. The reason why he agreed to meet was just to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a face. As for such a situation, Nick can be said to have expected it. At this moment, there is Drake's personality analysis report on his desk. Therefore, in the face of Drake's rejection, Nick said calmly, "Don't draw conclusions too early. I'm afraid it doesn't matter if you decide whether to cooperate or not. Are you threatening me?" Derek's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous light. Nick knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "I'm not threatening you, it's Tony from Stark Industries who is threatening you. Perhaps you don't know yet, but the Spider-Man you fought against before is his." Nick's voice was neither light nor heavy, without any emotion at all. He was just stating a fact. After hearing this, Derek's eyes suddenly shrank sharply. Since studying the symbiote, he has been impressed by its power. In his opinion, there is no power more powerful than the symbiote in the world. However, in the battle with Spider-Man, his cognition was completely shattered. The Black Shadow Core completely killed the symbiote with some cold weapons, which surprised Drake. Obviously, the symbiote was restrained by the Black Shadow Core, so after Nick told him that Spider-Man was from Stark Industries, he suddenly couldn't sit still. Because this means that once Stark Industries targets them, the Life Foundation may suffer heavy losses due to restraint. Thinking of this, Drake's thoughts changed unconsciously. "How do you want to collaborate?" Derek said solemnly, but Nick did not answer the question directly, but asked instead, "How is your research on symbiotes going? If you don't mind, can you tell me about their ability characteristics? After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can we formulate the most suitable cooperation plan. What do you think?" Nick smiled and asked for the core information of the Life Foundation as soon as he opened his mouth. If the symbiote had not been restrained, Derek would have ignored him and would have just told him to get lost. But now, with the threat of Stark Industries at hand, no matter how dissatisfied he is, he cannot refuse S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cooperation. Because he knows very well that the restrained symbiote is not a great threat. Once it confronts Stark Industries, it will still shed its skin even if it is not dead. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Derek took a deep breath, and then said in a cold tone, "The symbiote is an alien creature, but because of its racial characteristics, it cannot survive alone. It must live in humans and form a symbiotic relationship. According to our research, the stronger the person being boarded, the stronger the person will be after being boarded. You can think of the symbiote as a game cheat, and integrating the symbiote is equivalent to cheating." Upon hearing this, Nick's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that the symbiote's strength was actually related to its host. For a moment, the figures of Flint and the American captain flashed through his mind. The two of them are extraordinary beings. If they integrate the symbiote, their strength will be greatly enhanced. With their strength, once they are enhanced, even if they are temporarily defeated by Tony, they will not be as helpless as they are now. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Nick didn't show it because there were still some things that needed to be confirmed. According to my observation, all symbionts have their own consciousness. After boarding, who is the master and who is the auxiliary? This is very important. If the symbiote is the main one, Nick would not dare to try it. After all, if the symbiote is tamed by the Life Fund, then once it lodges in the bodies of the Captain of the United States and others, it will be like a meat bun and a dog that will never come back. Hearing this question, Drake also knew what he was worried about, but he did not explain it. He just explained, after integrating the symbiote, most people usually use the will of the host as the main body, but when fighting, the will of the symbiote is the main one host. But if you are a strong person, after integrating the symbiote, your own will basically dominate. Unless the strength is too weak and the will is weak, the symbiote will turn against the guest. After listening to the explanation, Nick nodded without any indication. He could not completely believe what Drake said. Therefore, whether what he said was true or not would need to be verified later. Last question, can the symbiote change a person's will? After saying that, the expression on Nick's face became much more cautious. After all, there was an extra will in his body, and no one knew whether the host would be affected by the symbiote. After all, the symbiote looks ferocious and is considered a villain no matter how you look at it. If it weren't for the pressure brought by Tony, to be honest, Nick would not even consider accepting the symbiote. But unfortunately, without What If, Tony's existence was like a mountain weighing on his heart. He must do everything possible to increase his strength before he can fight against Tony. Otherwise, being suppressed by Tony every time but unable to stop some of Tony's excessive actions was a feeling that Nick really didn't want to experience again. We also have research on this. At this point, Drake paused, because what he said next involved human experiments. As we all know, human experimentation is illegal, so he is considering whether to speak out. Looking at his appearance, Nick raised his eyebrows, and in a flash of his mind, he knew what he was worried about, so Nick immediately spoke to relieve him of his worries. "I just want to know the research results, I'm not interested in other things." After receiving the promise, Drake felt relieved and nodded slowly and continued, "Symbiotes originally have no concept of good and evil. They are neutral existences. If the host has a pure mind, then they will naturally be good people. But if the symbionts have evil intentions, then they are demons." After getting the answer he wanted, Nick nodded, and Derek continued to ask at this moment, "Now you can tell me how you plan to cooperate." "Nature," Nick said calmly. You provide the symbionts, and we, SHIELD, take out the hosts and cultivate strong ones to deal with Stark Industries. Nick's plan was very simple, and Drake frowned immediately after hearing it. Then what do I get? The profits from your cooperation plan are all your SHIELD. My Life Foundation has been giving. This does not meet the standards of cooperation. Drake's words were full of coldness, and he was obviously dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D's approach of only wanting to take benefits without paying anything. You can't say that. We S.H.I.E.L.D will be responsible for containing Stark Industries and ensuring your safety. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Hearing this, Nick shrugged helplessly, knowing that his idea of having S*X for free was in vain, so he could only give conditions at the moment. You provide the symbiote. As long as you defeat Stark Industries, you can harvest half of Stark Industries, including research results. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, Derek's eyes shrank, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. The size of Stark Industries is definitely higher than that of the Life Foundation. If it can capture half of the industry and research results of Stark Industries, the Life Foundation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Nick's proposal made him excited. However, the businessman pursues profit, and although he is tempted, he is not satisfied. I also want half of Stark Industries' patents. Stark Industries is not a pure arms giant, but an arms company that researches new weapons. The patents it owns are as numerous as the vast clouds, and any one of them is enough to support a company, let alone half of it. If these things can really be harvested, the Life Foundation will become the next Chable giant, enough to influence the situation in the United States and even the world. Therefore, his request can be said to be excessive, but beyond his expectation, Nick agreed immediately, which was so refreshing that it felt unreal, even though he wanted to take away all the research materials of the symbiote. But in Drake's opinion, it's all worth it. After some discussions, the two parties finally reached a cooperation. Nick did not stay at the Life Foundation any longer and quickly got up and left. Leaving the Life Foundation, Nick got into the car and his assistant drove back to SHIELD. On the way, the assistant said hesitantly, "Director, why did you give such a good condition? If we can really take over Stark Industries, can't we take it in ourselves? Why should we give it to outsiders?" Hearing this, Nick, who had closed his eyes to relax, couldn't help but smile. "You also said that you must obtain the conditions of Stark Industries before you can fulfill it. Then do you think we can take down Stark Industries?" Nick's rhetorical question instantly stunned the assistant. At this moment, he suddenly realized that all the conditions Nick promised were based on winning Stark Industries. But if he doesn't get it, then the conditions he mentioned are all empty promises. And does S.H.I.E.L.D have the strength to take down Stark Industries? Thinking of this question, Tony's figure suddenly appeared in the assistant's mind, as well as the previous collisions between S.H.I.E.L.D and him. After some comparison, he desperately discovered that it seemed impossible to capture Stark. First of all, Tony must be dealt with. Otherwise, as long as Tony exists, Stark will be as stable as a rock. After coming back to his senses, the assistant glanced at Nick with a strange smile on his face, and then looked pitifully at the Life Foundation outside the car. "I'm afraid they are still dreaming, but they don't know that dreams can only be imagined and cannot be realized at all." Closing his eyes, Nick felt very comfortable, but there was also a trace of regret behind it. Although he was writing a blank check, he still hoped in his heart to take over Stark Industries and deal with Tony. After all, Tony was too much of a threat. Therefore, although his promise is very slim, it is not hopeless. Shaking his head to get rid of distracting thoughts, Nick considered who should integrate the symbiote. He currently doesn't have many candidates, only Flint and the Captain of the United States. Since I am very unfamiliar with symbiotes, choosing anyone requires taking great risks, so this matter needs to be carefully considered. On the other side, in Tony's villa, just when Nick reached a cooperation, the conversation between Tony and Reed had also ended. Watching Reed leave the villa and go back to continue working on his project, Tony withdrew his gaze and fell into deep thought. Reed didn't have time to study the symbiote, but Tony didn't want to waste time. After all, if more symbiotes can really be spawned, it will be extremely objective for the growth of his men's strength. So, he didn't want to delay. But who else but Reed could study the symbiote? After thinking about it for a long time, Tony realized in despair that he didn't seem to know anyone talented in this field. Even if he had memories of his previous life, it would be useless. After all, he only knew a little about Marvel, not to mention that because of his appearance, Marvel's plotline has been changed in a mess, so he can't find a scientist suitable to study symbiotes at all. Although he was a little disappointed, his goal remained unchanged. The reproduction of symbionts must be rapid, and delaying time is a waste of life. Since you can't study it yourself, you can just steal other people's research results. Anyway, you are not the only one who studies symbionts. The same goes for grabbing other people's research results, which also saves yourself time. Jarvis, help me contact Norman and Peter. After thinking clearly, Tony started to gather people directly. It is said that it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes a moment to deploy it. The Dark Alliance has been established for so long and they have not carried out a mission together. Let this be considered the first mission. Okay, sir. Jarvis responded and dialed Norman and Peter's phone numbers at the same time. Soon, the two people who got the order rushed to Tony's villa, and Happy and Bucky were also called out of the room by Tony and were waiting in the living room. 20 minutes later, a black figure jumped into the balcony office. In order to travel faster, Peter chose the fastest way. A few minutes later, a luxury car stopped at the door of the villa, and Norman, dressed in a suit, walked directly into the villa. Soon, the people gathered, and Tony looked at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. "Everyone, long time no see." He smiled and said hello. Everyone rolled their eyes. Peter had only met them not long ago, and Bucky and Happy basically stayed in the villa and never went out if they had nothing to do. Although Norman has not been to the villa for a long time, Tony, as the major shareholder of the Austrian group, often meets him when he goes to inspect. Therefore, Tony's words were like nonsense, making the scene a little cold. Ahem. Tony coughed slightly and felt a little embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted himself. "I have called you all here today. There is something you need to do. The Life Foundation recently studied a creature called symbionts. I need all their research information. Remember, it's all of them, so I need you to work together to find out. Is there any problem?" After saying that, Bucky and Happy nodded directly without saying a word. These two old fools stayed with Tony every day and had long developed the habit of obeying his words. They do whatever Tony says, so naturally they have no objection. Because Peter had come into contact with the symbiote, he knew that the Black Shadow Core could restrain the symbiote, so he also had no objections. Anyway, he has restraint means, even if he doesn't win, he won't lose, so he is naturally not afraid. But Norman is different. He is the helmsman of a conglomerate and thinks more than anyone else. What is a symbiote? A special kind of life form. What benefits can we get from completing the mission? Norman asked again, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Happy and the other three looked at Tony secretly, fearing that Tony would be angry. After all, they were all nominally Tony's subordinates, and they dared to ask for benefits from things their boss had told them. However, the anger they imagined did not appear on Tony's face, and there was even a smile on his face. Because the question Norman asked was what he was going to say next. Tony always believes that everything in the world is valuable, and the relationship of interest is the strongest relationship in the world. Of course, it's not that the emotional card is not easy to use. For example, Happy, even if Tony asked him to die, he probably wouldn't hesitate too much. This is the advantage of emotional relationships. But this relationship does not apply to the Dark Alliance. Who are the people who join the Dark Alliance? Most of them are villains and ruthless. Even a positive hero like Peter is not a good person after training. If you want to lead such a group of people, in addition to convincing them with absolute strength, you must also provide corresponding benefits, so that they can be more attentive. Therefore, at the beginning of the establishment of the Dark Alliance, Tony was already thinking about a series of systems, rewards and punishments of the Dark Alliance. Now that there are not many people, the system is not needed for the time being, but since they are required to perform tasks, the reward and punishment system should be announced. Don't worry, I won't let everyone work in vain. Inside the Alliance, a points system has been set up. Points can be used to exchange for various items, whether it is technological blueprints, money, or strengthening potions. In addition, there are some things that can help everyone improve their strength. You will know exactly what you can exchange for it when you come back after completing the mission. And this time, after the mission is successful, everyone can get 1,000 points. Of course, if the mission fails, there will naturally be punishment. I will list everything later, and you can take your time. Now, does anyone have any questions? After speaking, Tony's eyes swept over everyone in turn. No one said a word, and there was a hint of expectation on their faces. Although they didn't know what they could exchange for, considering how powerful Tony was, they were looking forward to what Tony would bring out. Okay, since everyone has no problem, let's prepare for action. We will do it tonight. I hope you can return smoothly. Tony picked up the coffee on the table as a demonstration for them. They didn't say anything and could leave to get ready. Just as Tony was formulating an action plan, on the other side, the Life Foundation also welcomed boarders sent by SHIELD. After careful consideration, Nick finally chose the American captain. After all, the American captain was strong and determined, making him the best candidate for the experiment. And Steve didn't object after learning about it. After all, everyone wants to improve their strength. Especially after experiencing the Manhattan Shield incident, Steve discovered that the world has become much more threatening than it was in his time. His current strength is obviously not enough to suppress everything, so he will naturally not miss the opportunity to improve his strength. Life Foundation Research Institute, Experimental Cabin. Drake stood outside the experimental cabin. Except for a few assistants, there was no one else. The integration of symbionts is the first time for the people of SHIELD, but for the Life Foundation, they are already used to it, so there is no need to mobilize troops. If it weren't for the purpose of seeing the changes in strength of the extraordinary person after integrating the symbiote, Drake would not be here. Looking at Steve, who was completely relaxed, Derek nodded to the researcher next to him, and immediately, the researcher pressed a red button. Suddenly, a black liquid flowed into the experimental cabin. After feeling Steve's presence, the black liquid seemed to come alive and quickly began to cover Steve's body. Feeling the touch on his body, Steve resisted the urge to take action and quietly integrated. Time passed by minute by second, and soon, the black liquid completely enveloped Steve's body and penetrated into his skin. A numbing pain spread throughout his body, but Steve remained unmoved. Suddenly, all the black liquid instantly merged into Steve's body, and a sharp pain exploded in his mind. Even though he was strong-willed, he couldn't help but groan at this moment. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. After a few minutes, the black liquid on Steve's surface disappeared, the experimental hatch opened, and Steve stepped out. At this moment, he looked the same as before the experiment, at least Drake and others couldn't tell. But he himself could feel that his physical fitness had improved explosively. After a rough feel, Steve felt that his physical fitness had increased at least 10 times. For a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. Derek also came up to him at this moment, with a curious expression on his face. Congratulations on successfully integrating the symbiote. How about it? Do you want to test it now? After thinking for a while, Steve nodded. Trouble. It doesn't matter. I'm also curious about how extraordinary people are different from ordinary people after integrating the symbiote. After saying that, the two walked towards the testing site. The testing field is not big, but it has all the necessary equipment, including a strength meter to test strength, a modified treadmill, and a shot put array to test reaction speed. Without the need for Derek to greet him, Steve walked directly to the power meter and punched out without any hesitation. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the eyelids of Drake and others twitched, and they saw the numbers on the power meter changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the limit value of the power meter, which was 10 tons. Snapped! There was a crisp sound, and the power meter exploded, but it exceeded the upper limit so much that the power meter could not recognize it. Seeing this scene, Drake and the others suddenly took a breath of cold air. One punch had more than 10 tons of force, and this didn't seem to be Steve's limit. What kind of monster was this? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Steve drove onto the modified treadmill and directly turned on the highest gear. Soon, Steve's figure turned into an afterimage, making it impossible to see clearly, and those who didn't know thought they had seen a ghost. Hiss! Everyone's voices rang out one after another. Everyone swallowed dryly and sighed in their hearts. Is this guy still a human? With the previous lesson, Steve almost stopped this time, but when he stepped off the treadmill, everyone saw smoke coming out of the treadmill, and another one had to be scrapped. In the final shot put test, there was no doubt that Steve passed it perfectly again. His reaction speed is already extremely fast, and he can easily avoid the shot put phalanx even without using the integrate symbiote, let alone now. In general, this test did not test anything useful at all, which made Drake look a little helpless. But no one doubted Steve's strength anymore. For him, although this test did not yield any useful data, it gave him a more accurate understanding of his body, which was quite satisfying. Life Foundation, Periphery. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon began to cover the earth. Teams of patrol officers vigilantly patrolled every corner of the Life Foundation. Because of the previous reminder, Drake had already issued a strict order, so no one dared to relax their vigilance. Time passed little by little, and suddenly there was a sound breaking through the dark night. It seemed as if something passed over their heads. Before everyone could take a closer look, suddenly, a roar came from the distant sky, accompanied by a harsh and strange laughter. Wa ha ha ha. A green figure stepped on a flying skateboard and rushed directly into the Life Foundation. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone at the Life Foundation changed, and they all shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" While warning, everyone turned their guns and aimed at the figure in the sky. Gunfire shone in the dark night, and a burst of fierce gunfire completely broke the silence of the night. Countless bullets soared into the sky along with the sound of gunfire. Although the Green Goblin was extremely fast, many bullets still fell on him under the powerful firepower. It's a pity that he, wearing the Green Goblin suit, completely ignored the threat of bullets. Apart from a beep-dong sound on its body, the bullet did not pose any threat to it at all. Terrifying weird laughter kept coming from his mouth. The Green Goblin touched his waist and found 2 pumpkin grenades in his hand. Pulling the tab, the Green Goblin threw the pumpkin grenade towards the ground, and it immediately fell into the crowd. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the originally dense gunfire below suddenly became sparse. Most of the armed members of the Life Foundation were turned into withered bones in the explosion of pumpkin grenades. It's all a long story, but this is just a small episode. Happy's tall body fell from the sky and hit the ground. A huge pit appeared directly where he fell. The black shadow that flashed before stopped on the roof of the Life Foundation building, and Peter appeared in a black spider suit. The roar of a car rang out and the door of the Life Foundation was opened. The cold Bucky stepped out of the car. Everyone from the Dark Alliance appeared in their own way, easily broke through the defenses set up by the Life Foundation, and headed towards the research building. At this time, a piercing siren sounded through the building, indicating that there was an invasion by a foreign enemy. In the monitoring room, Derek looked at the picture displayed on the monitor, his face so gloomy that he almost shed tears. Although he knew that Tony would find him sooner or later after Nick's reminder, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. What shocked him even more was that Tony's men were so powerful. In addition to Spider-Man, there were actually 3 powerful extraordinary beings. With such a powerful strength, coupled with the shadow core that is vaguely restraining the symbiote, it is really difficult to withstand the original power of the Life Foundation alone. Fortunately, he accepted Nick's cooperation, and the newly strengthened American captain was still in the Foundation, so looking at the invading people, although Drake looked ugly, he was not worried. Picking up the communicator, Drake's voice suddenly sounded. Price, Donna, we have guests here, bring them along and entertain them well. Understood, Doctor. Mobilizing his forces and preparing to stop the members of the Dark Alliance, Drake dialed Nick's phone again. He didn't have to wait too long, and the call was connected instantly. Before Nick could speak, Drake said first, the people from Stark Industries are here, and now it's time for us.h.i.e.l.d to help. I understand, hold on for a while, support will arrive soon. After responding, Derek did not continue the conversation and hung up the phone, then stood up and walked towards the training room. Compared with Nick, who is far away, the captain of the United States is obviously a better target for help. Steve, who has been adapting to his own surge in power, is obviously not clear about the situation in the outside world. When Drake came to the door, he reacted belatedly. Is there an invasion? I understand, don't worry, I will take action. Steve agreed to Drake's request for help. Not to mention that he had just benefited from Drake. Even if he hadn't, according to his character, he wouldn't just sit idly by. After seeing Steve agree to help, Derek couldn't help but feel relieved and regained his previous composure. Research building. Several people from the Dark Alliance entered hand in hand. Black shadows appeared in the building at the summons of Peter and Norman. Claw Shadow is responsible for exploring and fighting, while Black Shadow Ninja is responsible for searching for information. Everyone started searching from the first floor, not missing any place where data might be stored. This was their first collective action. Whether it was for rewards or to complete Tony's instructions, everyone wanted to complete the task as much as possible and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. While they were searching the entire floor, people from the Life Foundation quickly arrived on this floor. A screen with a bumpy body appeared in front of Peter with a group of symbiotes, blocking his way. With the lessons learned from the last time, this time, they wore a lot of equipment, which greatly improved their combat effectiveness. Seeing this scene, under the mask, Peter's face became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless and directly summoned the Claw Shadow that was more suitable for fighting. On the other side, the Green Goblin, who was searching for information, was suddenly attacked by a Black Shadow. The mannequin's sharp claws cut through the air and landed on the Green Goblin, making a heart-wrenching sound. On the third floor, Bucky and Happy went to the third floor to search, but at the stairs, Steve, wearing an American uniform, blocked their way. Seeing Steve's appearance, Bucky's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. Why are you here? I should ask you this, Bucky, how did you become like this? Have you forgotten the ideal we once had? Why do you want to get involved with these evil forces? Come back, let's work together to fight evil, don't make the same mistake again. The last time the two met, because the situation was not right, they didn't talk much. Now that they saw each other again, Steve immediately tried to persuade Bucky to leave the Dark Alliance. After listening to Steve's persuasion, Bucky shook his head. I have never forgotten our ideals. But I have my way and my way. We, the Alliance of Light, are the real justice. On the contrary, your S.H.I.E.L.D. has been controlled by the upper echelons of the United States. Their actions represent the interests of the upper echelons more than the justice in our hearts, Bucky said righteously. During this time, he had been staying at Tony's villa. Under Tony's subtle brainwashing, he had already agreed with the Alliance, and now he was directly trying to persuade Steve. Looking at the stubborn Bucky, Steve's eyes suddenly became firm, and he made up his mind. You have gone astray. I will not allow you to make the same mistake again and again. Since you are unwilling to leave, then I can only take you away first. Take it back. With that said, Steve was ready to take action. And just after his words fell, Happy, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly said loudly, if you want to fight, then fight. How can there be so much nonsense? After saying that, regardless of Bucky beside him, Happy rushed forward. His body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a giant like a hill. Huge amounts of fists tore the air, and roared toward Steve's face. Seeing this scene, Steve's eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, he punched out as well. Two fists, one big and one small, collided fiercely in midair. A smile appeared on Happy's lips, daring to confront him head-on and seeking death. Injected with the green fat enhancer, what he is best at is strength. Except for Tony, no one in the entire league dares to punch him head-on. Therefore, when he saw that Steve actually chose to confront him head-on, he seemed to have seen the scene where he punched him away. Boom! There was a loud bang. A figure flew out directly and hit the wall hard, cracking the wall. Bucky took a closer look and saw that it was not Steve who flew backwards, but Happy. Suddenly, Bucky had a ghostly expression on his face. How is that possible? Since joining the Alliance, he has had the most contact with Happy, and the two sides often compete. And every contest ended with him bruised and swollen. After all, facing a monster with superb defense and unparalleled strength, he had no way to defeat Happy except being beaten. He had seen Steve's strength before, and although it was stronger than him, it was still limited. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be Happy's opponent. But now, Happy, who was hammering himself, was knocked away by Steve's punch. It's really unbelievable. Bucky looked shocked, and Happy was even more furious. The guy he looked down on just now actually beat him away. I don't believe it. Roaring in his heart, Happy got up from the ground again, roaring and rushing towards Steve. His body is as tall as a hill. Every time he steps down, the floor will shake violently. Compared with his huge body, Steve looks weak. However, his strength will not change because of Happy's anger. He is not green and fat and cannot improve because of his anger. Soon, Happy, who rushed forward, flew back at an even faster speed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from Happy's mouth. His unparalleled defense was broken. Slowly retracting his fist, Steve glanced at the blown Happy with an expressionless expression. Before integrating the symbiote, he was indeed no match for this stupid big man. But after integrating the symbiote, his strength was enhanced more than 10 times. How could the stupid big man be his opponent? Withdrawing his gaze, Steve looked at Bucky again and said calmly, "Surrender, Bucky, you are no match for me." Hearing this, Bucky recovered from the shock and looked at Steve with a solemn expression. His strength made him despair, but he would never surrender. He still insists on the justice in his heart, and his pride does not allow him to surrender without a fight. Bang bang bang! Quickly pulling out the special pistol from his waist, huge amounts of powerful bullets whizzed towards Steve. Seeing this, Steve did not stop him and disappeared in a flash, dodging the bullet. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Bucky. When Bucky found him, his fist landed directly on Bucky's chest. There was a loud noise, and Bucky was knocked to the ground. Severe pain filled every muscle in his body, and Bucky instantly lost his ability to resist. The gap is too big. Steve, who integrated the symbiote, became more powerful, and more powerful on more than one level. Whether Happy or Bucky, it's like a child facing an adult. There is no other way but to be beaten. Looking at Happy and Bucky who were unable to get up on the ground, Steve shook his head and said calmly, "Why bother, just stay here for a while." After saying that, Steve lifted his legs and walked downstairs, ignoring the two people on the ground. Happy and the two of them also completely lost their fighting ability because they suffered from Steve's heavy blows one after another. It was difficult to even move and they could only lie on the ground obediently. On the second floor, the battle between Green Goblin and Manic continued. With the help of high-tech equipment, Green Goblin obviously defeated Manic. Coupled with the fact that Claw Shadow was assisting in the fight, Mania was at a loss, unable to rely on the symbiote's powerful vitality to forcefully attack. If nothing happens, if it continues like this, it will be a matter of time before Mania loses. And just as the two of them were fighting endlessly, a burst of footsteps came from the stairs. Steve stepped forward and appeared in front of the two of them. Suddenly, Green Goblin and Manic both distanced themselves and looked at Steve. After seeing the person clearly, the Green Goblin frowned, and a joyful expression appeared on Manic's face. She felt the same kind of aura on the person who came, and it was obviously one of her own. "Who are you?" Norman frowned and asked, his heart full of vigilance. He remembered that Bucky and Happy went to the third floor, and now a man he didn't recognize came down, who was obviously an accomplice of the enemy. So where did Bucky and the two go? If they are on the third floor, shouldn't they put people down? Listening to his question, Steve didn't answer. He just looked at Norman and disappeared instantly. The moment he disappeared, Norman, who had been staring at him closely, felt his heart tremble, so fast. Thinking in horror, Norman immediately pulled back. Something had obviously changed. For his own safety, it was better to run away in advance. While thinking about it, he had already jumped on the flying skateboard. The tail flame spurted out from the skateboard, and Norman flew towards the window. As long as he leaves here, he can quickly escape from here. Unless that guy can fly, he will never be able to catch up with him. The Green Goblin's calculation was very good, but he underestimated Steve's speed and overestimated his own strength. Just as he was about to rush out of the window, Steve's figure suddenly appeared directly in front of him, blocking his way. At the same time, Steve punched out, and a terrifying force erupted. Norman only had time to put his hands in front of him, and he was directly knocked off the skateboard and hit the ground. Boom! Huge amounts of sound echoed throughout the building, and Peter on the first floor was immediately startled. Before he could figure out what was going on, Norman's roar came from upstairs. "Run!" Norman's roar made Peter's face change, and he heard the fear in Norman's words. Although he didn't know what happened, he didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately fled outside the Life Foundation. Peter, who had been suppressing his screams, quickly reacted as he watched Peter flee. It was probably his side that had the upper hand. He immediately chased after him without thinking, wanting to keep Peter. However, as a famous shadow appeared behind him, Scream was held back, and he could only watch helplessly as Peter escaped from the research building, and an angry roar suddenly came from Scream's mouth. After Peter escaped from the building, Steve's figure also appeared on the first floor, and Manic followed him cautiously. Looking at the scene on the first floor, Steve frowned. Where are the people? After dealing with the last two claw shadows, the screamer stopped, glanced at Steve, and said in a cold tone, "Run away." Hearing this, Steve took a deep look at Scream, and finally returned to the second floor without saying anything. On the other side, Peter gasped for air after escaping, and glanced at the Life Foundation, which was far behind him in shock. He still hasn't figured it out yet. Why did he lose out of nowhere? Each of the four extraordinary beings is very powerful, and with the help of the Black Shadow Core, Peter has no reason to lose at all. Even before taking action, he felt that this mission was just a formality. But the fact is so amazing, they lost. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he could imagine that the three Normans must have encountered an enemy they could not resist. Otherwise, even if they lose, the entire army will not be wiped out. Withdrawing his gaze and suppressing the restless emotions in his heart, Peter quickly headed towards the City of Freedom. Tony was sitting on the balcony of the seaside villa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and looking calmly at the sea outside. The waves at night were rough, and one wave after another kept hitting the shore, making a roaring sound. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the balcony. Tony didn't even glance at it, completely turning a blind eye to the scene in front of him. Looking at his calm look, Peter suddenly felt angry and said, "The operation failed, how can you still sit still?" After finishing speaking, Tony put the red wine in his hand into his mouth and said calmly, "Tell me, what's going on?" At that moment, Peter told everything he knew, while Tony listened quietly without making any comments. After listening, Tony finally finished the red wine in his glass and placed the wine glass on the table aside with a sneer on his lips. "I told you to be careful before the mission, but no one listened. Now it's better. I got a total annihilation. If you really think you have some strength, you won't take the world seriously," Tony said slowly, and Peter, who was still a little angry, gradually showed a trace of shame on his face. They were indeed careless, thinking that they could be invincible with their strength, and did not pay attention to the Life Foundation at all, which resulted in them being defeated one by one. So faced with Tony's ridicule, Peter didn't know how to refute. At this moment, Jarvis's voice rang. "Sir, do you need to answer the call from Mr. Nick?" "Come in," Tony said calmly. "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, Nick's voice suddenly sounded in the villa. "Hi, see you again, Tony. If you're calling to show off, shut up." Nick's slightly satisfied tone sounded. He had fought with Tony more than once, and this was the first time he had the upper hand. Even his tone of voice was full of joy. Unfortunately, before he could continue to show off, Tony gave up his idea of showing off with just one word. After being scolded, Nick on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his mood. "Then let me get straight to the point. I can put your people back, but you are not allowed to have any more ideas about the Life Foundation. How about that?" After finally taking down the happy trio, it is completely nonsense to say that Nick really intends to let them back. But after seeing Tony's strength, he knew very well that Tony's strength was truly unfathomable. Even though Steve's strength has been greatly strengthened now, he still has no confidence in taking Tony head-on. And as long as Tony doesn't fall, even if he arrests all his men, it won't help. On the contrary, it may completely anger Tony, so his only idea now is to use the happy trio to reach a deal with Tony. It has to be said that Nick knows how to advance and retreat, but Tony obviously doesn't want to give him this face, so just after his words fell, Tony's indifferent tone also sounded. "I want the people, and I also want the information from the Life Foundation. If you are interested in it, just bring it to me. If you are not interested in it, then I will get it myself. Okay, that's it. Contact me after you think about it." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly, while Nick on the other end of the phone froze when he heard the busy signal coming from the phone. After coming back to his senses, an unspeakable anger rose in his heart. That is to say, Tony didn't stand in front of him, otherwise he would have grabbed him by the collar and asked this guy if he didn't understand the situation. "Now that you have the upper hand, why are you negotiating terms? Why do you have such a strong tone?" In the office, Steve and Derek looked at the angry Nick, their faces also full of coldness. Although Nick wasn't on speakerphone when he made the call, neither of them were ordinary people. Under the same roof, we can clearly hear the conversation between Nick and Tony. So hearing Tony's arrogant attitude, both of them felt equally unhappy. Especially Drake. Originally he didn't agree with the deal proposed by Nick, but since Steve caught the person, it was hard to refute. But now, it is clear that he and others have hostages in their hands, but they are threatened by Tony in turn. How can he swallow this breath? At that moment, Drake let out a cold snort and said in a serious tone, "I have already told you that your trading plan is unreliable. It's better to listen to me and either kill those three guys, or let me find a way to control them to integrate the symbiote and enhance our own strength." "Why do we need to look at that guy's face?" Drake suggested from the side, and Steve, who rarely spoke, gave a rare nod, expressing his support for Drake's plan. Nick waved his hands at this moment and said, "No, once something happens to those three guys, there will be no room for recovery." Seeing Nick's refusal again, the corners of Derek's mouth twitched, but he couldn't continue to say anything. After all, this cooperation was originally dominated by SHIELD. In addition, the person was captured by Steve and had little to do with the Life Foundation. He really has no position to ask for anything. Talking too much will damage the cooperative relationship between the two parties. But even though he didn't speak, it didn't mean that Steve would agree to Nick's plan. The next second, a loud shout echoed through the office. "Enough. Nick, you are the director of SHIELD. Your duty is to eradicate evil and maintain the stability of the United States. But what are you doing now? Blindly bowing to the forces of darkness? Is that guy really so strong that he is invincible? I do not believe." Steve said righteously. Of course this was due to his character, and part of the reason was because of his huge increase in strength. After integrating the symbiote, he easily swept away three extremely powerful extraordinary beings. It was impossible to say that Steve's mentality had not changed at all. But after all, he is not a young man and has a very stable mentality, so he has never shown anything strange. But now, Tony kept being aggressive and Nick kept giving in, which suddenly made him want to explode. In his opinion, even if Tony was very strong, he would still be about the same as himself after his strength surged. And he has no fear in fighting at the same level. Listening to Steve's roar and looking at him with his eyes fixed on him, Nick suddenly realized that his mentality was out of balance. Perhaps it was because Tony put so much pressure on him that he was always timid when facing Tony, although he can use his position as director to enforce orders and carry them out. But looking at Steve's expression now, once he does this, Steve is likely to fall out with him. At that moment, a sigh could not help but resound in his heart. He knew that he could no longer give in and could only fight Tony with real swords and guns. Otherwise, Steve might become distraught. Okay, Captain, maybe what you said makes sense. In that case, let's try to deal with Tony. But Captain, I need to remind you, you must not underestimate Tony. This guy hides deeply and has extraordinary strength. Captain, even if your strength increases dramatically now, you may not be able to defeat him. Listening to Nick's warning, Steve nodded. He is not an unscrupulous person, so he can naturally hear the worry in Nick's tone. Don't worry, Director. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat Tony, I won't fail. What's more, the initiative is in our hands. As long as he is not crushed, he will have no choice but to submit obediently. Nick and the three discussed countermeasures at the Life Foundation. In the beach villa, after Tony hung up the phone, he went directly to the second floor to change his clothes. Wearing a white suit and exuding an elegant mood, he walked down from the second floor. Reaching out to the waiting Peter, Tony walked out of the villa. Seeing this, Peter asked curiously, "What are we going to do now? Go get the place back," Tony explained with a smile on his face as he walked. Hearing this, Peter's eyes suddenly lit up. He always felt that Tony was not simple, but he had never seen Tony take action. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally couldn't miss it, so he quickly followed it. Driving a silver-white supercar, Tony drifted away from the villa and headed towards the Life Foundation. His current physical fitness is far different from before. Both his eyesight and reaction ability have reached the limit of human beings. In addition, his predecessor also liked drag racing and had extremely rich driving experience, so Tony was particularly comfortable doing things like drifting. Since it was already early in the morning and there were few vehicles on the streets, the car driven by Tony reached a top speed of 130 yards shortly after leaving the villa. 15 minutes later, with a handsome drift, the silver supercar stopped steadily at the gate of the Life Foundation. Tony opened the car door and got out, and Peter quickly followed. At the same time, Nick and others from the Life Foundation also discovered Tony's arrival through surveillance cameras. Nick's face became solemn, and Steve, standing behind him, looked eager to try. "I'm going to try this guy's strength now to see if he's as scary as you said." After saying that, Steve didn't care whether Nick agreed or not. He turned around, opened the door, and left the office. Looking at this scene, Derek's eyes flashed with anticipation. One is a super soldier created by him, and the other is a guy who was blown away by Nick. Believe it or not, Derek is really looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Tony and the two entered the Life Foundation and walked towards the research building. Due to the recent raid by Peter and others, the ordinary security personnel of the Life Foundation had already evacuated, so the two of them traveled calmly without any obstruction. It wasn't until they arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute's building that a burst of heavy footsteps slowly came from inside the building. Steve's figure was already tall, but after integrating the co-body, his whole body became even bigger. When he appeared, he completely blocked the entrance to the Institute. If you want to enter the Institute, you must first deal with Steve. As Steve appeared, Peter's face was filled with vigilance. But Tony remained calm. "You want to stop me?" "Yes, and I also want you to come back to S.H.I.E.L.D with me." Steve didn't hide his purpose at all and pointed out the road directly. Anyway, the moment he finished speaking, Tony moved. For him, since he is an enemy, there is no need to be verbose, just beat him down. Coupled with the integrated power of the rabbit charm, Tony's speed can be said to be extremely fast. Almost as soon as Steve finished speaking, Tony appeared in front of him and punched him on the cheek. Suddenly, Steve, who had been invincible before, was punched out by Tony. Boom! His body hit the wall hard, making a loud noise, and Steve's whole body was engulfed in debris. However, he couldn't care about these trivial matters at the moment, but looked at Tony standing not far away with a look of horror. Although Tony was very strong through Nick's introduction, he didn't expect him to be so strong. He was knocked away with one punch and he had no power to resist. For a moment, he couldn't help but look at Tony at the door with a confused face, his eyes full of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What do I do? And when Steve was lost in thought, Tony looked at him calmly, raised the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "That's it." Tony's disdainful voice fell, and Steve, who was still immersed in shock, instantly raised his head, a trace of anger appearing on his face. He has his own pride, especially since he didn't take Tony seriously before, but now he was punched away by Tony, which was even more unacceptable to him. But although he was angry, he was extremely calm in his heart. As an old guy who has experienced countless battles, he knows very well that in a battle, he cannot lose his mind no matter what. Otherwise, the moment you lose your mind, the outcome of the battle will be doomed. Call. Slowly exhaling a breath, Steve stared at Tony sharply and said, "Come again." After the words fell, Steve took the initiative directly before Tony could take action. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the ground under Steve's feet was crushed by his feet. Terrifying power exploded, and his figure was ejected directly towards Tony, reaching the extreme speed. Peter, who was standing behind Tony, could only see an afterimage, even if he had a super strong spider sense, and couldn't see his specific figure at all. Suddenly, Peter's heart lifted and he couldn't help but remind Tony to be careful. And the moment he finished speaking, there was a dull collision sound, and Steve appeared in front of Tony. Tony still stood there without moving, but Steve seemed to have hit an iron plate, and his whole body was directly pressed into the air less than 1 meter in front of Tony. Seeing this scene, not only Peter was shocked, but Nick and Drake also stood up instantly with expressions of ghosts on their faces. What happened? And Tony looked at Steve's embarrassed look and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of mockery. He has many abilities, including the fire ability brought by the dragon talisman, the rapid ability brought by the rabbit talisman, and the telekinesis ability brought by the sheep talisman. And now, Tony is using telekinesis. He is not a reckless man like Steve. He relies on his physical fitness to make a living and has various abilities. Only when he is full will he fight Steve hand to hand. Moreover, in terms of physical fitness alone, he may not be Steve's opponent now. The fact that he was able to punch him away just now was entirely due to the strength bonus brought by the unexpected addition of the rabbit charm's speed. Otherwise Steve wouldn't have gotten up like nothing happened. Looking at Steve who was almost in front of him, Tony had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, his body flew directly into the air, and then hit the ground heavily. Boom, boom, boom. There were loud noises, and Steve's figure kept flying up and falling to the ground. Soon, a huge amount of human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Among all extraordinary abilities, physical fitness cannot be said to be the most useless, but if one's own strength is not enough, facing a bug-level ability like telekinesis, there is no way to struggle, just like Steve is doing now. Peter, who was standing behind Tony, watched this scene with his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in. In the monitoring room, both Nick and Nick looked in disbelief when they saw this. Especially Nick, although he had expected that Steve might not be Tony's opponent, being beaten directly was beyond his expectation. After coming back to his senses, Nick ignored the shock and hurriedly shouted, "Get someone to help." As soon as he finished speaking, Derek suddenly woke up and nodded quickly. Soon, 3 figures rushed out of the research building, Sandman Flint, screaming, "Manic!" A burst of sand roared towards Tony. Each grain of sand was like a steel ball, capable of penetrating a person's body easily. Scream and Mania launched attacks from the sides, one on the left and the other on the right. The two of them knew very well that their strength would be dealt away, so they directly positioned themselves in the supporting position to distract Tony as much as possible. But they underestimated Tony and underestimated themselves more. A few stinky fish and rotten shrimps were not enough to distract him. Turning his eyes to the wild sand blowing in the sky, Tony waved his right hand, and in an instant, a sea of fire swept directly towards the wild sand. Although the lethality of sand is full, it is completely useless when faced with something as invisible and insubstantial as flames. On the contrary, the terrifying high temperature burned the surroundings, instantly engulfing the sand and burning it into powder. As for the screams and Mania on the left and right, before they could get close to Tony, trolls and night demons appeared at the same time, blocking them in front of them. Trolls attack from the front, and night stalkers attack from the sky. With the cooperation of the two core, Scream and Mania instantly became in a hurry. Not to mention attacking Tony and distracting him. At this moment, the two of them could not even protect themselves. With a wave of his hand, Tony threw Steve out like trash. At the same time, he activated the power of the rabbit spell, and his speed suddenly increased and he appeared in front of Flint. Looking at Tony who suddenly appeared in front of him, Flint was shocked and subconsciously wanted to turn into quicksand and escape. But before he could completely transform, Tony's telekinesis was immediately activated, locking him in place. He lightly snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a flame appeared on his fingertips. "I heard that you are very confident in your ability to save your life, so let me help you test it." With that said, Tony flicked his finger, and the flames immediately fell on Flint's body. In an instant, Sandman turned into a burning man, and a shrill howl came from Flint's mouth. "Stop!" A loud shout came from the door of the research building. Nick took Drake out of the building. Behind them, people from the Life Foundation were escorting Bucky and the three of them. Seeing this, Tony raised his eyebrows, looked at Nick and smiled. "What? You still want to threaten me?" Hearing this, Nick took a deep breath and did not answer, but said directly, "Let them go, and your people will be returned to you. This is not a threat, this is a deal. I guess that's fair, don't you, Tony?" "It's indeed fair, but even if I don't trade with you, I can still save them." Tony looked at Nick with a half smile. Nick took a deep breath and said, "I'll also give you the research information on the symbiote. It's not enough. Now that I'm here, this thing belongs to me. It's not appropriate for you to trade my things with me." When he finished speaking, Nick's mouth twitched. If he hadn't been concerned about Tony's terrifying strength, he would have wanted to curse on the spot. It was so shameless. "It's yours to come here. Even if your strength is terrifying, you can't say what you are." At this moment, Nick really wanted to end things with Tony, but unfortunately, he didn't dare. Steve and Flint are the only extraordinary powers of SHIELD. Without these two people, there would be no way to fight Tony in the future. Moreover, even if they want to fight to the death, they don't have the qualifications, so they can only endure it. As for using the communicator to threaten, it was used last time and Nick didn't dare to use it again. He finally understood. If he dared to threaten Tony with the communicator again, then with Tony's character, he would rather die than give in. Then what do you think we should do? After saying this, Nick felt helpless. He affirmed that he was definitely the most frustrated S.H.I.D.L.D. director in history. Looking at his predecessor, he was in great power and had all kinds of authority, but when it comes to him, he bows his head and pretends to be a grandson, which brings tears to his eyes. After hearing this, Tony also started to think seriously. To be honest, he doesn't want to break up with S.H.I.D.L.D. now, otherwise he wouldn't have let Nick go last time. Captain Marvel is one of the reasons. Secondly, instead of thinking about himself, he also needs to consider Stark Industries. Of course, if the benefits are sufficient, it is not impossible to break up, but the symbiote alone is not enough for Tony to pay such a high price. When things got to this point, Nick bowed his head again, and it was not impossible to stop. But here comes the question, what benefits should I order? That's right, he just used Nick as a cash machine, otherwise why would he be so noisy? The lion opened his mouth. Nick may not agree, but the asking price is low, and he feels that he is at a loss. It really gives him a headache. Fortunately, with the memory of his previous life as a foundation, Tony quickly locked onto a target. It's okay if you want to expose what happened today. I heard that there is a Rubik's Cube in your SHIELD. Just give that thing to me and forget about it. Hearing this, Nick immediately frowned. S.H.I.D.L.D. only has one Rubik's Cube, which comes from Hydra and was something Steve got when he broke into Hydra headquarters. Although Hydra attaches great importance to this thing, S.H.I.D.L.D. has not found a way to use this thing after decades of research. It only knows that this thing contains powerful energy. For a moment, Nick hesitated whether to give it or not. And just when he hesitated, not far away, Flint's howling became weaker and weaker. Under the burning flames, his entire body turned completely black, and his body began to melt slowly. It is foreseeable that if the flame is not extinguished, this guy will be completely vaporized in a short time. Looking at this scene, Nick couldn't stop thinking and spoke directly. I'll give it to you and let him go. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the flames on Flint's body were immediately extinguished, and Steve, who was flying up and down, finally landed. Even the dangerous screams and mania finally escaped from the hands of the Black Shadow Corps. Get your things ready and send them to my villa. As a reminder, Tony ignored Nick and turned to look at Derek. Seeing Tony's eyes on him, Derek suddenly became nervous and couldn't help but swallowed subconsciously. Before seeing Tony's power, he thought Tony was nothing more than that, but after seeing Tony's power, he was now panicking, fearing that if Tony continued to target him, he would really be dead. Mr. Tony, this is the information you asked for. It's all here. Drake took 3 steps at a time, stepped forward quickly, and respectfully presented the folder in his hand with both hands. At the same time, the 3 trapped Bucky were now free and came to Tony. Each of them lowered their heads in shame. After looking at these 3 guys, Tony turned around and left without saying a word. Peter took the information and followed. Seeing this, Bucky and the other 3 also quickly followed suit. Now the group of people walked towards the outside of the Life Foundation. Watching Tony and others leave, both Nick and Drake breathed a sigh of relief. Nick quickly looked at Flint and Steve on the ground and said quickly, "Help." In the silver sports car, Tony sat in the back seat, Bucky sat in the passenger seat, and Happy drove honestly. As for Peter and Norman, they naturally flew back. Looking at Tony, who was silent in the back seat, the 2 of them were so nervous that they didn't dare to take a breath. They seemed to be as obedient as they could be. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but laugh. "Why, can I eat people? I make you so scared." Hearing this, Bucky and the 2 finally found a chance to speak, and each of them said quickly, "I'm sorry, sir, but I want you to go there in person." Looking at the appearance of the 2 of them, Tony dropped the smile on his face and said slowly, "It seems that you also know how to be embarrassed. I'll improve my strength after I go back. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again." To be honest, Tony was a little disappointed. The Dark Alliance that he had worked so hard to form was almost completely wiped out. When he heard the news, Tony almost wanted to die with them, which was really embarrassing. However, after careful consideration, he still chose to go there in person. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. "Don't worry, sir, we will work hard after we return," Bucky and Happy said in unison, and Tony nodded perfunctorily, not having much hope in his heart. Forget it about Bucky, Happy's strength is already fixed and there is not much scope for improvement. It doesn't matter whether you work hard or not. Without another word, the car soon returned to the villa. But as soon as they arrived at the villa, everyone's expressions except Tony suddenly changed. Because a big hole actually opened in the villa. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts jumped and they all turned their attention to Tony. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, and he walked towards the villa without saying a word. It seemed as if nothing happened, but everyone felt a biting chill on him, and they didn't dare to speak for a while. "Jarvis." Looking at the villa that was almost in ruins, Tony said in a deep voice, "Sir, I'm here. Tell me what's going on." "Sir, after you left, the new guy in the basement woke up. He released Banner, and the 2 of them escaped from the villa together. Hearing this, Tony immediately walked towards the underground research room. Soon I saw the basement that had turned into a disaster scene. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but laugh. Well done. Even if you run away, you still dare to demolish your home. It's interesting. Although Tony said it with a smile, everyone felt the anger in his heart. Especially Peter shrank his head subconsciously. He could hear that it was the venom he brought that caused all this. If he was angered, he would really have no place to cry. Fortunately, Tony did not anger them and quickly calmed down completely. Okay, don't follow me anymore, just go and do what you have to do. If anything happens, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Happy, please contact your servants to repair the villa. After saying that, Tony left everyone and walked away. The villa was definitely uninhabitable after it was damaged like this, so he had no choice but to change his residence. Seeing Tony leaving, Peter and the others also left one after another. In the end, only the miserable Happy was left at the scene to contact the decoration team to repair the villa. Driving to downtown Manhattan, he parked the car under a high-end residential area, and Tony made a call. Poots, my house is gone. I'm downstairs with you now. Can I stay at your house today? As soon as the words fell, Potts's voice came over the phone, and Tony kept saying nice things. Soon, a graceful figure came to the door of the community to pick Tony upstairs. A night of silence. The next day, inside SHIELD, Nick's office. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Nick's assistant walked in quickly, his face full of joy. Director, good news. Tony Stark's villa was attacked, and the imprisoned Hulk took the opportunity to escape. Hearing this, Nick, who was lowering his head to process documents, instantly raised his head, looked at his assistant sharply and said, "Who did this?" Hearing this question, the assistant scratched his head and hesitated, shaking his head. "I don't know. It's just that according to the news sent back by intelligence personnel, when the Hulk escaped from the villa, there was a person following him. That person looks very similar to the symbiote we recently worked with." Upon hearing this, the figure of Drake suddenly flashed in Nick's mind, but he quickly shook his head to dispel this unrealistic idea. Derek had been staying with him yesterday. He didn't believe that after seeing Tony's power with his own eyes, Derek still had the guts to demolish Tony's villa, so there must be someone else. Thinking of this, Nick immediately ordered, "Send the order, mobilize all the forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Niuyu City, and even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find those 2 people." Hearing this, the assistant nodded quickly, but before leaving, he asked curiously, "Is the director planning to arrest them and hand them over to Tony?" After he finished speaking, Nick looked at him with a deep look and no explanation. Seeing this, the assistant smiled and did not dare to ask any more questions. He quickly lowered his head and left the office. After watching him leave, Nick retracted his gaze and turned to look out the window. Being threatened by Tony again and again, Nick thought that it was impossible to have no complaints. "It's just that I don't have enough strength and can only endure it." But in order to enhance the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., he sent a large number of manpower to search for extraordinary people around the world, just to one day be able to compete with Tony. The Hulk is obviously a good recruitment target. Firstly, he is strong enough. Secondly, he has a grudge against Tony. As long as he joins S.H.I.E.L.D., he will definitely become the backbone of the fight against Tony. Thoughts in Nick's mind continued to surge, and he looked out the window in a daze. At this moment, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., in a certain research room, a square block placed in a glass box suddenly trembled. This is the Tesseract that Tony asked for before, but Nick hasn't had time to send it over yet. In addition, he has just become the director and has not yet used the Rubik's Cube to develop weapons, so it is still stored in SHIELD. In the research room, the Rubik's Cube, which had not been moved for many years, suddenly changed. The Rubik's Cube slowly floated up, directly shattering the glass. A large amount of space power quickly poured in from it, gradually forming a space door. Da-da-da. A burst of footsteps came from the space door, and a long-haired man wearing medieval noble clothing and holding a scepter slowly walked out. His movements were elegant and calm. He looked at the layout of the research room, frowned for a moment, and then turned his gaze to Tesseract, and a trace of curvature appeared at the corner of his mouth. With one casual move, the Tesseract fell into his hands. Looking at the Rubik's Cube in his hand, Loki's eyes flashed with amusement. "Is this the space gem you want?" After saying that, Loki put away the Tesseract and walked outside. At the same time, he said to himself, "I don't know how my good brother is doing now. I came to see you." SHIELD, as a secret agency, has security that is as tight as that of the White House. Therefore, when Loki walked out of the laboratory, he was immediately discovered by everyone from SHIELD. "Stop, who are you? Why are you here?" A guard looked at Loki walking out of the research room and shouted, quickly raised his gun and pointed it at Loki. Watching this scene, Loki's expression remained unchanged. He just raised the scepter in his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a dull look appeared on the guard's face. The next second, he turned the gun and pointed it at himself, and fired decisively. Boom! The gunfire rang out and the guard's head shattered like a watermelon. Loki walked past him with a calm expression. A rapid siren sounded throughout SHIELD. This was an alarm that would only sound if there was an invasion from a foreign enemy. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. changed and they took action quickly. In Nick's office, Nick was also awakened by the sudden sound of the alarm. His expression changed immediately. He opened the office door and walked out. As soon as he left the house, he saw his assistant running towards him in a panic. His face darkened and he said, "What's going on?" "Sorry, Director, something happened in the research room. Someone broke into the research room and took the Tesseract." "What?" Nick shouted loudly, becoming even more excited than before. The Tesseract was something that was promised to Tony. Now that the thing is lost, it would be strange for Tony to let him go. At the moment, Nick ignored the assistant and walked quickly towards the place where the accident happened. He speeded up as quickly as possible, but S.H.I.D was a bit big. When he arrived at the scene, he saw no enemy except blood and corpses. "Who is responsible for guarding here today?" Nick turned to the panting assistant and asked. Seeing Nick's cannibalistic look on his face, the assistant was filled with nervousness. He stammered and said, "Yes, Barton. Barton is in charge of the garrison today. Where are the others?" I don't know," the assistant said with a tearless look on his face. When he got the news, he hurried to report it. How could he know where Barton was? Hearing this, Nick's expression became a little gloomier, and he turned and walked towards the monitoring room. As an important organization, S.H.I.D has surveillance installed everywhere. Soon, Nick came to the monitoring room and called up the monitoring of that part of the institute. Suddenly, Loki's image appeared on the surveillance camera. Seeing Loki in the picture causing all the elite members of S.H.I.D to commit suicide with just a slight wave of his scepter, Nick couldn't help but look ugly. And after seeing Barton being taken away by Loki, he also knew why he didn't see Barton anymore. Turning off the surveillance video, Nick kept taking deep breaths, but he couldn't suppress the irritability in his heart. He found that he was really unlucky. Others were in charge, and none of them were leisurely and at ease. Occasionally, a confrontation with several members of Hydra would be considered a big scene. But now that it was his turn to be the chief, it would be fine if he bumped into extraordinary beings every 3 days. However, the strength of these extraordinary beings was terrifying, and Tony and the others would not talk about it. Even the strength of the man in the picture just now is extremely terrifying. He can actually make people commit suicide, which completely goes against the survival instinct. For a moment, Nick couldn't help but sigh, his face full of helplessness. "Send people out to search, and you must find that guy's whereabouts for me," Nick ordered, and the assistant nodded hurriedly. After the assistant left, he rubbed his neck with a headache and looked uncomfortable. How should he explain to Tony? The villa is still being repaired, and Tony is temporarily staying at Pot's house. Looking at the tidy living room, which was completely free of the mess from last night, Tony couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. At this moment, a doorbell rang from the door, and Tony subconsciously said, "Jarvis, open the door." After finishing his words, there was no response, and then he remembered that Jarvis was still staying in the villa. Shaking his head helplessly, Tony walked towards the door and opened the door. Suddenly, Nick's dark face appeared in Tony's sight, and Tony frowned slightly. It was early in the morning, and he didn't want to see this guy, so he subconsciously wanted to close the door. Seeing his actions, Nick became anxious and quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait a minute." The Tesseract was lost, and he couldn't explain it to Tony. In order to prevent Tony from getting angry, Nick had no choice but to do it himself. "Good guy, you want to close the door as soon as you open the door. Are you so unpopular?" Silently complaining in his heart, Nick quickly said, "The Tesseract is lost. Someone broke into S.H.I.D last night and stole the Tesseract." Hearing this, Tony made a move and looked at Nick suspiciously. "If you don't throw it away sooner or later, you'll lose it when you ask for it. Is it such a coincidence?" Looking at Tony's face, Nick didn't know what he was thinking, and a wry smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I'm not lying to you. Look, I brought you all the surveillance footage." As he spoke, Nick raised his hand and gestured to the video box in his hand. "Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Give me a little more time, and I will get the Tesseract back and give it to you." Reaching out to take the video box, Tony rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "Okay." Boom. After saying that, close the door directly. After being rejected, Nick left Bose's house with an annoyed look on his face and continued to urge the S.H.I.D people to speed up the search. Tony returned to the living room with the video box, took out the videotape, inserted it into the video recorder and started playing it. He was sitting on the sofa eating the breakfast Potts had prepared for him. The videotape was very short, only a few minutes, and it was played quickly. Tony looked at Loki who appeared in the videotape, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Why is this guy here at this time? However, if you dare to steal my things, you are seeking death. While muttering, Tony had no intention of doing anything now. He was still a little curious about the gods in this world, and he wanted to see what trouble this god could cause. Of course, this is also because Tony is not sure of winning for the time being. Although Loki's performance in the movie is a bit scummy, he is still a god after all and should not be underestimated. Not to mention, there may be Thanos standing behind him. If the outcome against Loki is still uncertain, then against Thanos, Tony is not sure at all. After all, he is one of the few masters in the universe and is not so easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. After thinking for a while, Tony got up, changed his clothes and left the community. Driving a supercar, Tony crossed the streets based on the information provided by Jarvis and soon came to Hell's Kitchen. As a famous slum in Niue City, Hell's Kitchen is one of the darkest areas in the city. Robbery, drug trafficking, prostitution, and other violations of laws and disciplines are performed in this area at any time. In addition, a group of gangsters are running rampant. It can be said that this place is a hell on earth. And Tony comes here naturally to continue to add new members to the Dark Alliance. And this person, Tony is no stranger to him, is Dr. Octopus. Since the failure of his last product demonstration, Dr. Octopus not only lost his wife, but also was completely cut off from research funds. After all, the product he researched killed people. Who would dare to use such a thing? Even if he improved the product, people would not dare to try it again. Therefore, such a product is destined to lose its investment value. As a commercial capital, the Austrian group directly cut off his research funding. Dr. Octopus was naturally unwilling to accept this. The robotic arm was his hard work, so how could he be willing to give it up? So in order to continue his research, he sold his property and moved to Hell's Kitchen just because the rent here was cheaper. Then all the money was invested in research. Not long ago, according to the information Tony asked to investigate, his research funds were burned out, but the product was still not fully mature and was still a semi-finished product. Coupled with the fact that no one invested, Dr. Octopus was already in despair under the heavy blow. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before Niue will have another supervillain. However, Tony, who was eager to improve his strength, didn't want to wait any longer, so he took the initiative to come to his door. Along the way, because the supercar was so eye-catching, countless pairs of eyes fell on him, covertly and covertly. However, there is no one who doesn't open his eyes and comes up to touch porcelain. Don't think that touching porcelain is a Huxia patent. As long as there are interests, this will happen anywhere. Little people have their own way of survival, and if it's a cheap car, they won't let it go. But those who can drive supercars are rich people, and in American society, being rich means being powerful, so naturally no one will be stupid. Soon, the car stopped beside a street. Tony pushed the door open and got out of the car, walking towards a courtyard on the roadside. Since it is research, the place cannot be small, so Dr. Octopus specially rented a small courtyard. Looking at the unlocked iron door, Tony didn't mind and walked directly in without any sense of trespassing into a house. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Suddenly there was a drunken voice inside. A hole, who is it? Tony said nothing and continued to knock on the door. Finally, the people in the room became impatient and immediately opened the door with curses, and Dr. Octopus appeared in front of Tony. Looking at the middle-aged man with hair like a chicken coop and stubble on his face, Tony couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that it had only been so long before the social elite in suits and ties had become like this. Although he contributed to this, Tony still couldn't help but lament how easy it was to destroy someone. Mr. Tony. Looking at Tony, Dr. Octopus suddenly sobered up. As a frequent guest on Playboy, Tony's popularity is still very high. Even though Dr. Octopus has been obsessed with research, he has read many of his reports. In addition to being a playboy, Tony is also the richest man in the United States and the youngest billionaire. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus, who was originally upset because of the interruption of his research, suddenly became excited. Mr. Tony, why are you here? Are you interested in my research and want to invest in me? Dr. Octopus said impatiently. Tony didn't refute, just smiled and said, what, do you want me to stand here and talk to you? As soon as the words fell, Dr. Octopus reacted immediately and quickly invited, come in quickly, I'm really sorry. Well, the house is a little messy, please don't mind. After saying that, Dr. Octopus touched his head in embarrassment, while Tony shook his head to show that he didn't care. But as soon as he walked in, Tony regretted it. A room full of wine bottles was quickly adding up to household garbage. The smell of alcohol mixed with the stench was so sour that it directly made the corners of Tony's mouth twitch. He suddenly regretted entering the door again. But now he obviously had no choice, so he had no choice but to find a clean place to sit down. As soon as he sat down, before Tony could take the initiative to speak, Dr. Octopus took the initiative and said, I wonder how much money Mr. Tony plans to invest. The robotic arm is a cross-generational product that I have devoted much effort to research. It is now basically mature. As long as some details are modified, it will be put into production soon and the experiment will be profitable. Dr. Octopus boasted that his research was rare in the sky and disappeared on the ground, which made Tony laugh for a while. He still remembered the aloofness in Dr. Octopus when they last met, which was the pride unique to researchers. But now, those things have long been thrown away by him and fed to the dogs. Now he just wants to get some investment from Tony, and doesn't care about anything else. But Tony is not really here to invest, he is here to help Dr. Octopus completely transform into a successful one. So, after Dr. Octopus finished speaking, Tony immediately smiled and said, I was also at your last press conference. At that time, a person died on site because of your product. Now, has the situation improved? Tony directly pointed out the flaws in his research, but did not reveal decedent's identity to avoid embarrassment to Dr. Octopus. But it's not much different now. He didn't expect that Tony had actually experienced the last press conference, which made it much more difficult to deceive. But he still didn't want to give up. This was his last chance. Apart from Tony, he couldn't find any capital to invest in him. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Tony was his last life-saving straw. Ahem, Mr. Tony, don't worry, I have improved the mechanical arm, and similar problems will never happen again, I promise. Guarantees are useless, after all, words are not backed up. How about this? How about you put on your robotic arm and try it yourself? Tony said deceitfully. Hearing this, Dr. Octopus hesitated. To put it bluntly, he didn't even understand the reason why Deadman appeared at the previous press conference, so he just talked about a solution. It was just nonsense to attract investment. But now Tony actually asked him to try it on himself, which would kill him. For a moment, a dilemma faced him, to wear it or not to wear it. You know, your life may be in danger, it's just gambling on your life. If you don't wear it, 80% of the investment may be wasted. If even he, the developer, doesn't dare to wear something, no one else will dare to wear it. Therefore, at this moment, he can be said to be riding a tiger. Seeing his uncertain expression, a smile appeared on Tony's lips and he waited quietly without urging. He understood that for these scientific madmen, nothing was as important as their research, and they would even pay their lives for it. And as long as Dr. Octopus puts on the robotic arm, Tony's goal will be achieved, and he will not be able to take it off even if he wants to. In this way, the supervillain was completely born. Not to mention, this really made Tony feel like he was making history, and he was eagerly waiting for Dr. Octopus's choice. Finally, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth and said with a ruthless look on his face, "Okay, I agree." After saying that, he turned around and walked into his room. Seeing this, Tony naturally followed him. Suddenly, 4 huge amounts of mechanical arms appeared in front of Tony's eyes. Looking at the robotic arm, Dr. Octopus took off his shirt decisively, leaned against the robotic arm, and prepared to install the robotic arm on his body. But he never thought that before he could press the installation button, the robotic arm suddenly moved on its own, and the steel needle at the interface pierced his back directly and sank into his body. Because this scene was so sudden, Dr. Octopus screamed out as he was caught off guard. But Tony was not surprised by this scene. Anyone who has watched the movie knows that the mechanical arm is not a simple tool, it is more like a metal life form, with its own thinking and consciousness, and it can also affect a person's personality. Ignoring the screaming Dr. Octopus, Tony watched the scene in front of him quietly. Almost half an hour later, the integration was completely completed. Because it is completely integrated, it is much slower than at the press conference. Dr. Octopus, who had been howling without strength, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. His whole body went limp and he was about to lie on the ground. But before he landed, the mechanical arm started to move on its own. The 2 robotic arms are like 2 human legs, supporting Dr. Octopus. The other 2 were like venomous snakes, and they made a hissing sound at Tony, like snakes. Tony naturally did not care about the 2 mechanical arms, but asked with a smile, "How do you feel now?" "It's great. I feel like I have 2 extra hands instantly and I can control it freely." Although he looks very embarrassed now, the smile on his face is not false at all. Although he has developed a robotic arm, this is the first time he has installed it on himself. Apart from the initial pain, he feels great now. Then try to see if you can take it off, Tony suggested. Dr. Octopus nodded and immediately wanted to take off the mechanical arm, but soon, his expression changed. "It's no use at all. The dismantling device he designed is like a decoration, and the robotic arm cannot be removed at all." Suddenly, he panicked. No one wanted to become a monster, but with the mechanical arm, he was no different from the monster now. When he realized that he might have to carry this thing for the rest of his life, his expression completely changed. "Damn, what's going on? I've obviously designed it, how could it fail?" Dr. Octopus kept roaring, and an imperceptible smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. "Don't worry, there must be something wrong. It's just a minor problem. If we continue to study, we will naturally find a way to escape. I voted for this project." Tony comforted, and Dr. Octopus quickly calmed down because of Tony's words, and nodded in approval. "Mr. Tony, you are right. It is indeed a small problem. In addition, thank you for your support." Dr. Octopus said with joy that although there was a slight glitch in the robotic arm, it was nothing compared to the joy of receiving investment. He believed that he would be able to solve the disassembly problem soon. Looking at Dr. Octopus, who was delighted with the investment, Tony took the opportunity to invite, "By the way, I have formed an alliance to invite scientists like you to discuss the future of mankind. I want to invite you to join, what do you think?" Tony asked casually, as if he had done it on the spur of the moment. Sure enough, Dr. Octopus didn't pay attention. He nodded and said casually, "Okay, no problem. I also want to communicate with my colleagues." Ding! Congratulations to the Dark Alliance for adding a new member, Dr. Octopus. The reward has been distributed. The moment Dr. Octopus agreed, a system notification sounded in Tony's mind. Even though it was not the first time he heard it, every time he heard this voice, Tony felt as if he was hearing the sound of nature, because it meant that his strength was about to increase again. At the same time, after this incident, Tony also discovered an unknown loopholes of loopholes. That is, no matter what name people use to join, as long as the person involved agrees, the system will recognize it. Don't underestimate this. This way, you will have more room to operate, and you may even be able to gain rewards from the system. But this is just an idea now. Tony still needs to think carefully about what to do. Suppressing his thoughts, Tony stood up with a smile on his face and said, "Then it's settled, I will prepare a new research room for you. I will inform you when the time comes, and I will leave first." After getting what he wanted, Tony suddenly lost interest in staying and said goodbye directly. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus couldn't persuade him to stay, so he could only get up and send Tony away from the residence. After returning downstairs and getting in the car, Tony did not rush to start the vehicle. Instead, he turned on the system lottery and started a new round of lottery. He stared at the turntable. Under Tony's gaze, the pointer on the turntable changed from fast to slow, and finally stopped. Suddenly, a little pig appeared on the turntable, quickly rushed towards Tony's mind, and disappeared into Tony's mind. After closing his eyes for a while and digesting it, when Tony opened his eyes again, there was a flash of heat in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the Cyclops and the mutants, and wanted to compete with him to see whose eyes were more powerful. He just didn't know if there were mutants in this world. It had been so long since he traveled across time, but he hadn't heard about mutants or discovered their existence. Opening the personal information panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time, Tony raised a confident smile as he looked at the luxurious data. Name Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Sombra Ninja Control, Sombra Thornblade Control, Sombra Natbat Control, Sombra Troll Control, and Sombra Warrior Control. Number of draws, 0. Dark Alliance members, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus. The Shadow Corps has added another warrior tribe, and now the number of Shadow Corps under Tony's control has reached 5. As long as there are 4 more, the 9 Shadow Corps can be gathered together. Tony is looking forward to the sight of the 9 Black Shadow Corps being born together. Thinking about it makes people excited. The Shadow Kingdom is said to have 10 Shadow Corps, but Tony has not received the relevant information. Perhaps it is necessary to gather 9 Corps first to unlock the 10th Corps? Just when Tony was immersed in the joy of increasing strength, suddenly, a panicked sound came from the alley beside the street. A person dressed as a gangster was easily subdued by a man wrapped in a uniform. This man's attacks were ruthless, causing the gangster endless pain. Hearing the noise, Tony turned his head and looked at the alley through the car window. His brows couldn't help but raise slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a city where superheroes gather together, Niu has never had more than one superhero. In addition to the famous Little Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher, these are all superheroes wandering in the darkness. It's just that unlike superheroes in the light like Little Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher are superheroes who lean toward the dark side. Every time Little Spider-Man subdues a criminal, he will hand it over to the police. Dark superheroes such as Daredevil and the Punisher advocate fighting violence with violence. In addition, the scope of these two activities has always been in Hell's Kitchen, so their reputation is not as great as Little Spider-Man. It was undoubtedly a coincidence to meet Daredevil here, especially since it was still daytime. It was even more surprising. Although Tony knew about the existence of Daredevil before, he had no intention of recruiting him. After all, these superheroes who have gone through hardships are firm-minded and cannot be compared to young people like Peter. Recruiting them takes too much effort. These guys should be in conflict with Kingpin's forces, but Kingpin didn't tell Tony and wanted to solve it himself. However, now that they are destined to bump into each other, Tony will not turn a blind eye. He will give it a try regardless of whether it succeeds or not. What if Daredevil has a brain and agrees directly? With a relaxed attitude, Tony opened the door, got out of the car, and walked into the alley. Sensing Tony's approach, before Daredevil could speak, the gangster couldn't help but beg for help. "Help me, please, help me." Hearing this, Tony didn't even look at him. He just looked at Daredevil with interest and said, "You are the superhero of Hell's Kitchen, right? I wonder what this guy has committed? Let you do it in broad daylight. Get him," Tony said curiously. In addition to opening up the topic, Tony's curiosity was also involved. After all, unlike Spider-Man, Daredevil fights violence with violence. He is also a top criminal in the police station and rarely goes out during the day. He is not worried that Daredevil will not tell him that superheroes all have one thing in common: they firmly believe that what they do is just, so if anyone asks, they will tell. After all, superheroes are human beings and need recognition from others. Drug trafficking, debt collection, and the destruction of a whole family. Daredevil's voice was very magnetic. Although his words were very brief, Tony still clarified the general context of the whole matter through this sentence. It's nothing more than selling drugs and then lending it to others. When others can't pay back, they will operate on the families of those addicts. Men sell their organs and women sell their bodies. It can be called a one-stop service. Such people are demons living in the world and have completely lost their humanity. Thinking of this, Tony glanced at the little gangster coldly. Such a person's life is a complete waste of air. Even if Daredevil doesn't kill him, someone will come to entertain him later. Withdrawing his gaze, Tony looked at Daredevil and directly invited him. "I have formed a dark alliance, which is full of people like you who wander in the darkness and seek justice. Are you interested in joining us?" As soon as these words came out, Daredevil's expression finally changed and he turned to look at Tony. He was blind, so naturally he didn't know Tony. He thought Tony was just an ordinary person, but Tony's words made him realize that he seemed to be something extraordinary. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Daredevil didn't say it directly, but the rejection in his words was very obvious. Tony was not surprised at all. If someone suddenly appeared and asked him to join an inexplicable force, he would not agree, so Daredevil's rejection was just expected. This is my business card. You can come to me whenever you want. Tony took out one of his business cards and handed it to him, then turned around and left the alley with a smile. It was an accident, and it was not worth his efforts. Whether he could succeed in recruiting him or not would not affect Tony. Daredevil is just that strong. Got in the car, started the car and left Queens. Just when Tony successfully recruited Dr. Octopus to return, a figure fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside, a piercing alarm sounded. In the office, Nick's expression changed and he quickly picked up the phone. What happened? Director, a UFO has been detected crashing in the suburbs. Gather some people and go take a look. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Nick quickly stood up and left the office. Soon, Nick rushed to the suburbs with a group of elite agents. Originally, he shouldn't be dispatched to do this kind of thing, but recently, in order to find Loki, Nick sent out most of SHIELD, so now he can only dispatch it himself. Of course, what's more important is that the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. Monsters are appearing, and this time a UFO appears again. Nick must confirm immediately whether there is any danger. Half an hour later, Nick and his team arrived at the scene smoothly. Nick's eyes shrank when he saw the giant pit and the people lying in it. The S.H.I.E.L.D. people quickly sealed off the surrounding area. Nick hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards the huge amounts of potholes. As he got closer, he finally saw clearly the person lying in the pit. Then an exclamation sounded in Nick's mouth, Thor. After saying that, looking at Soul who was obviously unconscious, Nick quickly waved to the person next to him, hurry up and call the doctor over to wake this guy up. Yes, Director. Soon, Saul was taken to the car, and two people in white coats sat and checked him. Nick, on the other hand, still stayed in the pit, looking at the hammer standing in the pit, with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He knew Thor. Thor had been to Earth a few years ago, so he knew very well that this hammer was a treasure. If you say you are not curious, you must be lying. While Thor was unconscious, Nick stepped forward and wanted to pick up the hammer. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself, and no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't lift Thor's hammer. For this reason, he specially found a few more people to try, but it was obviously of no use, and the hammer still did not move. Helpless, Nick can only wait for Soul to wake up. After an unknown amount of time, Soul finally woke up in the car, and Nick quickly came over after receiving the news. Hey, how's it going? Are you okay? Nick greeted. Soul nodded, his expression still a little confused, and his mind was obviously still a little unclear. Fortunately, everything was temporary. Soon, Soul recovered completely, looked at Nick and said, Why are you here? This is the right thing for me to ask you. Didn't you return to the God realm? Why are you back again? This is also what Nick is confused about. I came to see my brother, Loki. Loki. Nick frowned. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the guy who took away the Tesseract. At that moment, Nick waved to the assistant next to him and asked him to bring Loki's photo. Soon, the assistant brought over a tablet. Nick slid it a few times and handed it to Soul. Is this the guy you are looking for? Seeing the photo, Soul suddenly became excited. Have you seen him? Seeing this, Nick twitched the corner of his mouth and realized that this was the guy. I've seen it. That guy not only stole the Tesseract, but also killed many of our S.H.I.E.L.D. people. As soon as the words fell, Soul shut up instantly. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Without even confirming, he knew that what Nick said must be true. After all, he still knew what Loki was like. The two of them reached a tacit agreement and did not mention this matter again. Nick changed the topic and said, We are also looking for him now. How about you come with us first? I will tell you when I find him. Hearing this, Soul nodded directly without hesitation. Thank you very much. Although he is a god, he is more like a person with powerful power. Let him find someone in the vast sea of people, and he doesn't know when to find someone. Therefore, Nick is willing to help, and he is happy to do so. Similarly, Nick, an old fox, never makes a loss-making business, and Soul is a powerful fighter. For him who is in urgent need of strength, he is definitely a target worth winning over. So the two of them hit it off right away, and the situation was completely harmonious. Without stopping in the suburbs, Thor took the hammer and followed Nick back to SHIELD. On the high floor of New Times building, Loki was looking down at all the living beings on the ground with a smile on his face. Hawkeye, who was controlled by him, stood quietly behind him. It's such a prosperous scene, but it's a pity that it will be destroyed soon. How are the preparations for the radiation device? Loki asked without looking back. Hawkeye replied with a cold face, It's almost ready. It will be completed in 3 days. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Loki urged and Hawkeye nodded. At this moment, suddenly, Loki turned his head and looked in the direction of SHIELD. His calm eyes suddenly became sharp, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He thought Thor was on Earth before, but after he left SHIELD, he discovered that Thor was no longer on Earth, which made him a little disappointed. But now, he felt Soul's aura again, which immediately made him interested. Call out? Loki's figure instantly rose into the sky and flew in the direction of SHIELD. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Nick and his group had just stepped out of the car. At this moment, Thor looked up at the sky. Seeing his appearance, Nick subconsciously raised his head and happened to see Loki falling from the sky. Suddenly, Nick's expression changed, and S.H.I.E.L.D's agents also raised their guns. Loki didn't even look at this scene. He just looked at Thor and said, "My good brother, we meet again." Loki. Thor said softly. His face became solemn, and he clenched the hammer in his hand, looking as if he was about to take action at any time. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Loki's face. "I don't care if you are sure you want to take action here, but they are not sure." Loki glanced around, and Thor reacted immediately. If the two of them fight, even the aftermath is enough to kill an ordinary person. Once they start fighting, I don't know if they can take down Loki, but the people around him will definitely suffer heavy casualties. After several years of experience, Sol, who was no longer impulsive, thought about it and let go of the hammer. "What exactly are you going to do?" Just when Sol was silent, Nick on the side took the initiative and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Loki glanced at Nick, his eyes full of indifference, with no intention of responding at all. He is a god and Nick is a human being. In his eyes, Nick is no different than an ant. How could he respond to Nick's words? Nick's eyes flashed with anger as he was ignored, but he didn't dare to order a shot. After all, he had already seen Loki's weird power, and he didn't want to blow his own head off. "Odin asked you to come." Loki tilted his head and looked at Thor. Thor nodded. Loki smiled. "Old man, why are you here?" "To arrest me." "That's right. Then, let's see if you can catch me. See you later. By the way, you'd better be faster, otherwise, when I occupy this planet, it will be my turn to capture you." Loki smiled confidently and disappeared. He did not hide his thoughts at all, and even took the initiative to reveal them, showing extremely strong confidence. It wasn't until Loki's figure completely disappeared that Nick slowly said, "Is what he said true?" Hearing this, Thor glanced at him and said silently, "He is the god of fraud and lies, good at playing with people's hearts." Hearing this, Nick immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what he said is false. Not real." Nick's mouth twitched and he looked at Thor, a little confused. Seeing this, Sol shrugged. "He is very proud and doesn't bother to lie, at least he doesn't bother to lie in front of me." Nick glanced at Thor speechlessly. He suddenly realized that these gods were very interesting. The gods of fraud and lies disdained lying. Why did it feel a bit ironic? After calming down, Nick suddenly became anxious. Although he didn't know what Loki planned to do, it was definitely a big trouble. The power he had now was still too little and he had to increase it. Thinking of this, Nick looked at Sol and said, "You go and rest first, I still have things to deal with." After speaking, Nick got into the car directly, and Thor walked into SHIELD led by two S.H.I.E.L.D members. Queen's, Eddie's residence. After escaping from the villa, Banner and Eddie returned here. There was no way, both of them had nowhere to go, and now the military had cancelled the arrest of Banner because of Tony, so the two of them dared to come back here. Soon, Nick drove out onto the street. As Nick arrived, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D quickly got in the car. "How is it? Are the two of them still inside?" "Still here, never left." "Okay, I understand, you continue to monitor." The S.H.I.E.L.D members nodded and got out of the car. Nick lit a rare cigarette and started smoking while looking at Eddie's residence. Although S.H.I.E.L.D is somewhat lacking in top-level combat capabilities, in terms of intelligence and surveillance, S.H.I.E.L.D is still the well-deserved number one. Especially in the base camp of Niu, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D is even more powerful than you can imagine. So in just a few hours, S.H.I.E.L.D was able to pinpoint the whereabouts of Banner and his two men from Niu City, a city with a population of tens of millions. Originally, Nick planned to observe them for a while before contacting them. After all, these two people are not fuel-efficient lamps, and it is not that easy to recruit them. But Loki's threats disrupted his plans. He didn't know what Loki planned to do, but the noise caused by a god was definitely not small. So in order to increase his strength, he decided to contact the two of them in advance. Soon, when the cigarette burned to the end, Nick opened the door and got out of the car, walking towards the house. Beep. The doorbell rang, but there was no movement in the room. Seeing this, Nick said directly outside the room, "I know you are in there. If you don't want to be taken back by Tony, I suggest you open the door and talk now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened with a bang, and Eddie's figure appeared, looking at him warily. "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. I am the director of SHIELD, a secret organization from the government." Upon hearing this, Eddie's face changed and his expression became obviously nervous. He is just an ordinary reporter, but he has no access to a high-level organization like SHIELD. But Nick's words about secret organization were enough to make him think of many things. Just when he was hesitating to let Nick in, Banner's voice suddenly came from the room. "Let him in." After finishing speaking, Eddie nodded hesitantly and then stepped away. Seeing this, Nick showed a smile. "Thanks." Nick said this thank you sincerely. During this period of time, he was constantly being attacked by Tony. He almost felt that S.H.I.E.L.D had no cards left, but now it finally regained its respect. In addition to facing perverts like Tony and Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D still has cards. In the living room, Banner was sitting on the sofa with a weak look on his face extremely pale. Looking at this scene, Nick raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing?" He knew how powerful Banner was, so why did he become like this? Banner saw his doubts at a glance, and smiled bitterly. "If you were constantly drawing blood, and almost drained all the blood from your body, you would be like this too." Hearing this, Nick coughed lightly. Without thinking, he knew that Tony must have done something good, so he immediately changed the subject. "Do you two know your current situation?" Hearing this, Eddie and Banner looked at each other, somewhat confused as to what Nick meant. The two of them are an ordinary reporter and a scientific researcher. They may be good in the professional field, but chatting with an old fox like Nick is obviously not good enough. To put it bluntly, I just couldn't understand his hidden meaning. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Nick also reacted and continued immediately. "Although you two escaped from Tony's villa, Tony will not let you go. With his ability, it's only a matter of time before he finds you." Nick made the words clear, and Eddie immediately said, "Tony's villa? You mean, it was Tony who arrested us before?" "You don't know." This time it was Nick's turn to be surprised. The two people didn't know that Tony had caught them. Banner coughed slightly and explained, "We were all caught when we were unconscious, so we don't know much about it." "Can you elaborate on it?" After hearing this, Nick suddenly regretted telling this. If Tony knew that he had leaked it, he didn't know if he would be alive to see the sun tomorrow. Although he thought so, he was already riding a tiger and could only tell them the truth. When the two got the truth, a look of anger appeared on their faces at the same time, especially Banner, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anyone who has been imprisoned as a blood cow for so long will be filled with hatred. Comments. Previous looking at Banner, who was a little out of control, Nick quickly raised his hand and said, "Hey, man, calm down. Tony is not as simple as you think. Don't be impulsive." Listening to this, Banner kept taking deep breaths, and finally calmed down after a few minutes. "Tell me your purpose. You came to us today, probably not specifically to tell us about this." Banner's tone seemed a little cold, but he did calm down. Seeing this, Nick stopped hiding and directly revealed the purpose of his visit. "Both of them are rare talents, so I would like to invite them to join SHIELD. As long as you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you don't have to worry about Tony coming to you again. No matter what, Tony will give us S.H.I.E.L.D. a face," Nick said with confidence, but in fact, he felt a little guilty at the moment. Thinking about Tony's previous attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D., he should give this face, right? No matter what, the first thing is to fool people. Listening to Nick's invitation, both Banner and Eddie fell into deep thought. To be honest, the two of them don't know what to choose now. Originally, they planned to take revenge after escaping. However, although they did not know how strong Tony was, even Nick, the director of SHIELD, warned them that Tony was obviously more powerful than they thought. Without revenge, the two of them didn't know what to do. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Banner took the lead and nodded, "Okay, I agree, but S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot stop me from taking revenge in the future." After hearing Banner's conditions, Nick smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to work together." After saying that, he turned to look at Eddie. Eddie didn't have any idea at all. The hesitation just now was just that he didn't know what to choose. Seeing that Banner agreed now, he didn't continue to struggle and nodded as well. "Okay, I agree." After saying this, Nick felt completely relieved. "Welcome both of you to SHIELD. Report back with me now." "Good." The two nodded, got up and left here with Nick. And just as they were leaving together, not far away, at Peter's house, Peter was walking out of the house under the instructions of Aunt May. When passing by the intersection, Peter happened to see Banner and Eddie following Nick. Banner, Peter has never seen or recognized him, but Eddie, he sensed the venom sleeping in his body. The symbiote in his body was originally split from the venom. It's okay to be far away, but as soon as they get close, they will sense each other. At that moment, Peter stopped and looked directly at Eddie, his eyes full of suspicion. Similarly, when Peter looked at Eddie, Eddie also turned to look at Peter, and his expression changed immediately. He didn't know Peter, but he received the ban from venom, and the two people's eyes couldn't help but meet in midair. As their eyes collided, Eddie quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to get into the car behind Nick as if nothing had happened. Peter didn't catch up, he just watched the vehicle start and slowly leave. In the driver's seat, Nick, who was driving, noticed Eddie's movements and couldn't help but asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you staring at the rearview mirror?" Hearing this, Eddie didn't hide anything and pointed directly at Peter. "That guy seems to be the person who captured me before, Spider-Man." As soon as he finished speaking, Nick's expression changed and his eyes immediately turned to the rearview mirror. After seeing a young man standing at the back of the car, Nick quickly remembered his appearance in his mind. He tried to check Peter's identity before, but because of the spider suit, he couldn't find any information at all. Unexpectedly, there would be such an unexpected surprise today. Of course, he didn't want to do anything because of this, but knowing the true identity of his opponent would make Peter act with more scruples. "Okay, stop looking and stay away from him in the future. Before you deal with Tony, it's best not to become an enemy of him." Hearing this, Eddie nodded and withdrew his gaze. On the other side, Peter watched the rear of the car disappear, took out his cell phone and dialed Tony's number. Soon, the phone was connected, and Tony's voice came from inside. Hey, little Peter, why did you call me suddenly? Mr. Tony, I'm looking for the murderer who destroyed your villa. That guy and I are actually neighbors, he lives next to me. But I just saw someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. taking him away. In addition, there is an elegant middle-aged man beside him, who should be his accomplice who escaped from prison. Okay, I understand, no need to act rashly for the time being. After Tony finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Peter continued to walk to the supermarket, ready to buy some things. Tony, who was lying on the balcony of Pot's residence, hung up the phone and looked at the sun shining through the window, a smile appearing on his face. Things are getting interesting. Who are these people gathering to deal with? Loki or me? Tony guessed with a smile, but he didn't worry at all. He has integrated the 5 major talismans and is no longer the rookie he was before. Except for some terrorist figures, let alone Banner and the other 2 joining SHIELD. It would be useless even if they joined the White House. The reason why he didn't take action was because Tony wanted to see who S.H.I.E.L.D. was targeting. If it were him, then Tony would have to see if S.H.I.E.L.D. has the strength. If it was Loki, he wouldn't mind a good show. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, when Nick led people back to S.H.I.E.L.D., he directly summoned Steve, Sol, and others for a meeting before they were familiar with SHIELD. Soon, all the extraordinary powers of S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered together, divided into 3 parts, and sat in different positions. Steve and Flint were together, Banner and Eddie were together, and Thor was on his own. Nick sat in the main seat and looked at the scattered people. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face, and he took the initiative to introduce the identities of the others. However, it can be seen that several people are not very enthusiastic towards others, and can even be said to be indifferent. This reminded Nick of a Huxia idiom: scholars look down on each other. Although they are not literati, their current situation is similar, and they are in a state of ignoring each other. Seeing this, Nick glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Steve, and he took the initiative to say, "Captain, you are a senior and have experience in leading a team. How about you lead the next actions?" Hearing this, Steve thought for a moment and nodded directly, "No problem." Thor directly frowned and objected, "I am the god of war of the 9 realms. In terms of combat experience, I have more experience than anyone else. Besides, I guessed it right, you should be dealing with Loki. Then I should be the one to lead the team. I know him better than you all." Sol objected directly without giving Nick any face. This made Nick very embarrassed, but he did not show it. Instead, he persuaded, "Thor, this is the Earth after all. You don't understand the situation. I think it is better to let the captain lead the team." Nick said tactfully, hoping that Sol would give him some face, but it was completely useless and Sol still didn't buy it. "I am a god, and a mere mortal wants to command me. If that's the case, then let's act separately." As soon as these words came out, Nick's claws suddenly became numb, and the eyes Steve and others looked at Thor also became unkind. Even the 2 banners who were watching the show turned cold when they looked at Thor. After all, his words were not only directed at Steve, but also included everyone present. Thor naturally felt the hostility of everyone, but he didn't care. Although his experience on Earth a few years ago made Thor no longer arrogant, there are some things that are engraved in his bones and cannot be changed, and that is the pride of being a god. Even though several people present were extraordinary beings, in Thor's eyes, they were no different from mortals. In this view, Thor and Loki are exactly the same. Suppressing the rising blood pressure, Nick kept telling himself in his mind that people are brought about by themselves, so be calm. Thor, Loki's strength is extraordinary. Only by working together can we defeat him better. Moreover, we still don't know what conspiracy he has. At this time, we should work together instead of fighting among ourselves. We all have the same goal, can't we let go of our prejudices? Nick was sincere, but obviously, the wink was thrown to the blind man, and Sol still went his own way. "I don't need your help. If I hadn't worried about you before, I would have captured Loki. Don't call me for such boring things in the future. See you later." After saying that, Sol stood up and left the conference room. As he left, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became a little cold. Nick sat there with a livid face, the annoyance clearly visible on his face. Banner and Eddie sat quietly aside and continued to be transparent. Steve stood up and walked out. Flint quickly followed after seeing this. In the end, the first extraordinary meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. ended so unhappy. After leaving the conference room, Thor did not go back to his room, but left S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. As a god, he wants to prove himself right. The best way to prove it is to capture Loki and let those mortals see the power of God. Therefore, after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor spread out his perception to search for Loki's location. As gods, their auras are completely different from ordinary people. If you have to compare them, just like humans and ants, both are living creatures, but they belong to species that span dimensions. Therefore, although there are tens of millions of people in New York City, it is not difficult for Thor to find Loki among them. Soon, Sol locked a general direction and walked in this direction. The top floor of the Times building. Just when Thor was emitting perception, Loki also sensed Thor's aura. Suddenly, an elegant smile appeared on the corner of Loki's mouth, and he asked without looking back, "How is it? How is the construction of the radiation tower going?" When Eagle Eye, who was responsible for handling specific affairs, heard this, he said respectfully, the device is basically built. We only need to introduce enough energy to activate the Tesseract to open the spacetime door. After finishing speaking, Loki nodded and said, no need to work anymore. Someone sent the energy. Hearing this, Eagle Eye was stunned for a moment, a little confused. But soon, a figure came from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that attracted his attention. Thor holds Thor's hammer, and his body is filled with vast power of thunder. Loki stood on the high platform, looking at him with an elegant and calm expression. My dear brother, we meet again. Loki, just surrender and follow me back to God's realm. Thor said with a majestic look. Loki shook his head. Don't worry, I will go back, but not now. When I rule this planet, I will bring my army to fight back. Huh, stubborn. Do you think you still have a chance now that I'm here? As he spoke, lightning kept appearing on Thor's body, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Loki's smile did not diminish, but his eyes gradually became dull and said, do you really think you are the god of war of the 9 realms? Without Odin's favor, who are you? Loki spoke in a calm tone, as if stating a fact. This moment triggered the anger in Sol's heart. Really? Then I'll show you whether my god of war is real or fake. Boom! The roar of thunder exploded over Niuyu. People on the ground were startled by the loud noise, and they all looked up to the sky. On the balcony of a certain community, Tony put down the books in his hands, raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. The next second, Tony thought, and a night bat ninja appeared in front of Tony, bowing his head. Seeing this, Tony stepped forward and walked directly up. Immediately, the night bat ninja carried Tony and flew into the sky. In the past, others took advantage of him, but now that he had the opportunity to watch a show, Tony couldn't miss it. Soon, Tony came to the sky above the Times building, stopped in midair and looked at the battlefield not far away. The vast thunder struck at Loki under the control of Thor. Loki was struck directly as if he was defenseless, and his whole body exploded and turned into ashes. However, Sol was not happy at all when he saw this scene, and his face became serious instead. Sure enough, the next second, Loki's figure appeared again, and there were more than one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Loki appeared around Thor. All Loki looked at him gracefully and calmly, the smile on his lips unchanged. Thor, is this all you have? Number 10 Loki taunted at the same time, but Thor ignored him and just searched the crowd with solemn eyes. As the god of lies and deceit, Loki's ability is illusion. Any art has incredible abilities when it reaches its peak, and the same is true for illusion. Loki's illusions have already reached the point where illusions can become real, and they can turn false into real and real into false at any time. Each of the dozens of Lokis in front of him could be his true self, and each one of them could be fake. In the original novel, Thor was tricked into tears several times. Sol had already known about these situations, so after searching for a long time and unable to find the truth or falsehood, Sol immediately said angrily, "Don't think you can trouble me like this." Thunder. There was a loud shout, and in an instant, large dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the entire Niuyo was covered with black clouds, and thunder roared, which was extremely depressing. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. Shrouded in black clouds and thunder, the entire New York City became extremely depressing. Countless citizens were terrified and looked at the sky in horror, thinking that the end was coming. Thor and Loki turned to look at Tony in the distance at the same time, and Tony was describing the narration with great emotion. Seeing that Sol and the two were staring at him, Tony couldn't help but stop and coughed lightly. "I can't help myself. You continue. You are the protagonist now. Just pretend that I don't exist." After explaining, Tony shut his mouth, and Thor and Loki didn't bother to argue. After all, as gods, neither of them looked down upon Tony, a mortal, even if this mortal behaved somewhat unusually. "As long as all your incarnations are destroyed, I will see where you run away." With a confident look on his face, Thor raised Thor's hammer high in his hand instantly, and a bolt of thunder penetrated the dark clouds and caused the thunder to fall. In an instant, countless dazzling thunders fell from the sky, instantly turning the sky above Niuyu City into a sea of thunderstorms. For a time, the entire world was reflected into a vast expanse of white. However, all this is just the scene in Thor's eyes. In Tony's eyes at this moment, Loki holds the scepter high, and the gem inlaid on the top of the scepter is shining with white light. The thunder falling from the sky is rushing towards the top floor of Times Building Plaza under the guidance of Thor. There, a radiation device more than 10 meters high is standing on the spot. Under the guidance of Thor, the power of thunder was poured into the radiation device to help charge it. Looking at this scene, Tony's emotionless voice sounded again. The hero thought he had saved the world, but he didn't know he was becoming the devil's accomplice. His power was used by the devil, gradually pushing the world to hell. Hearing this, Loki, who was the only audience, couldn't help but smile. Soon, another Loki appeared next to Tony, looking at him curiously. "You don't seem to be in a hurry. Why should I be anxious? I just came to watch the show." Tony stopped reciting the narration and asked with a strange look on his face. "I plan to raise an army to rule the earth, did you know that? If you don't stop me, I will soon open the door to time and space and summon an army to come." Loki told Tony his plan and looked at Tony curiously, wanting to see Tony's reaction. Because Tony's performance made him curious, he directly revealed his plan. He was really a confident god. However, Tony's performance once again exceeded Loki's expectations. Does it have anything to do with me who rules this world? Also, if you think this world can be ruled by you so easily, then why doesn't the person behind you come in person? As soon as he finished speaking, Loki's expression changed. This was the first time his expression had changed. Since coming to Earth, he has always behaved very elegantly and calmly. But now listening to Tony's words, he suddenly couldn't calm down. Do you know the person behind me? Just a piece of purple sweet potato. Puff. Loki, who had just become serious, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Purple sweet potato? Thinking about that person's image, he suddenly felt that this description was very appropriate. You are so brave, you dare to comment on a supreme being like this. But I'm curious, what did you mean by what you just said? Isn't this world very simple? But since I came, I haven't found any strong people. Perhaps because of the comment just now, Loki's attitude at the moment no longer seemed condescending, but instead resembled that of two old friends chatting. And Tony also discovered that this Loki seemed different from the one shown in the movie, and he didn't mind chatting with him. As far as I know, there is a supreme being living on this planet, and there is another supreme being in the universe who was born on this planet. Tony didn't make his words too clear, but for a smart guy like Loki, this little information was enough. I see. In other words, I have become cannon fodder. Speaking of this, Loki smiled and shook his head, and Tony raised his eyebrows strangely at his reaction. Aren't you angry? Why are you angry? I'm not strong enough, so I have to obey the arrangements. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll die before I get to Earth. Loki said calmly. Hearing this, Tony really admired this guy at this moment. It's not because of this guy's magnanimity, but because of the truth he shows. To be truly arrogant, to truly regard all living beings as ants, to truly accept the fact that you are cannon fodder. Tony saw no reluctance in it. This also made Tony realize more deeply that this is a real world, not a movie or a comic. Everyone has flesh and blood, rather than a character set by the screenwriter. Those characters and plots in the previous life can only be used as reference. Anyone who regards those things as the future destiny of this world will truly become Sabi. What's more, the butterfly of destiny can change the direction of a world with just a flick of its wings. Now Tony has changed all the plots beyond recognition, and those so-called plots have long lost their value. Pulling back his thoughts, Loki's words also rang in Tony's ears. Since you don't stop me, I'll be busy first and chat with you when I have the chance. No problem, you are busy with your business. If you can't survive anymore, you can come to me and I will take you in. With that said, Tony popped up a business card, then turned around and left the place. Watching Tony leave, Loki glanced down at the business card in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Pang! A flame burned in his hand, and the business card turned into ashes. Buzz! An inexplicable fluctuation instantly spread throughout Niuyu, and everyone felt a sonic shock. Inside SHIELD. At this moment, all senior executives of S.H.I.E.L.D. are watching the projection screen of Times building in the conference room. In the picture, Thor controlled the thunder to continuously pour into the radiation device. Under the guidance of the radiation device, this power was directly integrated into the Rubik's Cube embedded in it, successfully activating the Tesseract. Suddenly, a vast space fluctuation caused the surrounding space to oscillate, and a spacetime gate hundreds of meters high was gradually emerging in the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of Nick and others became extremely ugly. Nick immediately said in a deep voice, "Have you seen that portal? Who can tell me what that thing is for?" As soon as he finished speaking, the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist who had previously specialized in studying Tesseract stood up and said solemnly, "The Tesseract contains vast power, which can open the door to space and transmit large amounts of weapon resources over long distances. That door should be the door to space opened by Tesseract. When the portal opens, something may be transmitted, or it may be aliens." Atmosphere in the conference room became depressing. After a long time, Nick finally stood up and looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the time of life and death has come. Get ready for war. No matter what the hell is coming out of that door, we must fight them back. Jack, you contact the military and ask them to mobilize the army into the city and set up defense lines around it. You must not let anything break through the blockade." "Yes, Director." "Wells, contact the government and ask them to organize the evacuation of all residents within 10 kilometers. In addition, people 10 kilometers away must be ready to evacuate at any time. If any unexpected situation occurs, consider using weapons of mass destruction." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned and looked at Nick in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe that these words came out of his mouth. Wells, who was named by Nick, immediately stood up and said, "Director, this is Niuyu, do we need to ask for permission first?" "Don't worry, I will report to Congress later, you go and prepare now. Even if I am held responsible later, I will bear the responsibility. Take action." "Yes." Everyone agreed in unison. Nick had already said this, so naturally they couldn't refute it. After everyone walked out of the conference room, Nick called Steve and others. "Everyone, please go out and bring Thor back. Also, you can try to see if you can destroy the device. If it can't be destroyed, then withdraw first and we will find a way." After speaking, Nick bowed to everyone and said solemnly, "This incident concerns the safety of tens of millions of people and hundreds of millions of people in the United States. Please go all out, please." Everyone felt determination from Nick, especially Eddie. He is a man with a sense of justice, otherwise he would not have taken the risk to sneak into the Life Foundation to uncover the truth about human experiments. At that moment, Eddie said loudly, "Don't worry, Director, leave it to us." Steve also stepped forward to help Nick up at this moment and said, "Don't forget, I am a hero of the United States. I am the best at saving the world." Steve made a rare joke, and a smile appeared on Nick's face. Everyone left one after another, and Nick also began to contact his superiors. Under the leadership of S.H.I.L.D, various departments in the United States began to act quickly. Teams of soldiers and tanks and chariots drove into Niuyo to build a blockade. With the Times building as the center and within a radius of 10 kilometers, all residents began to evacuate under the organization of the US government. Naturally, there was some resistance in the middle, but it was all suppressed by SHIELD. At this critical moment, no matter who stands in the way, S.H.I.L.D will not be polite. Loki stood on the roof of the Times building and watched this scene with extremely calm eyes. He did not stop or interfere in the slightest. As proud as he is, he doesn't bother to take action against these mortals, as long as they don't stop him. At this time, Thor, who was immersed in fantasy, also woke up as a large amount of his divine power was consumed. When he saw Loki standing intact not far away, with a huge amount of time and space gate reflecting the sky, Thor's expression suddenly changed. Especially when he sensed that the transmitting device was filled with familiar energy, his expression became extremely ugly. What's going on? Sol asked in disbelief. He had realized something, but he didn't want to admit it. Hearing this, Loki didn't hide anything at all and told everything. "I didn't start it so quickly, but I still want to thank you, my dear brother. Your divine power has become the power to drive the Rubik's Cube, and the effect is better than I imagined. Did you see that space-time door? You opened it for me yourself." Upon hearing this, Sol's body suddenly shook slightly and his face turned pale. It's not that he was frightened, it was just that his divine power was severely depleted, making him weak. However, Loki's words also made him feel heartbroken. Did he actually become an accomplice? How can this be? It was a little hard for him to accept. He is Thor, the god of war of the 9 realms, and now he has become Loki's accomplice, which is really unacceptable to him. But regardless of whether he accepts it or not, the matter has become a foregone conclusion. He can only watch it steadily, and nothing can be changed at all. Just then, Steve and others arrived. "Call out?" There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Steve threw the shield in his hand hard, hitting Loki with a howling sound. Snapped. Loki's body was smashed directly, blood spattered everywhere, and his body fell to the ground. Seeing this, Banner and others who were about to take action were stunned. Is this the enemy they regard as their formidable enemy? Is it just solved like this? Even Steve, the instigator, couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but look at his hands and said, "When did I become so strong?" Just when everyone was surprised, Sol, who knew the truth, screamed loudly, "That's fake, don't be fooled by him." As soon as he finished speaking, Loki's figure appeared next to Steve, and he swung the scepter in his hand hard and hit him in the face. Steve's eyes narrowed and he quickly put his hands in front of his face. But he soon discovered something was wrong. There was no so-called attack except a strong gust of wind. Fake. After saying something to himself, another Loki appeared beside him, waving his staff at him again. If he blocked it again, the result would still be false. In just a short moment, Loki took action 7 or 8 times, but the results were false every time. This made Steve completely let down his guard, and when faced with Loki's attack again, he didn't even bother to move. As a result, bang! There was a dull sound, and Steve's body was thrown away by Loki's scepter. Seeing this scene, everyone except Sol was stunned, completely unable to understand what is going on. Seeing this, Thor, who was weak on the side, explained helplessly, "Loki is the god of lies and deceit. He is good at illusions and can already make illusions come true. All his actions may be true or false." Hearing this, everyone's eyes twitched, and some didn't know what to say. But they were stunned, but Loki was not. Soon, a large number of Loki appeared around everyone and launched attacks on everyone. Everyone dodged and tried their best to block, but they were all fake. But once they relaxed their vigilance, the attack became real, and for a while everyone was tortured to death. True or false, how to fight this? Soon, everyone except Banner fell to the ground. Only Banner, who transformed into a fat green man, relied on his strong defense to act as Loki's punching bag. Seeing that everyone in S.H.I.L.D was about to collapse when faced with Loki, suddenly there was a burst of violent gunfire. Many soldiers surrounding the place opened fire, and bullets rained down on Loki. Looking at this scene, Loki frowned, but still quickly dodged away. Naturally, mortal weapons could not cause harm to him, but he was so proud that he absolutely did not want mortal weapons to fall on him, so he chose to avoid them. And his hiding immediately created an opportunity for Steve and others to retreat. At that moment, Steve shouted, "Retreat! Take Thor and let's go!" After saying that, he and Eddie came to Thor at the same time, lifted him up and fled quickly as he had lost his strength. Banner and Flint stopped staying and quickly began to retreat. Soon, the group was out of Loki's sight. Seeing this, Loki did not chase, but looked calmly at the direction in which everyone was fleeing, not knowing what he was thinking. Inside SHIELD, looking at the people evacuating, Nick suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not attend the scene in person, through satellite, he witnessed the entire process of Steve's battle with Loki. How should I put it, he was a little disappointed. The people he had placed high hopes on collapsed in front of Loki. Although Loki's ability is very strange, this is no excuse. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Can they really stop Loki with these people? Before the battle, this question would have put a question mark in his heart, but now there was no question mark, only deep despair. Because he saw no hope of victory. As for the use of weapons of mass destruction, this is only a last resort. If possible, he doesn't want to get to this point. After all, this is New York. Once weapons of mass destruction are used, the impact will be too great. Even the White House will be affected by that time. But besides this method, is there any other way? Nick kept thinking in his mind, and suddenly Tony's figure broke into his mind. If it's him, there should be hope. Nick thought with some uncertainty, but a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his originally despairing heart. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that Tony was the most mysterious and powerful extraordinary person he had ever seen. Others may have no hope against Loki, but if he faces Loki, there is a high probability that he will win. This is not Nick's random guess, but the confidence he has built up after being abused by Tony for so long. But the question came, how to get Tony involved in this incident? In the name of righteousness? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Nick shook his head. You may still be able to use the name of justice to others, but to Tony, forget it. This guy is completely egoistic and does not have enough interests. It is simply a dream to ask him to take action. Just as the newly found light was about to extinguish, suddenly, a person appeared in Nick's mind again. Natasha Romanoff? He remembered that Natasha Romanoff was sent to Stark undercover by the previous one, and he didn't know what was going on now. With inexplicable expectations, Nick dialed Natasha Romanoff's phone number. Hello, Director. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised. She didn't know why Nick called her suddenly. Although he has been undercover, she still knows what is going on in SHIELD. Ahem, how's your relationship with Tony? Nick asked awkwardly, feeling inexplicably ashamed. Natasha Romanoff was directly confused by this question. Relationship? What relationship? Although her head was a little dizzy, luckily she didn't forget Nick on the other end of the phone. She hesitated for a moment and said with some uncertainty, it should be, not bad. After saying that, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but think of the R-rated scene in her mind, and a trace of blush appeared on her neck. Hearing this answer, Nick couldn't help but feel relieved. It doesn't matter if it matters. I'm afraid it doesn't matter. I have a task for you now. I want to ask Tony to help deal with a person. You can find a way to get him to agree. You can use any means. Nick said in a serious tone, but in fact the embarrassment in his heart was almost uncontrollable. This was the first time that he had allowed his subordinates to use this kind of thing to achieve a certain purpose. But as the saying goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Therefore, even if you feel uncomfortable in your heart, you don't show it on the surface. Well, Director, I can't guarantee that I can complete the task. Natasha Romanoff said unconfidently. In fact, she wasn't confident either. Between her and Tony, Tony had always been the dominant one, and she wasn't sure how much weight she had in Tony's heart. It doesn't matter. Just do your best and make sure he agrees. The fate of all New York is now in your hands. After speaking, Nick hung up the phone without waiting for Natasha Romanoff to reply. After sitting on the office chair and taking a deep breath for a while, Nick forced himself to forget about the phone call just now and get back to work. Stark Industries. Natasha Romanoff listened to the busy signal on the phone and put away the phone, but a look of helplessness appeared on her face. She also wanted to try her best, but Tony didn't come to the company at all, so how could she try her best? Thinking helplessly, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but take out the phone again, found Tony's number, hesitated, and dialed it directly. At Pot's residence, Tony, who was thinking about where to go, suddenly heard the phone ringing. Picking up the phone and looking at the caller ID, Tony raised his eyebrows. What's up? Tony, are you free tonight? Hearing this, an inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips, and he suddenly missed her lips. I'm free now, wait until I pick you up. I'm still at work. Natasha Romanoff was caught off guard by Tony and said quickly. It doesn't matter. I'll give you a day off today. Come down now and I'll be there in a moment. Tony said domineeringly, without giving her a chance to refuse, and hung up the phone directly. After tidying up, Tony drove the sports car and left the community. 20 minutes later, Tony's car appeared near Stark Industries. Through the glass, Tony saw Natasha Romanoff waiting at the door. She was wearing a professional suit, her legs were wrapped in black silk, and she had a pair of black frames on her nose, making her look full of the temperament of a professional elite. Squeak! With a sudden braking sound, the car stopped in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff opened the door and got into the car, with a smile on her face and said, Mr. Tony, where are you taking me? How about some sausage? While smiling, Tony started the vehicle. Strangely, looking through the windshield, Natasha Romanoff, the co-pilot, could no longer be seen. Time passed by inadvertently, and Tony took Natasha Romanoff to play landlord in the room for a day. It wasn't until night fell that a refreshed Tony walked downstairs in his nightgown. The beach villa is still under renovation, so this is another one of Tony's villas. The happiness of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. sitting on the balcony with a wine glass in hand, looking at the night view outside. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff slowly walked downstairs. After taking a bath, she exuded amazing charm. Unfortunately, Tony, who had entered the sage time, completely ignored this charm. Tell me what you want from me. Tony took a sip of the wine in the glass without looking back. Although he didn't have much contact with Natasha Romanoff, he didn't believe it if he took the initiative today and said it was because he wanted to ask for something. However, seeing how hard she worked, Tony didn't mind giving her a chance. Natasha Romanoff, who was originally thinking about how to speak, was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then she sat down obediently next to Tony, lying on him like a kitten and said, I have nothing to do, but Nick wants to ask you for help. Let me ask you. Hearing this, Tony's lips curled up slightly. What about Loki? Then do you want my help? As long as you say you want it, then I will help. Tony lowered his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff with a half smile. Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff's heart skipped a beat, and she felt unusually nervous. Really? That's right, I keep my word. Tony promised. Natasha Romanoff immediately wanted to speak, but before the words came out, she hesitated. There was silence. After a long time, Natasha Romanoff looked complicated and shook her head. I only help convey the message, I don't care about the rest. Hearing this, Tony's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh, why? As soon as the words fell, Natasha Romanoff reached out and touched Tony's cheek and said, You are very charming, and I don't want to turn our relationship into a transaction. Help pass on the message. I have completed my duty. The rest is not what I should consider. If he was just surprised just now, then Tony was really surprised now. In his opinion, Natasha Romanoff should do whatever it takes to complete the task, which is in line with her status. But what she just said completely overturned his impression of her. Is this falling in love with myself? Tony thought uncertainly. But I have to say that her choice did win her favor. He has no shortage of women. If she just opens her mouth, she will only be a good trading partner in the future. As for the rest, I'm sorry, I'll take a look at it. He reached out and touched her long blonde hair. I don't know what shampoo she used. Her hair was extremely soft and felt very comfortable. You're smart, call Nick. Good. Natasha Romanoff nodded obediently, stood up, and took her cell phone over. Soon, the call was dialed, and with a beeping sound, the call was connected, and Nick's slightly anxious voice came from inside. Natasha Romanoff, what's up? Did he say yes? I'm Tony. Tony said, holding the phone. Suddenly, Nick on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had become calm and leisurely, and he didn't feel the urgency at all. After dealing with Tony for a long time, Nick knew very well that he must not let Tony figure out his thoughts, otherwise, he would be waiting for bloodshed. This is the experience he gained through bloody lessons. But Tony didn't have time to bargain with him today, so he said directly, if you want me to help you deal with Loki, you can, as long as you agree to one condition. What conditions? Natasha Romanoff is quitting SHIELD. Hearing this, Nick's brows suddenly frowned. I won't trade with my subordinates. Yeah, then what did you ask her to do with me before? Tony sneered disdainfully. What he hates most is people who become B and build memorial arches. Nick is no different from those people now. On the other end of the phone, Nick was also speechless by Tony's rebuke. He didn't know what to say for a while. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's rare for me to be in a good mood. As far as this condition is concerned, if you agree, it's a deal. If you don't, you'll get out. Tony said impatiently. Suddenly, Nick's dull voice sounded, I respect Natasha Romanoff's choice. That's it, hang up. After saying that, Tony hung up the phone without hesitation, and then looked down at Natasha Romanoff. Just help me manage the company from now on. Remember to get along well with Potts. Natasha Romanoff nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick sat in the office chair and rubbed his brow with a headache. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Although he successfully invited Tony, he lost an effective subordinate forever. Natasha Romanoff may not be strong in strength, but her ability is undoubtedly outstanding. For a moment, he didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Nick got up and left the office and walked towards the conference room. In the conference room, Steve and others were sitting in the conference room with decadent faces. Besides them, there was an old white man. He was the scientist who was previously responsible for researching Tesseract. Because of his understanding of Tesseract, he was also approved to participate in this meeting. Soon, the door to the conference room opened, and Nick stepped in. Looking at the listless people, he knocked on the table and said, Hey guys, the problems we have to face haven't been solved yet, so cheer up. James, report on the situation of the time and space gate. After reminding everyone, Nick looked directly at the old white man. Hearing this, James stood up and said, Director, according to our calculations, the huge amounts of time and space gate will be opened at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. We don't have much time now. Is there a way to turn it off before it turns on? Nick frowned. James shook his head helplessly. There are ways, but it's basically impossible to achieve. According to our research, powerful energy can be used to impact the spacetime gate. As long as the power to maintain the spacetime gate cannot withstand the impact, the spacetime gate can be forcibly closed. But the energy contained in Tesseract is so vast that there is no such amount of energy to impact it. Is there anything else? Tell me something useful. Nick said impatiently that he needed a solution, not an unfeasible one. The last way left is to move the Tesseract. As long as the Tesseract is removed from the launcher, the spacetime gate can also be closed. However, this could cause an energy imbalance and create a big explosion. After all, that launcher is also full of energy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Thor. After all, it was he who instilled the energy in the launching device. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Soul's face couldn't help but darken, but he couldn't speak and could only pretend not to see how much he looked down on everyone before. Now he is so embarrassed. He went to solve Loki confidently, but not only did he not solve it, but he also helped Loki. This made him no longer able to reason. Fortunately, Nick came to the rescue at this time and said, as long as there is a way, you will be responsible for getting the Rubik's Cube when the time comes. I will find someone to deal with Loki. As soon as these words came out, Steve and others all looked up at Nick, their eyes full of confusion. Do you have any backup plans? Thor directly asked everyone's doubts. Nick nodded, I contacted Tony and he will take action. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Steve, Banner, Flint, and others changed. Thor was keenly aware that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He originally wanted to ask who Tony was, but he just shut up. Director, how could you find that guy? He is completely unreliable. Steve stood up directly to express his dissatisfaction. Although Banner didn't speak, he looked at Nick with the same look. Nick had already expected this, but he had to say it. Otherwise, when Tony showed up, he was afraid that they would start fighting before Loki could take it down. Captain, calm down, there's nothing I can do. The only one who can deal with Loki now is Tony. If we don't find him, what else can we do? Hearing this, although Steve agreed with Nick's words, he still couldn't reconcile himself and said, that guy's strength is indeed unfathomable, but how do you know that he is sincerely cooperating with us and not playing tricks on us? Once he temporarily betrays the enemy, it will be a real disaster. Besides, we just didn't understand Loki's ability, so we suffered a big loss. If we try again, even if we can't win Loki, we won't be in such a mess like today. After saying this, Nick spread his hands helplessly. Captain, do you know what it means for you to give it a try? About tens of millions of people may suffer disaster just because you try it. And once you fail, I will have no choice but to use weapons of mass destruction in New York as a last resort. By that time, regardless of the economy, regardless of the impact, do you know how many people will die? The two started arguing in the conference room, and the atmosphere became very depressing. As Nick kept talking, Steve, who was originally speaking righteously, couldn't help but fall silent. Anyway, this is the plan. Tomorrow you will be responsible for destroying the device, taking away the Tesseract, and giving Loki to Tony. Don't worry, although Tony is selfish, his credibility is still guaranteed. Since he agreed to help, he will not betray him. That's it, let's break up the meeting. After saying that, Nick stood up and wanted to leave. But at this time Eddie asked in a weak voice, Director, since you have a plan, why don't you act now? Hearing this, Nick paused and hurried away without saying he would take action tomorrow morning without answering Eddie's question directly. If Tony could listen to him, he would also like to act now and resolve this matter as soon as possible. But Tony doesn't listen. Without Tony's cooperation, they can't do anything, so they'd better wait until tomorrow morning. Time passed and the night passed quickly. This night is destined to be unforgettable. Huge amounts of time and space gates hang in the sky, and the entire citizens of Niu City can see it as long as they raise their heads. Countless people talked about it and even stayed up all night. The scene above New York City has already spread throughout the internet, reaching the top of the topic list. Just like that, when the time came to 7 o'clock in the morning, all residents around the Times building were evacuated, and the military established a tight blockade. Nick, Steve, and others have arrived here early, waiting for the action to begin. And as time passed little by little, but Tony was nowhere to be seen, Steve and others couldn't help but become anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't that guy come yet? Director, do we still have to wait? Wait. Nick said calmly. Compared with everyone's anxiety, at this moment, he showed his general demeanor without any panic. It's not that he's really not in a hurry, but that he's already done what he can do. There's no point in being anxious. It's better to calm down. Finally, when the time came to 7:50, Steve finally couldn't sit still anymore, turned to look at Nick and said, that guy must be playing tricks on us. He won't come at all. Let me bring someone up. Before the time and space gate is opened, let me lead someone to win. Steve asked for a fight, and Nick frowned, but his tone remained firm, keep waiting. After saying this, many people's mentality almost exploded. But looking at Nick with a cold expression, everyone suppressed their annoyance. Although they often quarrel with Nick, Nick has always maintained his authority as the director. Once he cools down, Steve and others don't dare to express their anger. Finally, 8 o'clock arrived, and a roar of huge amounts suddenly came from the sky. Buzz, sound waves spread in all directions, and huge amounts of time and space gate began to ripple like water waves. The time and space gate was completely stable and could be opened. Seeing this scene, everyone ignored their depression and stared at the spacetime door with great readiness, wanting to see what would come out from behind the door. Finally, a burst of light penetrated the sky and the earth, the spacetime door was completely opened, and a black starry sky appeared at the other end of the time-space door. When everyone saw the scene behind the door through the time and space door, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. I saw countless spaceships connected together in the vast starry sky, occupying the vast starry sky. On the ship, soldiers one after another, wearing equipment completely different from the Earth's army, began to cross the time and space gate and descend to the Earth. Looking at them, everyone's expressions became solemn. Their guesses came true. There was really an army behind the space-time gate? An alien army? Taking a deep breath, Nick suppressed the shock in his heart and was about to give an order. At this moment, the sound of a sports car came from behind everyone. Nick and others looked back subconsciously and saw a silver-white supercar drifting and stopping steadily behind everyone. Immediately, Tony, who was wearing sunglasses and with his hands in his trouser pockets, walked over calmly. Seeing this scene, Nick suddenly felt relieved, while Steve exploded on the spot and rushed towards Tony with an angry look on his face. A hole. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Steve flew back at an even faster speed. But he was slapped back by Tony. Seeing this, everyone was immediately calmed down, especially Banner. Originally he wanted to explode, but now he just wanted to find a place to hide and not let Tony see him. After casually slapping Steve away, Tony continued to walk towards the crowd as if nothing had happened. Hey, they're all here. Why are you all looking at me? Although I know I'm handsome, I'm not interested in men. Tony's tone was lazy and casual, his eyes swept around everyone, and finally landed on Nick. The two looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. Tony walked directly past him and cast his gaze over the Times building. Looking at the spaceships in the vast starry sky through the spacetime gate, Tony raised his eyebrows, with some curiosity in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen an alien, whether in his past life or this life, and he felt that they were no different from humans. Of course, not counting Loki and Thor, we have met them before. As he was thinking in confusion, a black shadow appeared under his feet. A night bat ninja appeared in Tony's path, letting Tony step on his back, and then lifted Tony into the sky. The whole process was smooth, as if everything had been rehearsed, very smooth, giving people an air of style. Everyone watched Tony rise into the sky, and Nick finally said, "Okay, it's time for us to take action. Everyone, the life and death of New York City lies in your hands. Whether we can succeed this time or not depends on you," Nick said solemnly, and everyone's faces became serious, and they nodded solemnly. Even Steve, who was slapped away by Tony just now, didn't care about what happened just now. Compared with the lives and deaths of tens of millions of people in New York, him being slapped away by Tony was just a small thing. As an American hero, Steve still understands the importance of this. At this moment, everyone also took action and moved towards the Times building. At this time, as alien soldiers arrived below the spacetime gate, they quickly organized a team and launched an attack on the surrounding American soldiers. Steve and others who were heading to the Times building also bumped into these alien soldiers, and the two sides immediately collided. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of roaring artillery fire, mixed with violent explosions, resounded throughout Niue. In order to stop the alien soldiers, the American soldiers who were armed to the teeth did not care about the consumption of ammunition in their hands. Everyone poured out ammunition crazily, as if they wanted to completely blow the Times building to the ground. Similarly, the alien soldiers who arrived were not to be outdone in the face of this scene. They fired laser guns continuously, piercing the American soldiers. The confrontation between the two sides lasted only a few minutes, and a large number of American soldiers had their limbs shattered under the sharp edge of laser guns. In contrast, the thermal weapons that humans have always been proud of cannot break through the defensive suits of alien soldiers. The two sides are like the collision between modern civilization and ancient civilization. The crushing of technology has put American soldiers at a complete disadvantage. Fortunately, there are superheroes on the American side who can share the pressure so that the American soldiers will not be directly defeated. Flint controlled the yellow sand to run rampant among the crowd. He was immune to most physical damage. Although he could not completely isolate the damage caused by the laser, the damage was far from being recovered quickly. So when he rushed into the alien soldiers, he directly transformed into the god of death, ignored the attacks of the alien soldiers, and controlled the yellow sand to penetrate their bodies through the gaps in the defense devices. Banner is even more direct. His powerful defense gives him the courage to run rampant on the battlefield. Ignoring almost all attacks, he was like a humanoid tank, wreaking havoc among the crowd. A large number of alien soldiers were directly smashed into meat pies under his huge amounts of power. The defensive devices on their bodies were as fragile as paper to Banner and could not defend against his attacks. Steve, the earliest American hero, also showed strength that was no less than human. Holding the shield in his hand, he threw the shield directly, like a boomerang, constantly shuttling through the crowd. Wherever the shield passed, a large number of alien soldiers were directly beheaded, and the scene was bloody and violent. Coupled with the fact that he previously accommodated the symbiote, his physical fitness far surpassed that of the original work. Although he cannot be as rampant as Banner, he is still enough to dominate the battlefield as long as he is careful. However, the one who performed the most dazzlingly was Thor. As a god, Thor has his own pride, not to mention that he is also the so-called god of war of the Nine Realms. But because his arrogance led to the opening of the spacetime gate and the arrival of the alien army, he has been holding back a rage in his heart with nowhere to vent it. So now, as soon as he entered the battle, he acted extremely crazy. He kept swinging Thor's hammer in his hand, and lightning fell down. Every time, an alien soldier would be reduced to ashes. In this way, he still felt that the speed was too slow, so he simply activated his ultimate move, Thunderous, and directly summoned a sea of thunder, killing countless people. Nick, who was standing at the back watching the battle, nodded with satisfaction at the performance of everyone on the battlefield. My previous strategy was correct. Try to gather enough power. Although it may not have a decisive effect, it can still influence the direction of the local war. Thinking of this, Nick couldn't help but look up to the sky. Compared to everyone in SHIELD, Tony was the real priority. If he could stop Loki, everyone would be happy, but if he couldn't, things would be terrible. Alone, he is enough to destroy Steve and others. With the help of an army, wouldn't he be even more unscrupulous? Therefore, although he could not see the scene in the sky, Nick still stared closely at the sky, expecting Tony to continue to be invincible. And just when he was full of expectations for Tony, little did he know that Tony was not taking action against Loki at this moment. The two of them were like old friends, standing on the top floor of the Times building, looking down at the battle below. So, are these soldiers very good? If no strong man takes action, I might really have a chance to rule this planet. Loki said calmly. Tony shook his head. There are no ifs in this world. You should know that in front of a truly strong person, numbers have little effect. I know, but I'm still a little reluctant. The big sweet potato used me as a pawn for temptation, and the hidden supreme used them as pawns for temptation. Can the weak really not control their own destiny? Ever since he learned that there was a supreme being hidden on the earth, Loki knew that his idea of ruling the earth would not be successful. Therefore, I no longer care about the arrival of the alien army this time. Otherwise, he would not sit back and watch the army fight to death, while he would tell Tony about his unwillingness. After listening to his words, Tony spread his hands and said nothing. But he didn't show a low mood, but looked completely unconcerned, which made Loki feel a little confused. Don't you have the slightest bit of reluctance? Got you. Loki didn't have much contact with Tony, but he found that Tony didn't seem to have any emotions like being unwilling to give in to the weak. No matter what happened, he acted very indifferently, and even dared to openly ridicule a supreme being. Forget it if he is a weakling, Loki can still use the excuse of ignorance and fearlessness. But judging from Tony's performance, although Loki doesn't know how strong he is definitely not weak. In addition, he also knows that there are powerful people at the supreme level, so it is even less likely that he is fearless because of ignorance. So the question is, what is his confidence that gives him the confidence to tease the supreme? Loki was busy building the time and space gate before, so Loki didn't have time to think too much. Now that he thought about it carefully, Tony suddenly had a layer of fog in his eyes. With a smile on his lips, Tony looked at Loki, who looked curious, shook his head slowly and said, "The supreme being has also stepped up from the weak, so why are you so unwilling? Maybe I can't match the supreme now, but in the future, I will reach that level sooner or later, so there is nothing to be unwilling to do." Hearing this, the corner of Loki's mouth twitched, somewhat suspecting that Tony was deceiving him, but there was no evidence. What he said seemed reasonable, but in fact it was all nonsense. If hard work can really achieve the supreme, then the supreme will be worthless. For example, he himself was already extremely talented among the gods in the divine realm, but he still did not have the confidence to reach the supreme level. But listening to Tony's tone, setting foot on the supreme is as easy as eating and drinking. There is no difficulty at all. Although I don't know where you get your confidence, I would like to see it. Shaking his head, Loki issued an invitation to fight. Since he couldn't figure out where Tony had the confidence to say such a thing, let's have a fight. He wanted to see if this confident guy had the strength to match his confidence. Hearing this, Tony turned to look at him, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He was also very curious about Loki's illusion coming true, so he nodded directly without any hesitation. Okay, I also want to know how far my strength has reached. After accepting the invitation, the atmosphere between the two suddenly changed. If the two of them were chatting like old friends before, now they are like life and death enemies, both exuding astonishing murderous intent. For the two of them, there is no competition. If they want to fight, they will fight. If anyone is accidentally beaten to death, he deserves it. As the saying goes, dragons do not live with snakes. If they do not have matching strength, neither Tony nor Loki will look at each other twice. Boom. Tony took the lead, and two laser beams spurted out from his eyes, shooting towards Loki. As expected, the laser penetrated Loki's body, landed on the wall behind him, and exploded the wall. Seeing this, Tony immediately raised his eyebrows. Although he already knew about Loki's ability, Tony was still a little surprised after trying it himself. He was sure that Loki was indeed standing in front of him just now, but he turned into an illusion without any warning. It was really amazing. At this time, another Loki appeared directly on Tony and punched Tony's cheek. The strong sound of breaking through the air made people feel that the punch seemed to be real. But Tony didn't dodge, because he knew very well that it didn't matter whether the punch was true or not. Everything was just a matter of Loki's thoughts. If you dodge the blow, then the blow is fake. If you can't dodge, then the blow is real. Therefore, there is no point in guessing whether Loki's attack is real or fake. Boom! A powerful punch landed directly on Tony's face. Looking at this scene, a trace of disappointment flashed in Loki's eyes. If Tony only had this strength, then he might really want to kill this friend who he still liked today. But he soon realized something was wrong. Tony's body didn't change at all, and he didn't even tilt his head. More importantly, he didn't feel the touch that the body collision should have. At this moment, Tony turned to look at Loki. Loki's fist was still in front of him, but if you look carefully, you can see that Loki's fist was still 1 millimeter away from his cheek. Loki hit a wall of air, not Tony. Realizing this, Loki smiled. What ability is this? It's a bit like psychic power. Yes, it is the power of telekinesis evolved from spiritual power. After explaining with a smile, Tony did not stop attacking. An invisible substance of telekinesis directly enveloped Loki, trapping him in place. He could feel that he had indeed trapped Loki's entity, which meant that this was his true body. At that moment, the lasers in Tony's eyes reappeared and bombarded directly towards Loki's vitals. With the power of the pig charm, once this blow is carried out, Loki will be seriously injured even if he does not die. But Tony had no intention of being soft at all. But unexpectedly, the laser failed again, and Loki was still standing in front of him. Tony was able to confirm through telekinesis that the Loki in front of him was the real one, not an illusion. Suddenly, Tony frowned. What's going on? I have to say that you really exceeded my expectations and were able to lock my true body. But just because you have locked onto my true body, it doesn't mean that the me you see is really me. Or maybe it's not me you're attacking now. Loki tilted his head and smiled. Tony instantly understood the meaning of his words. His perception was not wrong, but what he sensed was completely different from what he saw. Or maybe his perception was blurred by Loki. For example, what I sense is that Loki is in front of me, but in fact Loki is behind me. After thinking about this, Tony couldn't help but feel a little amazed. Loki had made the illusion come true. He believed that if Loki hadn't been trapped by his own telekinesis, he would have faced a storm of attacks. Slowly exhaling breath from his mouth, Tony suppressed the shock in his heart. A confident smile appeared on his face again. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of making illusions come true, but you must have forgotten that not everything in this world can be turned false into reality. What? Loki frowned and suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Tony didn't explain, just smiled and closed his eyes. The next second, a transparent Tony emerged from his body, which was his soul body. Sheep spell, soul out of body. Compared with the perception of the physical body, the perception of the soul is more acute. Moreover, life is a miracle in the universe. Even if Loki's way of turning illusions into reality has reached its peak, it is impossible to simulate the real soul. Sure enough, after breaking away from the shackles of his physical body, Tony easily found Loki's true body. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Tony looked at Loki, who was standing not far from him and unable to move. Got you? The soul returned to the body, and the laser in Tony's eyes burst out again, penetrating towards a wall. And in the direction of the wall, it's where Loki is. Looking at the blast of lasers, Loki's expression changed, and the ability to turn false into reality was activated again. But this time it was no longer creating an illusion, but turning reality into reality. A series of defensive light curtains blocked his body. In just a short moment, Loki constructed more than a dozen defensive light curtains. But he underestimated the power of the pig talisman. It was an energy laser condensed to the extreme, and ordinary defenses could not stop it. It only weakened the power of the two energy lasers. In the next moment, the two lasers fell directly on his chest and blasted him away. Boom! With an explosion, Tony's perception finally returned to normal. Loki was lying in a mess in the ruins. On his chest, a hole the size of a watermelon file appeared on his body. Tony could even see his intestines and stomach through the gaping hole in his chest. As for the internal organs, they had already been melted by the laser just now. But gods are gods, and their life levels are completely different from those of mortals. Injuries that are enough for ordinary people to die thousands of times are just serious injuries to Loki, and it is hard to say whether they are fatal or not. Ahem. There was a violent coughing sound, and Loki struggled to stand up from the ground. At the same time, the big hole in his chest quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Tony's brows suddenly jumped slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Sharp. You are indeed stronger than I thought. Loki praised him. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he still maintained the elegance of a god. However, I am the god of fire. Fraud and lies are just one of the things I am good at. My real power is the flames. As he spoke, Loki raised a move, and a blaze of flames suddenly appeared in his palm. The temperature around him immediately began to rise rapidly, and a wisp of flames appeared on his eyebrows. His whole person was instantly filled with majesty, and he also had a touch of domineering temperament that was completely absent before. However, the shocked expression on Tony's face that Loki imagined did not appear. Instead, his face was filled with a strange look. The next second, Tony also raised his hand. A flame appeared in his hand, and a dragon shape suddenly appeared between Tony's eyebrows. The same posture, the same flame, except for the different patterns between the eyebrows, the two of them seemed to be looking in the mirror. Suddenly, Loki lost his composure. How is that possible? A scream came from his mouth, and Loki stared at the flame in Tony's hand with a shocked expression. Ordinary people may only be able to see the appearance of flames, but he is the god of fire, and he can see more things that ordinary people cannot see. For example, the fire rules. The flame in Tony's hand is completely formed by the rules of fire, and is more like the god of fire than him. If he understood the rules and then controlled the flames, then Tony controls the rules and makes the flame obey his control. There is a qualitative difference between the two. You are just a mortal, how can you control the rules? It's impossible, Loki said in despair. At this moment, he suddenly lost his usual calmness. Tony looked at his state and spread his hands helplessly, not knowing how to comfort him. After all, he is different from others. As a cheating player, anything he says now is suspected of being pretentious, so it would be better not to say anything at all. Judging from his appearance, he would not be able to calm down for a while, so Tony ignored him and turned to look downstairs. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is still struggling among the alien soldiers, and Tony also knows their purpose, which is to dismantle the Tesseract on the radiation device. Nick had told him all the plans last night. At this moment, not far from him, the radioactive device and the Tesseract were there, and he could solve the problem as long as he stretched out his hand. But he didn't want to move. He had already completed the transaction and held Loki back. The rest was not his responsibility. Even if it could be solved by just using his hands, he had no intention of intervening. Just like that, the S.H.I.E.L.D. people were working hard below, and Tony was watching with great interest from the rooftop. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little annoyed because he couldn't prepare any snacks. He had never watched Avengers in his previous life, and now he finally managed to watch the live version, but he didn't have any snacks. A popcorn movie without popcorn always feels like something is missing. The thoughts in my mind were wandering randomly, and time passed by little by little. Finally, Steve and others broke through the army and entered the Times building, rushing towards the top floor. In order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, they used their speed to the extreme. But the closer they got to the top, the more uneasy everyone felt. In their opinion, Tony and Loki should be fighting fiercely. But now, they didn't hear any movement. Could it be that Tony failed? Thinking of this, everyone frowned and their eyes became more solemn. As for Tony taking down Loki, none of them thought about it. After all, after seeing Loki's ability to make illusions come true, they didn't think Tony could crack such a weird ability. In this way, everyone, who was speculating and uneasy in their hearts, arrived at the top floor of the Times building and opened the door. Suddenly, the figures of Tony and Loki came into everyone's eyes at the same time, and everyone was stunned on the spot. I saw two people looking in their direction with calm faces. The atmosphere was very harmonious and there was no tension at all. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit in their hearts. Steve frowned and stepped forward. You really betrayed humanity. He had always been prejudiced against Tony, but when he saw the harmony between the two, he immediately felt that Tony had taken refuge in Loki. For such a prejudiced person, Tony was completely too lazy to pay attention to him, so he ignored him at all and just yawned. You guys came too slow. The Tesseract and radiation device are right there. You can handle it yourself. I'll leave first. What should you do? Do you want to come with me? Tony turned to look at Loki aside and extended his invitation for the second time. Compared to the silent rejection last time, this time, Loki thought about it and nodded immediately. Okay, I just have a new understanding of flames. Maybe you can give me more inspiration. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the stairs one after the other. Looking at the two people walking towards them, Steve and the others were stunned for a moment, then looked at them with wary faces, and moved out of the way. Loki. Thor in the crowd suddenly spoke. Loki stopped and turned to look at him, a trace of confusion on his face. When Thor saw this, he didn't know what to say. He could only take a deep breath and said, I will definitely take you back to God's domain. Whatever, see you later. Responding with a smile, Loki followed Tony and left the Times building. Key followed Tony. Steve and others looked at the radiation device and Tesseract not far away, and suddenly felt like jokers. They tried their best, fought life and death, and claimed to represent justice. But in the end, Loki didn't care what they did. This made everyone feel weird, and even the sense of justice to save the world was weakened a lot. And Tony, what happened between him and Loki? Why did Loki leave with him? Everyone was filled with doubts. Fortunately, Steve did not forget their mission and quickly stepped forward to disassemble the Tesseract. Although Loki is gone, the alien army is still coming in a steady stream. Everyone has even seen a spaceship sailing out of the spacetime gate. If it really comes, how many people will die? Boom! A terrifying energy wave centered on the Times building and swept away in all directions. The Tesseract was forcibly removed, and the spacetime door hanging in the sky flickered for an instant and then closed. The energy contained in the radiation device was directly imbalanced due to the removal of the Tesseract, resulting in a big explosion. Fortunately, the explosion was not very powerful and only destroyed a few buildings. Finished. Nick looked at the smoke and dust in the sky and said a little uncertainly. The fierce gunfire had stopped at this moment, and the spacetime gate that brought great pressure to people had completely disappeared. At this time, Steve and others walked out of the smoke. Seeing this, Nick's eyes flashed with joy. Solve it. Although he already knew the answer, he still wanted to get confirmation from everyone. Steve nodded and stretched out his right hand, and the Tesseract fell quietly on his hand. Suddenly, Nick breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mind completely relaxed. Okay, good job. With that said, Nick was about to reach out and take the Tesseract, but at this moment, Steve took his hand back instantly. Suddenly, Nick frowned and looked at Steve in confusion. Director, I want to know what you plan to do with the Tesseract. Steve said in a low voice. Nick thought he was still angry because of Tony, so he tried to persuade him. Captain, I know you don't like Tony, but we cannot afford not to give him the Tesseract. For the sake of the overall situation, Nick is worried. So did Loki leave with Tony? What? Nick looked stunned, completely unaware of the news. And Steve continued. I don't know how they got together, but giving the Tesseract to Tony means giving it to Loki again. Then why are we working so hard? Speaking of this, Steve stared at Nick, and Nick, who had a determined face at first, was now full of uncertainty. Probably not. Tony is Tony, and Loki is Loki. Director, do you want to take a gamble? Steve laughed to himself. Nick was silent. He couldn't risk the safety of the entire United States. He believed that Tony would not do anything with the Tesseract, but if he handed the Tesseract to Loki again, who could guarantee that what happened today would not happen again? Thinking of this, Nick looked at the Tesseract in Steve's hand with a headache. This thing has now completely become a hot potato, whether it is given or not given. Forget it, let's talk about this later. Let's wrap up the current matter first. Please help save people together. Unable to think of a solution, Nick simply gave up and settled the immediate matter first. Although the surrounding residents have evacuated, the explosion just now still affected many soldiers. Although there will be rescuers, they are not as fast as the many extraordinary people. Hearing this, everyone nodded and scattered to rescue. As for the Tesseract, it was subconsciously ignored by everyone at the moment and was temporarily kept by Steve. On the other side, Loki followed Tony back to the beach house in Liberty City. With the power of money, in just a few days, the destroyed villa was completely restored to its original state. Jarvis, long time no see, how are you doing lately? As soon as he walked in, Tony said hello. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice sounded in the hall. Sir, long time no see, I'm fine. Introductions, Loki. Tony introduced Loki without looking back. Hello, Mr. Loki, welcome to Mr. Tony's villa. Jarvis greeted Loki. Hello. In response, Loki glanced around the villa in surprise and asked curiously, what was that thing that just spoke? Why don't I feel the breath of life? Artificial intelligence, the product of technology, red wine, or coffee? While answering, Tony opened the refrigerator. Although he hadn't been here for a few days, the supplies in the villa were replenished every day. Wine bar. In response, Loki sat on the sofa, with a hint of wonder on his face, silicon-based life form. It feels almost the same as real life. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Loki. I still have many things to learn. Jarvis answered. Suddenly, Loki and Jarvis started chatting. The two of them have an artificial intelligence and a god, and both have vast knowledge. As they chatted, Tony actually sensed a hint of sympathy in the tone of these two guys. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and some strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Placing the red wine in front of Loki, Tony took a sip and said, "Are you interested in artificial intelligence?" Hearing this, Loki was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. No, I have seen many silicon-based life forms in the universe, but none of them have the thinking ability of Jarvis. Their thinking ability is very strong, but compared to Jarvis, it is more like a set program. They do not have the learning and growth ability of Jarvis, so they are just a little curious. After hearing this, Tony smiled and said tentatively, "You have nothing to do recently. Do you need me to arrange a research room for you to study artificial intelligence and find something for you to do? When the time comes, I'll ask Jarvis to cooperate with you." Hearing this proposal, Loki couldn't help but lower his head and think for a moment, but quickly made a decision. It's okay, I am indeed somewhat interested in this aspect. After saying that, the two of them clinked the red wine in their glasses. Although Loki has never been exposed to technology, neither he nor Tony think he is incompetent. Gods are existences that transcend ordinary life. Although in Tony's opinion the gods in this world are a bit weak, it is undeniable that creatures like gods have strong learning abilities. Even if it is a field that you have never touched before, as long as you study hard, you will definitely make achievements. After all, the Mind Stone is in this guy's hands, and he might be able to tinker with Jarvis on something. SHIELD, conference room. The Tesseract was placed in the center of the conference table. Nick and others stared at the Tesseract on the table with big eyes and small eyes. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Everyone had escaped the choice before, but what was coming had to come. After dealing with everything, they had to face a question, whether to hand over the Tesseract or not. If you hand it over, today's tragedy may happen again. If you don't hand it over, then you have to consider who can bear it if Tony takes revenge. It can be said that except for Thor, everyone present has dealt with Tony. Even Steve, who is most unhappy with Tony, has to admit that once Tony retaliates, the disaster caused will be no less than that of Loki. So, this is a dilemma. In the end, Saul couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere, so he stood up impatiently and said, "What's the point? If not, just let me deal with that guy named Tony. If you kill him, everything will be fine." After he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Nick even twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that the scene in front of him was a bit familiar. Thor seemed to have said before that he would deal with Loki, but what happened? Not only did it not solve the problem, it actually made it worse. For a while, no one spoke, and they just looked at Sol quietly. Finally, Sol couldn't bear the pressure and sat down unwillingly. "This won't work, that won't work either, so what do you think we should do? Are you going to keep wasting your time here?" Thor's unhappy voice sounded, with some helplessness in his tone. He, the majestic god of war of the Nine Realms, would actually be helpless against a mortal. He couldn't even think about it before fighting Loki. However, now he had to admit that the mortal who could make Loki bow his head was really not something he could deal with. Thor's words broke the silence in the conference room. Nick in the main seat took a deep breath and took the initiative to answer. Since you are sitting here, it means that none of you are willing to hand over the Tesseract to Tony. In that case, let's skip this question and look at the next question. How to deal with Tony? Everyone knows Tony's strength. If we want to deal with him, we alone will definitely not be enough. So, we must find ways to enhance our strength. In addition, if you have any familiar extraordinary person, you can also recommend them. In short, everyone does not need to be restrained. You can bring up any ideas as long as there is a possibility of implementation. As the director of SHIELD, Nick's leadership is unquestionable. Once you open your mouth, clarify the matter thoroughly instead of letting everyone continue to struggle with one choice. Sure enough, when the matter came to an end, everyone no longer remained silent and began to speak freely. Steve proposed that everyone integrate the symbiote to enhance their strength. As a beneficiary, he knew very well how much the symbiote increased the strength of the extraordinary. This was originally part of Nick's plan, but he had been cultivating new symbionts before, so it was delayed in implementation. Now, when Steve mentioned it, Nick immediately agreed. In order to deal with Tony, Banner also spent a lot of money. He took the initiative to propose that the blood in his body could give people powerful strength, and he was willing to serve as a test subject to create strengthening potions. As for Flint, Eddie, and others, although they did not have any constructive opinions, they all expressed their determination to fight against Tony. Under Nick's guidance, the heavy atmosphere in the conference room cleared away, and everyone became united in their hatred. And Tony, who didn't know that Nick, who was bent on death, planned to default on his debt, suddenly received a call from Reed after throwing Loki into the underground research room to learn artificial intelligence. On the phone, Reed described his research progress and his plans to take a spacecraft to outer space to obtain the ultimate secret hidden in human genes. In response, Tony expressed his support and wished them a safe journey, then hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, a week passed quickly. This week, Tony's life can be said to be uneventful. He went to the company during the day and either met with Natasha Romanoff or Potts in the evening. When he got tired of the food, he ordered a few more dishes of wild vegetables to change his taste. For this reason, Tony appeared on the cover of another issue of Playboy, which made countless people excited. But on this day, Tony's leisurely life came to an end again. Reed and others came back, but all of them were seriously injured and sent to the hospital. Although he knew that this was the beginning of their changing destiny, Tony rushed to Maria Hospital as soon as possible. After all, you have to gain favor as early as possible. If you can take all the magical four under your command, you can unlock all of your own Black Shadow core. However, when Tony came to the hospital, he saw an unexpected person, Nick. Suddenly, Tony frowned. Why is he here? Doubts arose in his heart, and Tony walked over. The crisp footsteps echoed in the hospital corridor, and Nick immediately turned around outside the ward. After seeing Tony, Nick also frowned, obviously very surprised by Tony's appearance. Why are you here? Tony asked directly. I need Mr. Reed's advice on something. I heard something happened to him, so I came here to take a look. Nick has a smile on his face and a very friendly attitude. Those who didn't know better thought he and Tony were good friends. Seeing this, Tony felt a little wary. Nick, an old man, was so kind and weird today. Could it be that he knew about Reed and others gaining extraordinary abilities? The idea just came to mind, but Tony dismissed it in an instant. He was able to know the news immediately because he had watched some movies in his previous life. Unless Nick was also a time traveler, he would not have known it at this time. Then if it wasn't for this incident, why would Nick be here? He and Reed have no friendship. A series of doubts arose in his mind, but Tony couldn't find the answer. At this time, the ward door opened, and the doctor walked out, looked at Tony and the two of them and said, "We can visit, but they need to rest, not for too long." Hearing this, both of them nodded, and then Nick looked at Tony and said, "Shall we go in together?" "No, you go ahead and I'll wait." Tony rejected Nick's proposal. He wanted to see what Nick was doing today. After hearing this, Nick did not refuse and turned around and walked into the ward. However, when the ward door closed, Nick's face showed a trace of solemnity. The reason why he came to Reed was about the enhancer. Although Banner is willing to provide blood as experimental material for S.H.I.E.L.D. to create enhancers. But what's embarrassing is that S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists can't figure out the secrets of the blood in his body, let alone create enhancers. To this end, he specifically investigated the scientists Tony had contact with when Banner was imprisoned. Finally Reed was found. And Tony's sudden appearance almost made Nick think that their intention to create enhancers was leaked. But looking at Tony's behavior, it doesn't look like he knows about this, so what is Tony doing here? During the short few steps into the ward, Nick's mind could be said to have turned around 1,000 times. Like Tony, he was constantly thinking about the purpose of the other person's trip. Neither of them thinks that the other is here to visit a patient. Unless they are relatives or have necessary interests, visiting a patient will never happen to them. It can be said that everything they do is full of purpose. Soon, Nick calmed down and focused on the ward. However, when he saw the 4 people on the bed, the corner of Nick's mouth suddenly twitched. The 4 Reeds were all wrapped up like mummies at the moment. Except for their mouths and eyes, the rest of their bodies were all wrapped in bandages, which looked very funny. Fortunately, Nick was very good at cultivating his energy and didn't show any abnormalities at all. There was even a trace of concern on his face. Are you guys okay? After the words fell, Reed's weak voice sounded. Thank you for your concern. We are fine. I just didn't know who you were. As he said that, Reed showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Nick seemed to have just reacted at this time. He quickly patted his head and introduced himself. My name is Nick Fury. I am from the government. I heard that there was an accident in your research, so I came here to see you. Nick's face was sincere, and Reed and others couldn't help showing a hint of emotion on their faces. Although their research received investment from Tony, it was funded by the government in the early stage, so they naturally have a certain favorable impression of the government. Now that something happened to them, Nick came to visit them immediately on behalf of the government. Having just experienced the danger, their emotions are already fragile, so they are naturally more easily moved. Thank you, Mr. Nick, for coming to visit us. Our research failed this time and really failed to live up to the government's expectations. As he said this, Reed and others showed a hint of guilt in their eyes. Seeing this, Nick quickly said it didn't matter, and then asked about the conditions of several people. How is your physical condition? What did the doctor say? After the words fell, the mood of several people became even lower. Johnny, the youngest among them, said in a depressed tone, large areas of the body are burned, and the muscles all over the body are necrotic. We will probably be useless in the future. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became depressing, and even Reed, the most mature person, was filled with sadness at this moment. And looking at everyone's performance, Nick, who looked sad on the surface, was overjoyed at the moment. The purpose of his trip was to ask Reed to help develop enhancers. But after meeting Tony, his purpose changed. He wanted to absorb all of them into SHIELD. He didn't know what Tony was planning, but he knew that Tony's plot must be related to Reed and others. In this case, as long as he absorbs them into S.H.I.E.L.D in advance, no matter what Tony's plot is, it will definitely fail. Thinking of this, Nick immediately encouraged, don't worry, the government will not let down any of its heroes. You have all made great contributions to this country. I will mobilize the best medical resources to treat you. In addition, you don't have to worry about work issues. On behalf of my SHIELD, I hereby solemnly promise that as long as you are willing, you can join our S.H.I.E.L.D and continue to participate in research work. And in order to compensate for the pain you may suffer in the future, on behalf of the government, I will give each of you a compensation of 1 million yuan. Nick looked thoughtful for them, and Johnny and the others couldn't help but be shocked after hearing his words. They are useless, almost useless, but Nick is still willing to accept them, not only providing compensation, but also providing them with jobs. For a few people who are at a trough, this can be called a savior online. For a moment, several people were moved with excitement, but after all, Reed was smarter than everyone else. Not only was she not moved by Nick's offer, but even the good impression she had just now disappeared in an instant and she became wary. There will never be such a thing as a pie falling from the sky, and it will never happen to fall on your head. If it does appear one day, you should be vigilant. Maybe someone else has a deeper conspiracy. Their current situation is like 4 useless people. Even before they have passed the critical period, Nick has made various generous offers. To say that there is nothing else to do but purely out of humanitarianism is sheer nonsense. After living in this country for so long, Reed has long seen the nature of this country clearly. A purely capitalistic face, you will be praised in various ways when you are useful, but once you lose value, no one will even look at you. Therefore, Nick's conditions not only did not make Reed excited, but made him instantly wary. Mr. Nick, thank you for your kindness, but we have signed an agreement with Stark Industries, and the company will compensate us when the time comes. Reed carried out Stark Industries, which was tantamount to rejecting Nick's proposal in disguise. Hearing this, Nick remained calm on the surface, but became anxious in his heart. He didn't expect that Tony would be so cruel, but he was not willing to let him give up like this. He didn't know what good things these people had, but it was definitely worth a visit for Tony himself. No matter what, he had to take 2 people back. Even if it was useless, he didn't mind raising a few useless people. Mr. Reed, you can't say that. Stark Industries is not a charity, but capital. Do you think they will continue to support you when they find out that you have become useless? It's impossible. I think you know the face of capital better than anyone else. I am different. I represent the government. As long as you are willing, I will always be a government employee from now on. In terms of fighting, Nick may not even be considered a 5-scum fighter, but in terms of his understanding of people's hearts and human nature, he is definitely a master-level figure. Several people who had just been stabilized by Reed suddenly hesitated after hearing this. Even Reed himself became uncertain. Although based on his understanding of Tony is not such a person, but capital is always ruthless, and capitalists are even more disrespectful. So he couldn't guarantee whether everything Tony had promised was still valid. Thinking about it this way, he couldn't stop others. And even he, the person who had the most contact with Tony, became unconfident, let alone others. They didn't have much contact with Tony at all, and all their knowledge came from gossip. At this time, they didn't dare to bet on whether Tony's character was reliable. Therefore, Ben among the 4 quickly agreed to Nick's invitation. Mr. Nick, I would like to join SHIELD. Good. Guys, what do you mean? Nick looked at the 3 Reeds with a smile, his eyes full of expectation, and after Johnny saw Ben's promise, his already unsteady tendency completely turned to shield. I agree. After speaking, Johnny looked at Susan in the hospital bed next to him. Sister, you agree, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no next one. Hearing this, Susan opened her mouth, but in the end she did not directly agree. Instead, she looked at Reed and said, Reed, what do you think? As soon as the words fell, Ben and Johnny also looked at Reed instantly. As the leader of the team, Reed still had prestige, but it was related to their respective futures, so Ben and Johnny made the choice directly. They naturally hope that Reed will agree, so that their small team can be together again. More importantly, as long as Reed agrees, they will not feel guilty about betraying the team. Looking at their expectant eyes, Reed sighed slightly, knowing that their small team had reached the end. Sorry, thank you for the government's kindness, but I already belong to Stark Industries. Reed refused outright. Nick's expression changed slightly, and then he smiled and said, Are you worried about liquidated damages? Don't worry, no matter how much the liquidated damages are, we will bear them directly. You just need to follow your heart and make your choice. Nick's promise can be said to be extremely generous, but because of this, Reed is even more resistant. Being courteous for nothing is a traitor or a thief. Although he didn't know this sentence, he knew that society was dangerous, so he still shook his head firmly. Looking at this scene, Nick was suddenly filled with disappointment. If he knew what Reed was thinking, he would probably vomit blood. He just wanted to cut off his hair, and he really didn't have any bad intentions. Although he was disappointed with Reed's refusal, at this point, he could only accept one more. So, Miss Susan, what do you think about it? Nick asked, but Susan ignored him, just looked at Reed and said sadly, Reed, are you not going to come with us? No. Reed refused decisively. He was not familiar with Nick, and he was more willing to trust Tony than him. It's a pity that he can't influence other people's thoughts, so he can only watch Ben and Johnny join shield. Seeing Reed's refusal, Susan subconsciously wanted to refuse as well, but at this moment Johnny shouted at the side, Sister. As soon as the words fell, the rejection Susan was about to say suddenly stopped on her lips. Her brother had already joined shield. How could she leave him behind? Suddenly, Susan smiled bitterly and said, I agree to join too. After the words fell, Nick smiled, and the expressions of the four Reeds darkened. The once close team finally chose to part ways when faced with future decisions. The so-called Fantastic Four will never appear again. They died before they were even formed. Outside the ward, Tony was sitting on a bench in the corridor, Happy was standing beside him, and suddenly the corners of Tony's mouth curled up slightly. You don't even need me to train you. You're already black. Nick, you did a great job. He cheered in his heart, but on the surface Tony still looked calm. Tony, who was curious about what Nick wanted to do, had already enveloped the entire ward with telekinesis from the moment he entered the ward, listening to all their conversations. When Nick was poaching people at the beginning, Tony did have the urge to break in. After all, these people were all members of the Dark Alliance that he had planned. If you dare to rob someone from yourself, you won't be able to kill him. However, before he started, he realized a problem. Although I can stop Nick and offer better conditions, how can I get them to join the Dark Alliance? After all, the Fantastic Four are decent heroes, not villains. They are naturally in line with the purpose of the Dark Alliance, so they can join as long as they agree. A decent hero who wants to join the Dark Alliance needs to go one step further. Only by falling into darkness can he meet the Dark Alliance's recruitment criteria, just like Peter once did. If the four of them are directly absorbed, then based on their worldview, it will definitely be a laborious task for them to blacken and meet the standards for joining the Dark Alliance. But after Nick stepped in, things were different. Although it is human nature for the three Johnnies to choose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for their own reasons, from another perspective, this is not a kind of betrayal. The four of them have worked together for many years and have a deep relationship. If they suddenly encounter betrayal, no matter how decent they are, they may not feel comfortable. This gives Tony the opportunity to lead people into the darkness more easily. Realizing this, Tony also remembered the test he conducted on Reed. At that time, he invited Reed to join the Dark Alliance but did not get a response from the system. In addition to the fact that he was not the Mr. Fantastic yet, I am afraid it was also because he still insisted on justice in his heart. After clearing his thoughts, Tony was not only no longer angry about Nick's cutting off, but wanted to thank him. As the saying goes, it is better to have a bird in hand than 1,000 birds in the forest. It is like recruiting a group of heroes who cannot join the Dark Alliance. It is better to recruit a villain who can directly join the Dark Alliance. This is why Tony has loved villains for so long. Click. The ward door suddenly opened at this moment, and Nick walked out with a smile on his face. Mr. Tony, I'm done visiting. It's your turn. By the way, it is inconvenient for 4 people to squeeze into one room to recuperate. I have contacted the hospital and arranged separate wards for them. Except for Reed, the other 3 will be transferred to other wards. Nick said with a smile. It was actually a naked show-off. He had been suppressed by Tony for so long, and now his beard was cut off from his hand. Nick was very proud and naturally wanted to show off. He believed that Tony could understand the meaning of his words. However, the scene where Tony was furious as he imagined did not appear. On the contrary, after hearing this, Tony actually had a smile on his face. Is that so? Thank you for helping me place them. I also have a headache about how to deal with it. After all, people are useless. It's inhumane to not care about it, and it's a waste of money to care about it. You being able to take over them really helped me solve a headache. You are a good person. He casually sent Nick a good guy card, ignoring Nick's confused expression, and walked directly past him. Since he dared to show off in front of him, Tony didn't mind giving him eye drops. After all, the 3 people who have not yet demonstrated extraordinary abilities are indeed just 3 losers. As soon as they entered the ward, several nurses came in and moved Johnny and the 3 to other wards. They passed by Tony and looked at him with complicated eyes, while Tony watched them leave the ward with an indifferent expression without saying a word. After the 3 Johnnies had completely left, Tony sat down next to Reed with a smile on his lips. How do you feel? Can you get out of bed? Hearing this, Reed rolled his eyes helplessly. Mr. Tony, do you think I can get out of bed? Compared to chatting with Nick, Reed's tone now feels more casual and comfortable. Forget about those 3 losers. You are a person who has been injected with enhancers, so stop pretending. Tony ignored his miserable look and said impatiently. Listening to this, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Reed's eyes, and then he remembered that Tony knew his details. At that moment, he, who was originally wrapped like a mummy and couldn't move, actually sat up from the bed on his own. If Johnny and the 3 of them saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. It was difficult for them to even move now, and as a result, Reed was able to move freely. Looking at this scene, Tony nodded and said, "That's pretty much it. How does it feel like to be betrayed?" Tony went straight to the point without any cover-up. Reed glanced at him in surprise. "You already know." After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. "It's not a betrayal, it's just that everyone has their own choice." "Yeah, you don't think it's betrayal. I'm afraid others won't think so," Tony hinted. After saying this, Reed smiled. "I understand them. They are not such people, and I believe they can also understand me," Reed said confidently. Hearing this, the corners of Tony's mouth suddenly turned up slightly. "Since you are so confident, let me show you how they evaluate you behind your back." "No need," Reed said hesitantly. Tony said in confusion, "Don't you trust your own judgment? It won't make any difference if you look at it. Besides, aren't you curious about what kind of person you are in their mouths?" Curiosity is human nature, and even a genius like Reed cannot avoid it. If he had no idea at first, but after Tony's repeated encouragement, curiosity finally defeated his reason. "If you want to say that, then let's take a look. But how are we going to see it? We can't see it openly." Reed was a little confused. Tony smiled and didn't explain, but suddenly reached out and grabbed him. The next second, his soul was pulled out of his body by Tony. Although all of Tony's powers come from system rewards, it doesn't mean that Tony really has no ambition at all. When he has time, he will still take the time to study his abilities. Among them, the most advanced one is the Sheep Talisman, which not only developed the power of telekinesis, but also developed a method to extract the souls of others. In this way, the ability shown by the Sheep Talisman is much more powerful than in the anime. What's going on? Reed, who had turned into a soul body, looked at his illusory body in shock. Whether the soul exists has always been a major scientific research topic among contemporary scientists, but no one can prove it. But now, his soul has left his body, which is undoubtedly a huge shock to a top scientist like Reed. The power of the sheep spell flowed in his eyes. Seeing Reed's shocked look, Tony smiled without explaining. He wasn't here to discuss science with Reed. He will take advantage of this opportunity to completely lead Reed into darkness. "Let's go and see what your friends are saying about you behind your back." After saying that, Tony walked towards the door. Happy glanced at the sleeping Reed suspiciously and was about to follow Tony, but Tony's words came at this moment. "No need to follow me, you stay here first." "Oh, okay boss." Happy touched his head, wondering where Tony was going. Outside the door, Tony and Reed quickly came to the special care ward. Originally, Nick was going to arrange a ward for each of them, but because they had just joined the hospital, the 3 of them felt insecure. Therefore, they wanted to stay with familiar partners, so they only opened a special care ward. When he came to the door, it was naturally impossible for Tony to push the door open. He glanced around the corridor to confirm that there was no one there and there was no surveillance. Tony's body sank and he immediately merged into the darkness on the ground. When he appeared again, he had already entered the ward and was standing in the corner. Because his body was shrouded in darkness, people outside could not see Tony at all. At a glance, except that the light in this corner was a little dimmer than other places, they could not detect anything abnormal at all. Only Reed, because his soul was controlled by Tony, could sense his location, but he couldn't see Tony's figure. As a soul body, Reed can travel through most material things, so he floated directly into the ward and suspended above the heads of Johnny and the other 3. At this moment, Johnny and the 3 below him were chatting, and the content of the chat was about Reed, but they didn't say anything bad. This made Reed, who was floating at the top of the room, instantly relieved. Even though he had acted very confident before, he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Now that he got the result, Reed immediately turned to look in Tony's direction and said confidently, "How about it? I'm right. They will respect my choice just like I respect them." Tony, who was hiding in the darkness, had a weird smile on his face when he heard this. At the same time, he used telekinesis to say, "Don't worry, keep reading." After speaking, Reed's invisible 3 wisps of dark aura quietly penetrated into the bodies of Johnny and the 3 of them under Tony's command. Because they do not actively embrace the darkness, the dark aura will not stay on the three of them for too long, but during the time it stays, it will amplify the dark side of the three people's hearts. Suddenly, under the influence of the dark aura, the chat between Johnny and the three gradually changed. Ben, I still don't understand why Reed must stay at Stark Industries, join S.H.I.E.L.D with us, and continue doing research together. Wouldn't it be a good idea? Johnny, humph, it's not like we have become useless, and he doesn't want to be with us anymore, for fear of dragging him down. Susan, probably not. Reed should be that kind of person. Johnny, sister, you are still talking to him. If you don't want to abandon us, why doesn't he join S.H.I.E.L.D with us? That person has already said that he will bear all liquidated damages, so what else does he have to worry about? Ben, Johnny is right. Reed just wants to abandon us. He betrayed our friendship, this traitor. Susan, you are right, he is indeed a traitor, and he also betrayed my love with him. As the saying goes, a kind word warms you for 3 winters, but a bad word hurts you for 6 months. Reed was floating on the roof, listening to the complaints of the 3 people below, and his originally calm cheeks gradually turned pale. He never expected that he would be this kind of person in the eyes of his friends, and even be regarded as a traitor by them. Could it be that he was so unworthy in their hearts? Although he could no longer feel the cold and heat after turning into a soul body, at this moment Reed felt that his whole body was chilling. Ben, we can't let him go so easily. A betrayer should have the fate of a betrayer. Johnny, you are right. It is his dream to study the secrets of human genes. Although it failed this time, the research was not wrong. We will publish these data and let him know the consequences of betrayal. Susan, I agree, let's do it. The conversation between the 3 people below was still continuing, but Reed didn't want to listen anymore and turned around and drifted out of the room. After he left, the dark atmosphere in Johnny's and the other 3's bodies also dissipated. Suddenly, the 3 people who were originally full of anger calmed down and looked at each other in astonishment. In the darkness, Tony glanced at the confused state of the 3 of them, and with a smile on his lips, he also left the ward. Returning to Reed's ward, looking at Reed who had already opened his eyes and looked at the roof with dull eyes, Tony shrugged, you should have a good rest first, and I will come see you later. After saying that, regardless of whether Reed responded or not, he turned around and left the ward with happy. The seed of darkness has been planted, now it's just a matter of waiting patiently for it to take root and sprout. Not long after Tony left the hospital, a young man in a suit and leather shoes walked into the hospital, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Because of his handsome appearance and mature temperament, the young man attracted a lot of attention along the way. Arriving at the nurse's station, a black girl was preparing medicine, and the young man's gentle voice suddenly sounded. Hello, where is Reed's ward? After finishing speaking, the nurse raised her head and looked at the young man. Her face instantly turned rosy, and then she said shyly, that's the room at the end of the corridor, around the corner. Well, I get off work at 6 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, the nurse copied down a phone number, handed it to the young man, and made a gesture of calling. The young man smiled gently, took the note, nodded to the nurse, and then left. When passing by a trash can, the note that the young man originally put in his bag was thrown directly into the trash can. In the ward, Reed was still in a daze. At this time, there was a sound of the door being pushed open. Reed did not look back, thinking it was a nurse or a doctor. Hi, Reed. The young man said with a smile. Hearing the sound, Reed instantly turned his head to look at the person, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Victor, how did you come? I heard something happened to you, so I came to see you. Your favorite tulip. With that said, Victor placed the bouquet on the bedside. The 2 were good friends in college and both were top academics. If Tony hadn't intervened, Victor would have invested in Reed's research. Reed, who had just experienced the blow, looked at Victor's arrival with a touch of joy on his face. It's been so long since I graduated and I haven't seen you. I thought you had returned to Daxia. Reed reminisced happily, and Victor smiled and exchanged greetings with him. Suddenly Victor changed the topic and said, I heard that you went to space this time to observe cosmic storms, obtain information, and decipher the final mystery of human genes. What was the result? Hearing this, a wry smile suddenly appeared on Reed's face. What else can I do? Look, I'm just lying here now. Then you didn't suffer in vain this time. You didn't get anything. Who said that? Although there was a little accident, I still got a lot of information. Reed retorted. Victor's expression changed, and then he said calmly, really? Congratulations. To be honest, I'm also interested in the information contained in the cosmic storm. Can you tell me about it? Hearing this, Reed was not surprised. Victor has always been very curious about the mysteries of the universe, ever since he was in school. Sorry, Victor, I want to help you too, but all that information is in my mind now, and I can't find a suitable way to express it. Unless I study it for a while and see if I can record it. That's it, that would be a pity, Victor said with regret. Seeing this, in order to change the subject, Reed was about to chat with him about interesting things about college, but he heard Victor continue to say, Reed, I actually admire you very much, but you have the information I need in your mind. Sorry, Victor said apologetically. Reed's expression changed after hearing this. Having just suffered a blow, he was already in a sensitive mood, so Victor's current behavior immediately made him wary. What do you mean? Victor, what do you want to do? It's okay, it'll be quick. I'll try not to let you feel the pain. Victor didn't answer the question, and at the same time, he grabbed his head with his right hand. Seeing this, Reed immediately stopped trying to hide, and he suddenly jumped up and punched Victor. A strong sound broke through the air, and Victor's expression changed. The next second, his body instantly became illusory, and Reed's fist passed directly through his body and landed on the wall. Boom! Reed blasted a big hole in the wall, causing a huge movement. At the same time, Reed, who was originally wrapped in gauze, broke free from the gauze and looked at Victor with his bare upper body and a wary look on his face. Seeing Reed's intact appearance, Victor's eyes flashed with light. Are you waiting for me specifically? Obviously, seeing Reed's appearance, he thought that Reed had already noticed his presence, so he set up a trap to wait for him. No, I just wanted to take a rest in the hospital. I didn't expect you to do anything to me. Victor, why, have I offended you in any way? Reed's face was full of doubts, and at the same time he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Victor was no ordinary person. He had been in college with him for several years and didn't notice anything unusual at all. You didn't offend me, but I need the information in your mind. However, you seem to have become different. It seems that I need to work hard. As he spoke, Victor raised his hand and pointed, and a vast wave of energy suddenly gathered at his fingertips and bombarded towards Reed. It's all a long story, but actually it's all done in an instant. Reed looked at the energy beam bombarding him, and his expression changed instantly. He felt the breath of death in Victor's attack. Ha! With a loud shout in his mouth, Reed didn't care about hiding, and finally used all his strength. Suddenly, his body expanded instantly and turned into a little giant several meters tall. He held his hands in front of his chest and resisted Victor's energy beam. Boom! The terrifying shock wave directly blew Reed out, and the entire ward was in a mess as if it had been ravaged by a typhoon. Blood spurted out from Reed's mouth. He fell to the ground and looked at Victor with a solemn expression, his thoughts constantly turning, thinking about how to escape. Victor, on the other hand, casually put away his fingers and shook his head. A clone is a clone after all, and it can only be used to this extent. After saying that, Victor looked at Reed and said calmly, stop struggling. Although I don't know where you got this strength, your strength is still too weak. Surrender obediently and you will suffer less. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Reed's embarrassed face. Don't you understand me after 4 years of college? Have you ever seen me give up? That's right. Victor smiled hoarsely, then shook his head. In this case, I will send you on your way directly. Although it is difficult to search if you are dead, it is almost the same. As he spoke, Victor's fingertips lit up again. Seeing this, Reed's pupils shrank. He glanced at the window behind him from the corner of his eye, gritted his teeth, and instantly bounced off the ground, slamming into the window. Boom! With the sound of the wall breaking, Reed was knocked out of the window. With a strong feeling of weightlessness, Reed subconsciously wanted to grab something. Just then, a strange scene happened. His arms instantly extended infinitely and grabbed the railing on the top floor, while his falling speed also slowed down. At the cracked wall, Victor, who was about to take action, saw this scene. His eyes suddenly froze, and the attack that had been waiting to be launched suddenly dispersed from his fingertips. He suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to catch him alive? If Reed's changes in the ward can be attributed to mutation, then this method of body deformation cannot be explained by simple mutation. Therefore, after seeing this scene, Victor was sure that Reed must have obtained more things in the cosmic storm, but he hid this information, or he didn't know it. Such a good experimental material cannot die like this. As soon as he thought of this, Victor stepped directly in through the broken wall. His whole body was directly suspended in the air, and then he walked towards the ground step by step as if going down the stairs. Reed, who landed smoothly, had no time to feel the changes in himself. Although he was also surprised, his life was naturally at stake at the moment. He glanced back at the hospital behind him. This sight almost made Reed's eyes pop out. Victor actually violated the Earth's gravity and walked towards him step by step. It was as if the gravity of the Earth and stars were completely useless to him. This is not a simple flight, it is really a walk in the air. For a moment, Reed felt his scalp numb, and he had a higher understanding of Victor's terror. Not daring to stay any longer, Reed spread his legs and ran wildly into the distance, causing huge amounts of chaos. At this moment, the entire hospital was in chaos because of the two of them, with explosions happening one after another, including the flying Victor and the 4 to 5 meter tall Reed. Any one of these is enough to make the headlines of Niue Times, let alone appear together. People fled one after another, causing many stampedes. When Reed came from the hospital to the street outside, he indirectly caused one car accident after another. Victor, who was suspended in the air, chased after Reed. Seeing the huge movement caused by Reed, he suddenly frowned. He has always been low-key, but he hates this feeling of being exposed to the world. It makes him feel like a joker on the stage, pleasing everyone. But unfortunately, after Reed stepped forward with those long legs, his speed was not slow at all. In addition, he could not use any more means. For a while, he was unable to catch up with Reed. He could only hang behind him and watch what happened. The noise got bigger and bigger. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick had just come back not long before he could take a breath when his assistant hurried in. Director, it's bad, there are extraordinary people fighting in the city, and now the city is in chaos. What? Nick screamed in surprise, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Can't these people let him take a breather? Not long after the alien incident was solved, someone is now causing havoc in the city. This really treats their S.H.I.D.L.D as a display, right? Many thoughts flashed through Nick's mind. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Nick's face turned a little ugly when he heard the ring. He knew who was calling even without answering. But now that the matter was over, he could only bite the bullet and answer the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, as he expected, there was a burst of curses on the phone. The Minister of Defense greeted his mother directly and said that if the matter could not be resolved, he would be laid off, which completely ignited the suppressed anger in Nick's heart. After hanging up the phone, Nick looked at the assistant with a cannibalistic look and said in a low voice, "Gather the captain and the others and take action. Besides, keep an eye on those two bastards and I'll tear off their heads myself." "Yes," the assistant responded and quickly exited the office. Nick's gloomy face was too scary and he couldn't bear it. Soon, the people of S.H.I.D.L.D joined forces with the military to quickly clear the streets and form a blockade based on the advance route of the two Reeds. On the other side, Reed, who knew nothing, jumped directly into the encirclement. Although Victor was aware of S.H.I.D.L.D's actions, he ignored it. Although it was not his intention to make such a big fuss, right now, nothing was as important as catching Reed. Soon, Reed, who was running all the way, finally realized something was wrong. From a distance, he saw a group of soldiers with live ammunition, as well as everyone from SHIELD. Suddenly, he couldn't help but stop running, his face full of anxiety. Ever since he realized Victor's terror, he knew that Tony was the only one in New Yu who could save him. Therefore, the reason why he has been running wildly in the city and making such a big noise is to attract Tony's attention and let him save him. But he never thought that before he waited for Tony, he would meet the official people first. He didn't think that the official people were here to help him. Considering the noise he had created, it was more likely that they would come to deal with him. Thinking of this, Reed became more and more anxious. This situation of a wolf in front and a tiger in the back completely cut off his escape route. And just when Reed was anxious, Tony was at Pot's house, enjoying Pot's service. After leaving the hospital, he found Potts, who was rarely resting, and they spent time together. In order to prevent being disturbed, he threw away his mobile phone. So despite the chaos outside, he was still intoxicated in the gentle country and couldn't extricate himself. On First Avenue, Nick looked at the huge figure stopped in the distance with cold eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that the figure in the distance was still motionless, Nick immediately waved his hand, and at that moment, the military began to press forward. Reed looked at the approaching military, then turned to look at Victor, who was getting closer and closer behind him, with a hint of anger in his eyes. If it were yesterday, he would never have had a conflict with the official people, but now that he had experienced the betrayal of his friend, and then being hunted down by Victor, he had already been filled with anger. Just as Tony expected, Reed's dark side was gradually unearthed. "It was you who forced me." Roaring in his mouth, Reed's figure instantly rushed towards the military. Boom, boom, heavy footsteps continued to sound, and the ground shook with every step Reed took. Finally, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. Reed was like a giant war beast, exuding a ferocious aura that made many soldiers' gun hands tremble. "Fire!" Nick ordered loudly. Suddenly, the already tense military personnel seemed to have found an outlet and opened fire instantly. Da-da-da! The sound of gunshots sounded suddenly like a thunderstorm, and the endless metal storm swept towards Reed. Ding 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 ding! The bullet landed on Reed's skin and made a sound of metal clashing. Apart from making Reed feel a burst of pain, it did not cause any harm at all. Watching this scene, Nick's expression remained unchanged. He already had enough understanding of extraordinary beings, and the shooting just now was just to calculate Reed's defense. At that moment, Nick said without looking back, "How is it? Can Apocalypse 1 penetrate his defense?" Behind him, AS.H.I.D.L.D scientist looked down at the instrument in his hand and said confidently, "No problem, his defense is much worse than Banner's. Apocalypse 1 is enough to penetrate his defense." Hearing this, Nick nodded and waved directly behind him. Immediately, everyone in the military gave way and members of S.H.I.D.L.D stood in front of the queue holding strange weapons. The weapons in their hands look as huge as rocket launchers from a distance, but the front end is in the shape of a needle, which is full of science fiction. This is a new laser weapon developed by Nick specifically to deal with Tony's shadow core. It was not originally planned to be unveiled so soon, but the behavior of Reed and Victor this time completely angered Nick, so he took out this trump card. Apocalypse 1 was launched, and a burst of sound waves spread around. Reed, who was running wildly, was caught off guard and was directly hit by Apocalypse 1. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded around him. Reed's figure was directly blown away. Seeing this scene, everyone in S.H.I.D.L.D became excited. Apocalypse 1 can indeed fight against the extraordinary. With this thing, they won't be helpless against those extraordinary people in the future. Even the corner of Nick's mouth curled up into a smile, obviously very satisfied with the result. However, as the smoke cleared and Reed's figure was revealed, everyone's excitement suddenly stopped. "I saw that apart from being completely black, Reed couldn't find a single wound on his body." Seeing this, Nick's face darkened instantly. The reason why he wants to test Reed's physical defense is to make Apocalypse 1 achieve success in one fell swoop and build confidence in everyone in SHIELD. After all, with the increasing number of extraordinary beings, S.H.I.E.L.D has been hit one after another, and its morale is almost completely lost. But now, Reed is unscathed, which is not only a slap in the face, but also knocks S.H.I.E.L.D's morale down the abyss again. How is this going? Nick looked down at the scientific researchers behind him, and the S.H.I.E.L.D researchers were no longer calm. Impossible, his defense is not that strong, and it is impossible to block the attack of Tiankai-no-1. Hearing this, Nick said nothing and turned to look at Reed again. Now is not the time to hold people accountable. Solving the current troubles is the right way to go. Banner, please. Nick whispered to Banner, who was not far away. Banner nodded. Steve and others also looked on. In order to build confidence in the members of S.H.I.E.L.D, Steve and other talents did not take action immediately. Now, Tiankai number 1 has failed, so they can only take action. Banner walked out of the crowd and walked towards Reed. As the two sides approached, Banner's body gradually began to expand, bursting his clothes, and finally turned into a green giant. Boom! Without a word, two huge amounts of fists collided fiercely. Suddenly, Reed's figure was blasted out again and hit the ground heavily, making a big hole in the ground. It's you? Reed looked at Banner with some surprise in his eyes. He really didn't see Banner's appearance clearly before, but now, he can see it clearly. When Banner heard this, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Do you know me? I know, my strength comes from you. Reed did not deny it. In an instant, Banner's breath suffocated as the strength came from him. Are you Tony's man? That's right. You deserve to die. A low roar came from Banner's mouth, and the next second, Banner jumped up high and smashed towards Reed, who was lying on the ground. The strong wind blew the smoke and dust around. At this moment, Banner was like a god descending to earth. However, just when he was about to land on Reed, Reed suddenly extended his arm and punched Banner in the face. Banner, who had nowhere to rely on in the air, was immediately punched and sent flying. Boom! His body rolled on the ground several times, crushing the ground. At the same time, a confused look appeared on his face. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't you say that your ability comes from me? But, why can't I do this trick like yours? Banner looked in Reed's direction in confusion, and Reed stood up from the ruins, with a wanton smile on his face. Just after punching Banner, he had already determined that he was no match for Banner. No one knows better than him how terrifying Banner's power is. After all, he had studied Banner for a long time, and he was lying in front of him like a guinea pig. Before, he would have only been beaten, but the scene in the hospital made him realize that he was different now. I tried it, and the result seems to be pretty good. A hole. With an angry curse in his mouth, Banner got up from the ground and rushed towards Reed again. But the scene just now happened again. Reed's arm was extended again, and he punched him from a distance of hundreds of meters. As a pure melee warrior, Banner had no long-range attack skills. His charge was interrupted again and he quickly blocked. On the battlefield, two hill-like giants fought fiercely from hundreds of meters apart. They looked evenly matched. Outside the battlefield, Nick was about to ask Steve and others to come forward to help, but when he saw Victor appearing in the sky behind Reed, he had to turn his attention to Victor. Although Nick's own strength is not strong, as someone who has dealt with Tony and Loki successively, Nick is keenly aware that Victor is not simple. This is just a pure feeling, but he believes in this feeling. Therefore, Nick stopped paying attention to Reed and focused all his attention on Victor. You guys go deal with that guy together. Be careful, that guy is not simple, Nick said to Steve and others with a solemn expression. Suddenly, everyone on Steve's face showed a look of confusion, especially Thor. He was timid when facing Tony and Loki before, but that didn't mean he would still be timid when facing others. He, the god of war in the divine realm, Thor, is invincible? Don't be so solemn, isn't he just able to fly? Let me deal with him, Sol said confidently, and rushed out without waiting for Nick to speak. As a god, flying is a basic ability. Passing over the two stupid guys on the ground, Thor intercepted in front of Victor. He was about to open his mouth to show off his strength, but before he could speak, the word go came from Victor's mouth. Victor glanced at Sol indifferently, seeing through his true nature at a glance, but he didn't care at all. They're just gods. He's seen a lot and killed a lot, so that's it. Hearing Victor's rolling sound, Thor was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, a burst of anger suddenly emerged in his heart. He, the majestic god of war in the divine realm, has no face. Court death. With an angry shout, Thor instantly swung the hammer of Thor in his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck directly at Victor. Lightning exploded in the air, shining silvery white all around. When ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably lose their minds in an instant. However, Victor still had an indifferent look on his face and didn't even blink. A mayfly shakes a tree, but you don't overestimate your own capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Victor pointed out, terrifying energy fluctuations condensed on his fingertips, and then instantly exploded out to meet thunder. The moment the two collided, the imaginary explosion scene did not appear. Victor's energy beam actually absorbed the power of the thunder and then shot towards Thor. Seeing this scene, Sol's expression changed, and a look of disbelief instantly appeared on his face. How can it be? His own attack was actually swallowed? This thought flashed through his mind, and then the energy beam directly bombarded him. Boom! It wasn't until this moment that the explosion sounded instantly, and Thor's figure flew back and landed in front of Nick and the others. Seeing this, the expressions of Nick and others changed instantly, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Although Thor has always been crazy, everyone still recognizes Thor's strength. Even in SHIELD, he can rank among the top 3. Looking at the whole world, it is the best among the best. But now, Thor was seriously injured in one blow. This. Everyone didn't know how to describe it for a moment. If Tony were here, he would definitely add it's so scary for them. What to do? Steve asked with an ugly expression. Nick was also silent for a while at this moment. What happened to the world? Why did he keep encountering these perverts? No matter what, we must stop him, Nick said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Steve nodded to express his understanding, and then walked towards Victor. Flint, Eddie, and others quickly followed. They passed through the battle zone between the two Reeds, and no one paid attention to the two idiots. Compared to Victor, although Reed is difficult to deal with, it is nothing, as long as Banner can hold him back. Looking at Steve and the others who were blocking him, Victor shook his head slightly. Is it because I have such a good temper that you think I really can't kill people? It was just a warning. If you continue to block me, don't blame me, Victor said calmly, his tone as gentle as ever. But no one dared to ignore the meaning he expressed. Steve held up the shield, looked at him solemnly, and finally said, "It's your duty, just stay here." After saying that, Steve shook the shield in his hand vigorously and launched the attack. As he took action, Eddie and Flint also took action instantly. The yellow sand in the sky swept towards Victor, and every grain of sand carried astonishing lethality. Eddie directly transformed into venom and pounced on Victor with a ferocious face. Compared to the handsome and gentle Victor, Eddie at this moment is more in line with the temperament of a villain. Taking in everyone's attacks, Victor's expression remained unchanged. "People, why are you so disobedient?" After sighing, a terrifying aura instantly emanated from Victor's body. At the same time, a vast force also gathered around him. Seeing that the attacks from Steve and others were about to fall on him, the indifferent Victor finally made a move. He raised his hand and pointed, and a cold breeze suddenly blew by. Snowflakes began to fall in a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. "Ice," Victor said expressionlessly. When his words fell, the speed of the shield that was about to hit Victor suddenly slowed down. Ice began to condense on the shield, and was eventually completely frozen and fell in front of Victor. As for the yellow sand sweeping towards him, there was no surprise at this moment, as it gradually became frozen as Victor spoke. The sand becomes crystal clear in the ice and snow, which looks particularly pleasing to the eye. The most unlucky person is of course Eddie. Both Steve and Flint launched long-range attacks, only he foolishly thought of Victor and rushed forward. Therefore, under the ice and snow at this moment, Eddie's body became stiff, and the ice and snow emerged on his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually covering his whole body, completely sealing him in the ice. Seeing this scene, both Steve and Flint took a deep breath. An indescribable feeling of horror surged into the hearts of both of them, and a question emerged in their minds at the same time. Is this guy in front of me still a human? Are you sure you're not impersonating some god? You can change the world with just a lift of your hands and feet. In the hot summer, ice and snow fell directly. This is completely beyond the ability of the two to understand. For a moment, the two stood in a dilemma. If you rush forward, you will obviously die. Compared with previous opponents, Victor is more like a god than Thor. To retreat would be to violate one's own responsibilities and betray one's beliefs, which was something Steve found difficult to accept. In Pot's neighborhood, Tony walked down from the second floor, poured a glass of wine, and sat leisurely on the sofa. Picking up the mobile phone that had been thrown aside, a series of push messages suddenly appeared on the mobile phone interface. Shocked? Such a thing happened in Niuya City? Look, the secrets hidden by the government, extraordinary beings are all around us. Oh my god, there are such monsters in the world. Looking at a title similar to a certain sea in his previous life, Tony's mouth twitched, but he still subconsciously clicked in. Suddenly, a series of news about Reed appeared on the phone. They were photos taken when Reed escaped from the hospital, as well as photos about Victor. Seeing this, Tony's eyes narrowed, his fingers quickly slid across the phone screen, and his expression gradually became serious. Nick and others couldn't recognize Reed, but that didn't mean Tony couldn't recognize him either. After all, he helped inject Reed's enhancer. "Jarvis, search where Reed is." "Okay sir, the search is ongoing. It has been confirmed that Mr. Reed is on First Avenue." Hearing this, Tony threw the phone aside, and with a thought, he immediately disappeared into a shadow and darkness on the ground. At the same time, Peter at home, Dr. Octopus in the laboratory, Norman who was testing the upgraded version of the Green Goblin armor, and two new gay friends, Bucky and Happy, appeared behind the Shadow Ninja. Seeing the Black Shadow Ninja who suddenly appeared behind them, everyone was subconsciously startled, but they knew that the Black Shadow Ninja was the Legion under Tony's command, so although they were surprised, everyone did not resist and allowed the Black Shadow Ninja to put his hands on their shoulders. Take them down to the ground. There is a building more than 10 meters high next to First Avenue. On the roof, the figures of Tony and others appeared one after another. Although Tony has not yet completely controlled the Shadow Kingdom, with the assistance of several large Shadow Corps, it is still no problem to use the Shadow Kingdom to travel briefly. Peter and others looked at the people who suddenly appeared beside them. All of them looked puzzled and didn't know what was going on. But after seeing Tony in front of the crowd, everyone became quiet again. Obviously, it was Tony who was summoning them, so just wait quietly for instructions. It's really lively. Tony looked at the two fighting parties below, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you really think you have no temper when people target you one after another? After saying this, Peter on the side also glanced at the battlefield below, and said excitedly, is there going to be a fight? Hearing this, Tony glanced back at him, and then his eyes swept over everyone one by one, with a smile on his lips and said, that's right, everyone, the time has come to show your worth, go ahead and kill. Save the big man and kill as many of the rest as you can. Tony pointed at Reed and said, but the words he said were full of violence. Upon hearing this, everyone had different reactions, but except for Dr. Octopus, everyone's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. After all, they are all characters who have fallen into darkness, and no one would object to killing. At that moment, Peter couldn't help it at first and jumped directly from the tall building. Spider silk connected the building opposite, and Peter's figure drew a graceful arc in the air. Seeing this, Norman, not to be outdone, jumped up, stepped on the Green Goblin skateboard, and rushed into the battlefield with his signature weird smile. Bucky and Happy jumped up recklessly, ignoring the building's height of more than 10 meters, and fell directly to the ground. For a moment, Dr. Octopus stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. After all, he has been studying and fighting, and this is the first time. Seeing this, Tony smiled and comforted, go ahead, it's time to test the performance of your robotic arm. But, I don't know how to fight. Dr. Octopus hesitated. Don't worry, it will help you. Tony pointed at the robotic arm behind it. Suddenly, the robotic arm seemed to understand Tony's words and slowly swayed downwards. Seeing this scene, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth and said, okay. After that, he jumped down like Happy and the other two, leaving Tony with a dark look on his face. Fortunately, the robotic arm was really powerful. It moved at the same time, grabbed the wall of the building, and led Dr. Octopus down step by step. Otherwise, the famous Dr. Octopus might have received his lunch box today. People from the Dark Alliance appeared one after another, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Nick looked at the Dark Alliance people who appeared, and his expression changed instantly. Damn, why are these people here? What do you want Tony to do? As he spoke, Nick watched as members of the Dark Alliance joined the battlefield and changed the situation on the battlefield. Happy became as big as a hill and punched Banner's body, sending the unprepared Banner flying. After doing all this, Happy turned to look at Reed who was not far away and grinned, fighting should be like this. After saying that, Happy gave chase. Norman rode a flying skateboard and rushed into the military camp. Pumpkin grenades were dropped one after another as if they were free. Terrifying explosions sounded, and large areas of military soldiers were killed. Coupled with Norman's signature weird smile, he has almost become a nightmare for military soldiers at this moment. Peter, who was the first to take action, now found Flint. He has never forgotten this guy, but usually Flint has been hiding in SHIELD, so Peter could not find a chance to take action. Now that he finally met him, how could he possibly let this big enemy go easily? And Bucky, not surprisingly, met his good friend Steve again and continued to fall in love and kill each other. However, after integrating the symbiote, Steve's strength increased greatly. Bucky, who used to be able to fight with him, was no longer a match for him, so he was blasted as soon as he came up. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Dr. Octopus joined the battle and joined forces with him to form a 2-on-1 situation, which finally suppressed Steve. Not far away, Victor, who had originally planned to continue attacking Steve and the two, was stunned when he saw the changes. The situation changed so quickly that he was caught off guard, so he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. However, with his keen observation, he noticed the place where the Dark Alliance people appeared, and now turned his head to look in the direction of the building. After a moment, he saw a figure looking down at him from above, like the king of gods looking down at the ants on the ground. Seeing this, Victor frowned subconsciously, and his always indifferent expression became unusually serious at this moment. He felt threatened by Tony, which meant that Tony was very powerful. Their eyes met, and the two looked at each other from a distance. The two people's eyes collided in midair, and Tony was thinking about Victor's identity. He has never met Victor, but the one who can find Reed should be the villain who appeared in the movie. Among the Fantastic Four, there is only one biggest villain, Dr. Doom Victor, a peerless powerhouse comparable to the Ancient One, Thanos. However, if it is really Dr. Doom, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. and Reed will definitely not be able to hold on until this time, and they will have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, either there is something wrong with Victor originally, or he is not the real person now. No matter which one it is, it means that Victor is not invincible now. After thinking about this clearly, Tony immediately let go of his worries, and now used telekinesis to drag his figure down from the tall building step by step, and walked towards Victor. This scene is exactly the same as the scene where Victor walks out of the hospital, but the ability used between the two is different. Who are you? Looking at Tony approaching, Victor took the initiative to ask. This was the first time that he took the initiative to ask for the name of his opponent. Neither Soul before nor Steve and others had obtained this qualification. Obviously, this is Victor's recognition of Tony's strength. Me? My name is Tony, a rich man. Tony said in a calm tone, with a very cold attitude, which was inconsistent with his character of recruiting villains. It's not that Tony suddenly changed his gender, but that he knew very well that someone like Victor would never surrender to him, so he naturally didn't want to waste expressions and saliva. Interesting introduction. Why, you want to stop me too? Victor's expression returned to indifference, and there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Stop? That's out of the question. I just want to see how strong a person of your level is. If I can, I'll beat you to death. Tony spoke lightly, as if he was telling a small thing. It's not that he insists on being an enemy of Victor, but he knows that Victor can't let Reed go. For people like him, once they decide on something, they must do it. The same is true for Tony. This is called the commonality of strong people, and there is no room for resistance from others. Therefore, unless Reed is given up, a fight to the death with Victor is almost inevitable. But how could Tony give up? His pride would not allow him to bow his head. Reed's value alone was enough for Tony to keep him. Not to mention, Reed is also related to system rewards. Whoever dares to stop you from getting rewards is your enemy. As the saying goes, it's not enough to say anything without speculation. As Tony's words fell, Victor stopped speaking, but there was a killing intent in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed. Terrifying energy fluctuations gathered at Victor's fingertips, and the energy beam containing terrifying lethality once again broke through the shackles of the fingertips and struck towards Tony. At the same time, 2 lasers appeared in Tony's eyes, and the power of the pig spell was activated, colliding hard with the energy beam, and a violent explosion sounded, shaking all directions. Just when the energy attacks of the 2 collided, snow fell from the sky again. The temperature within 100 meters dropped rapidly, exceeding 0 in the blink of an eye, and the snowflakes began to condense on Tony's body. But at this moment, a scorching flame instantly emerged from Tony's body. The terrifying high temperature melted the ice and snow, and the ice, snow, and frost within 100 meters also quickly turned into steam at this moment. Below the 2 of them, the venom was thawed, and his consciousness returned again, but before he could take a breath, the air temperature became higher and higher, causing him to scream in agony, and his body began to gradually melt. Burst. A cold shout sounded in Victor's mouth, and a mysterious force suddenly acted around Tony. It was the mysterious explosion of magic that Dr. Doom was good at, which could trigger the collision of dark particles in the void, causing an explosion. A horrifying shock wave appeared around Tony, sweeping towards him. Venom, who was at the center of the battle, was affected and was directly blown away. After landing, the severely injured Venom burst into laughter as he escaped from death. Although he looked miserable, his life was saved. Otherwise, if he stayed in the center of the battle, he would be completely melted by the high temperature sooner or later. After laughing, he looked up at the 2 people in the sky again, with awe in his eyes. Seeing the strength of the 2 of them completely shattered the pride in his heart. The strength that he had always been complacent about was nothing in front of top figures like Tony and the 2. Let alone a head-on confrontation, even the aftermath of the battle between the 2 was beyond his ability to bear. At this time, the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, gradually revealing Tony's figure. He was still floating in midair, his body had not changed at all, and even the wrinkles on his clothes remained the same. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of light flashed in Victor's eyes, and he understood the mystery. In his eyes, he could clearly see a transparent wall of air blocking Tony's body, forming a barrier to resist the explosion, just like the mysterious force field he used before. For a moment, he stopped taking action. He had already used the strongest means he could use now, but he still couldn't do anything to Tony, and there was no point in continuing. In the same way, Tony didn't take action again. He couldn't help his opponent's fight, which was completely meaningless. Since Victor didn't plan to continue, he was happy with it. After this battle, Tony also realized his own shortcomings. He had many methods and was very powerful, but he lacked the decisive method, which is commonly known as the ultimate move. This made him, who had been a little slack, feel a sense of urgency again. He must continue to strengthen his strength. Those people are all your subordinates. Suddenly, Victor spoke. Tony didn't know what he meant, but he didn't bother to deny it and nodded directly. That's right. Leave Reed to me and I'll let them go. I think one person is not as good as a group of people. Why, are you so confident in overcoming me to deal with them? Tony said in surprise. Victor shook his head. You are not bad enough to stop me. But I'm not alone. After saying that, Victor smiled mysteriously, and immediately recited a mysterious spell in his mouth, and at the same time, a huge amount of magic circle appeared in front of him. The magic circle exuded an evil aura, and under Victor's urging, a huge amounts of portal suddenly appeared on the ground. The portal was carved with demonic patterns. When it was completely opened, Tony saw a world of lava through the portal. Where is this? Tony asked with a frown. Victor did not hesitate to answer. This is lava hell, the place where lava demons live. Victor explained casually. Soon, violent roars sounded, and a 3-meter-tall lava demon whose body was made of rock stepped out of the portal. His body was filled with the texture of flames, the rocks on his body were even more fiery red, and a faint smell of sulfur emanated from his body. As if smelling the free air, the roar of the lava demon gradually became excited. In just a short moment, lava demons one after another stepped out of the portal and occupied the ground below. At the same time, Victor's voice sounded again, with a hint of pride in his tone. Well, you still have a choice now. Although these guys are useless, they should be enough to deal with your subordinates. Leave Reed to me and I will retreat. This is your last chance. Listening to his words and looking at his proud expression, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. Summoning creatures? I have one too, why don't you take a look at mine? After finishing speaking, Tony had a thought in his mind, and suddenly a large area of darkness gathered below him, and shadow trolls walked out of the darkness one after another. They were 3 meters tall, with a thick body, and dazzling scarlet eyes under the darkness. Compared to the demons summoned by Victor, the shadow trolls are like dark creatures coming out of the abyss. In particular, compared to the messy scene of the lava demon, the shadow trolls were arranged in an orderly manner, and their advances and retreats were measured. If we had to compare, it was the difference between the regular army and the motley army, which completely compared to the lava giant. Looking at this scene, an ugly look crawled onto Victor's cheeks. Thinking about the threat he had just made, and looking at the current scene, it was simply a large-scale social death scene. Even with Victor's temperament, he might not be able to help but become a little angry. Tear them apart. A loud shout came from Victor's mouth, and under his command, the lava demon roared and rushed towards the black shadow troll. Watching their attack, Tony had a disdainful smile on his face, snapped his fingers, then pointed forward and said in a calm tone, "Let him tear it apart." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow troll stepped forward to greet him. In an instant, the two legions collided together like a tide, causing the earth to continuously shake. The lava demon not only has a hard body, but also has the power of fire. Each head is comparable to a transcendent like Happy, or even more powerful. In contrast, although the black shadow trolls are invincible in power and have solid bodies, without extraordinary strength, they are weaker than the lava demons in terms of lethality. Therefore, only 2 black shadow trolls can match 1 lava demon on the battlefield. However, the black shadow core is not known for its ability. Their greatest ability is immortality. The black shadow troll killed 1 second was resurrected in the Shadow Kingdom the next second and entered the battlefield again. In such a constant consumption of confrontation, it seemed that the lava demon had the upper hand, but the battle became less and less. Although Victor continued to summon lava demons to replenish his troops, as time passed, the entire battlefield was gradually occupied by shadow trolls, and the number of lava demons became less and less. In the end, as the last lava demon fell to the ground, the legion summoned by Victor was completely defeated. An indescribable depression emanated from Victor's body, and he stopped calling. He finally figured out that no matter how many demons he summoned, unless it was a demon with overwhelming power, no matter how many demons he summoned, it would not be enough to defeat the shadow troll. At that moment, Victor gave Tony a fierce look and said angrily, "You win this round, but I will come back to find you." After saying that, Victor put away the magic circle, turned around and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a mocking smile appeared on Tony's face. "Want to leave? How much magic power do you have left?" As soon as these words came out, Victor's expression suddenly changed, and his originally calm figure accelerated in an instant to get away from this place. But at the moment he fled, the power of the rabbit charm on Tony was activated. Immediately, in less than a blink of an eye, Tony appeared behind Victor, his palm gently placed on Victor's shoulder, and the hot flame spread from his palm instantly. Pang! The flames ignited when they encountered objects, spreading directly to Victor's body, and a burning smell emanated from his body. Suddenly, Victor's expression changed suddenly, and he wanted to mobilize his strength to suppress the flames on his body. But with Tony's continuous strength, his resistance was quickly extinguished, and death filled Victor's mind. At that moment, Victor turned to look at Tony, his eyes filled with murderous intent and said, "When I come out of hell, I will come back to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames engulfed him completely, and his body was directly burned to ashes. The breeze blew by, and the ashes were scattered between the sky and the earth. Tony stood proudly in the air, and said to himself calmly, "I'm waiting for you to come." After speaking, Tony turned around and looked at the battlefield behind him with an indifferent expression. Although Victor is dead, from the words he just left, it is obvious that this is not his true body. And a duplication or clone can be very similar to the current self, which shows how terrifying Victor's real body is. But Tony is not afraid. It has only been a long time since he came from a mortal to now. He believes that when he meets Victor next time, he will not say that he will suppress him with a backhand, but he will definitely not be afraid of him, so his threat is a joke to Tony. It's time to finish. Looking at the various battlefields not far away, Tony whispered to himself. Then his figure slowly floated in the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D, as if a god was patrolling his territory. As he moved forward, shadows began to appear on the street, including shadow ninjas, shadow claws, shadow night bats, shadow trolls, and shadow warriors. In just a short moment, the endless shadows appeared. The Black Shadow Army completely enveloped the entire First Avenue. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D and the military watched this scene. Boundless fear suddenly rose in his heart, and everyone's faces were filled with fear. Even the extraordinary beings who were fighting stopped one after another. Steve and others looked at this scene in fear, and everyone in the Dark Alliance also swallowed subconsciously. They had seen the Shadow Corps before, but they had never seen such a large number of them. It can be said that wherever you look, there is darkness. Such a scene made everyone tremble and feel fear subconsciously. In the crowd, Nick watched this scene with his body trembling. When his eyes touched Tony in the sky, he suddenly shouted, "Tony, stop." Hearing the sound, Tony didn't even look at him. He just looked down at everyone below with an indifferent expression and waved casually. "Kill." Tony's voice was not high-pitched, but when it fell on everyone's ears, it was like God's judgment on them, making everyone below tremble wildly. Especially when the Black Shadow Corps rushed in, everyone felt a mountain of pressure. The Black Shadow Night Bats were flying in the sky, and energy beams were launched from their hands, falling into the crowd below, causing bursts of explosions. The Sharp Blade Army kept jumping on the tall buildings on both sides of the road. Their sharp claws shone with a cold edge. When they fell into the crowd, they directly caused bursts of blood. The Black Shadow Troll collided head-on. With its tall body and terrifying defense, it became a nightmare on the frontal battlefield. It easily smashed the military soldiers into meat pies, and its punches and kicks made the earth tremble. As for the Shadow Warrior and the Shadow Ninja, they are constantly wandering in the shadows. If they don't move, they will be killed. Blood flowers bloom in the air, killing blooms in the sun, and even the most elite soldiers cannot resist the legion from darkness. Collapse and wailing became the main theme of the battlefield. Under the killing, all living beings are equal. Behind the army, Nick stared blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he had lost his soul, and his face was extremely pale. On the battlefield, Steve and others also came to their senses at this moment. Looking at the Black Shadow Army that was causing massacre, they roared and rushed forward one by one, trying their best to resist. However, when manpower will eventually be exhausted, the Black Shadow Corps represents the general trend at this moment. How can people compete with the general trend? Moreover, the people in the Dark Alliance are not idlers. As Steve and the others took action, the people in the Dark Alliance also stepped forward to greet them. In the crowd, Flint continued to stir up wild sand, resisting the impact of the Black Shadow Corps. Suddenly, Peter's figure suddenly appeared behind him and punched him in the back. Boom! Huge amounts of power coursed through his body, and a piece of sand slid from his chest. In the sky, Norman arrived quickly on his skateboard, still laughing strangely, and then he accurately threw 2 pumpkin grenades into the hole in Flint's chest. When Peter saw this, he immediately pulled away, and the 2 former enemies completed a wave of perfect cooperation. Upon seeing this scene, Flint's expression changed drastically, and he let out a terrified scream. No. The next second, there was a loud bang. The pumpkin grenade exploded inside Flint's body, and the terrifying electromagnetic pulse directly tore his body apart. Flint's body was instantly gone, and the yellow sand that made up his body was completely evaporated in the explosion and ceased to exist. At this point, Flint, whose fate was changed and joined S.H.I.E.L.D., was killed in action. On the other side, while everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to resist under the leadership of Steve, Venom is constantly escaping. He is the only one among the many extraordinary people of S.H.I.E.L.D. to defect. He is not a decent person to begin with. As long as his own life is not threatened, he can follow the justice in the host's heart and be a good person, but when his own survival is threatened, justice is nothing. So, when he saw Tony starting to kill, he didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran away. With his speed, it would not be easy to escape from the siege of the Black Shadow Corps, but it would not be difficult either. But when he was fleeing, Dr. Octopus targeted him. As a scientific madman, Dr. Octopus noticed the difference in Venom from the beginning. Alien life like him is undoubtedly fatally attractive to scientific researchers like Dr. Octopus. Therefore, among the chaotic crowd, Dr. Octopus always firmly locked onto his traces. The 4 robotic arms are like 4 wheels at the moment, leading Dr. Octopus to constantly chase Venom. Soon, Venom was intercepted by Dr. Octopus before he could escape the encirclement of the Black Shadow Corps. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and 2 mechanical arms, one after the other, pierced the air at extremely fast speeds and attacked the Venom. Sensing the movement, Venom turned around without thinking, punched, and collided heavily with a mechanical arm. Boom! There was a loud noise, and all the terrifying force fell on Venom, smashing him directly into the ground. The next second, another mechanical arm struck, piercing directly through his body and pinning him to the ground. Ouch! A weird roar sounded, and Venom struggled violently, but the mechanical arm was like a screw that was fixed. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Suddenly, Venom, sensing the threat, could no longer care about anything else, and even forcibly broke away from Eddie, his host, and turned into a pool of liquid to escape. This change of scene also made Dr. Octopus dumbfounded. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. After taking a look at Eddie, who was completely dead on the ground due to the escape of the Venom, Dr. Octopus pulled out his mechanical arm and quickly pursued the Venom. Unfortunately, with his super vitality, Venom was continuously damaged by Dr. Octopus's attacks, but he always maintained an extremely fast escape speed. If nothing else happens, Venom's escape is a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, he forgot that in the sky, Tony was looking down at the entire battlefield like a god, and everything on the battlefield was under his gaze. Just when Venom was about to escape and ascend to heaven, an irresistible force suddenly enveloped him. The next second, he rose directly from the ground and floated towards the sky. Hiss! A sharp neighing sound sounded, and Venom looked at Tony in the sky and made a sound of fear. Having personally experienced Tony's terror, he knew very well that once he fell into Tony's hands, the only thing waiting for him would be death. Unfortunately, huge amounts of power difference doomed all his resistance to be in vain. In the end, the venom fell into Tony's hands. But Tony just glanced at him, and a flame suddenly ignited in his hand, and then in a harsh hissing sound, the venom was burned into gas. When Dr. Octopus saw this, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He still wanted to study it, and Tony's voice was also ringing in his ears at this moment. Don't worry, there are many more life forms like this. I'll get you another one later. Hearing this, Dr. Octopus smiled, stopped worrying, turned around and continued to kill. In the distance, Nick saw with his own eyes that S.H.I.E.L.D's extraordinary beings were constantly being killed. He suddenly panicked. If all the extraordinary beings died, then S.H.I.E.L.D would be completely destroyed. He would not allow this to happen. At that moment, Nick took a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Get out! Everyone, get out!" Steve and the others, who were in danger among the crowd, received the order and glanced at the surrounding scene. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes, knowing that there was nothing they could do to save themselves. Staying here would change nothing except losing one's life, so they did not refute Nick's order and began to retreat. Nick's words also caught Tony's attention. At that moment, Tony's body flashed, and the next second he appeared directly next to Nick. Watching this scene, Nick's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel the desire to die. He didn't say anything at the moment, and just looked at Tony to see what he wanted to do. Tony's hand fell on Nick's neck at some point and lifted him up little by little. "Where are my things?" Tony asked indifferently. As soon as the words fell, Nick immediately realized what Tony was saying, and croaked with difficulty, Still. S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm tired of waiting. I think you don't want me to take it myself. Thump. Tony threw Nick to the ground casually and said slowly, "I would like to advise you again, don't think that you are still alive now because of the existence of that woman, just because you are still of some use to me. Don't think too much, come on, get out." After watching Nick and others leave, Tony did not continue to order the pursuit. At this moment, on the First Avenue, except for the people from the Dark Alliance, there was no living person, and all of them turned into corpses. The sight of stumps and broken arms was heart-shaking. Even the Dark Alliance people who had personally participated in everything were frightened after they calmed down. They mainly targeted Steve and others and did not kill too many ordinary people, so these corpses were all the work of the Black Shadow Corps. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but subconsciously glance at the surrounding Black Shadow Corps. Coincidentally, the Black Shadow Corps also cast their scarlet eyes on the people of the Dark Alliance, as if they regarded them as the next killing targets. Suddenly, everyone in the Dark Alliance felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, at this moment, Tony opened his mouth to break the strange atmosphere. "Reed, are you okay?" Tony's voice was not enthusiastic, but it made Reed in the crowd feel moved. "Boss, it's okay." Reed's tone was much more respectful than before, if before he only regarded Tony as his boss. But after this time, Tony led a rescue team, and even went to war with the authorities for him, which completely made him return to his heart and treat Tony as a lord. Looking at this scene, everyone around them also had mixed emotions. They gathered around Tony for various reasons. In the past, in their opinion, both parties were more taking advantage of their relationships, but this time, they saw Tony's sincerity. Tony really regards them as his own people, not just tools that can be thrown away after use. For a time, the relationship between everyone in the Dark Alliance was inexplicably warmer than before. Even Norman, a guy who joined the Dark Alliance under threat, looked at Tony with a hint of recognition. Tony naturally didn't know the changes in everyone's hearts. He just did what he should do. After confirming that Reed was fine, he also arranged follow-up matters. The Black Shadow Corps cleans the battlefield. You go and clean up the surrounding surveillance. Good. Everyone responded in unison and dispersed. At the same time, the Black Shadow Corps also acted quickly, dragging the corpses on the ground into the Shadow Kingdom to destroy them. This approach gives people the feeling of being deceitful, but it is a necessary process. Tony still wants to continue living in this country, so the rules of the game still have to be abided by. Although many people saw him murder, as long as there is no direct evidence, it will not help no matter how many people saw him. Because even if 10,000 people accuse him of guilt, he can still get 100,000 people to prove his innocence. As for what the truth is, no one will care. As long as everyone is okay on the surface, then this matter will end there. This is capital. Even the power of the country must make way for capital. A free country. Tony found that he gradually fell in love with this country. While Tony was cleaning up the scene, the news spread to everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. who had withdrawn. Thousands of people died, most of them military soldiers, and the news could not be concealed at all. For a time, the entire upper echelon of the United States was shocked. Government departments and military bosses took action one after another. Some people clamored to sanction Tony, and even proposed that the army be directly used to suppress Stark Industries. But more people related to Stark Industries refuted their proposal and kept talking to them. In Potts' room, Potts, who was resting, received a call from the upper echelons of the United States. Her originally tired look suddenly became shrewd and strong. "Tony killed someone. Impossible, this is absolutely slander. Want to suppress Stark Industries by force? Call all the congressmen who have relations with us, initiate a parliament, and sanction those bastards." Did the person in the White House ask about this? Ignore it, I will find someone to shut him up. Orders were issued from Potts' mouth in an orderly manner. Facing the pressure from the upper echelons of the United States, she directly sided with Tony without even thinking. After hanging up the phone, Potts did not take a break and continued to make one call after another, mobilizing all the relationships in Stark Industries. In addition, she has also mobilized the network of contacts in the Austrian group. As Tony is the major shareholder of the Austrian group, and she exercises the authority of the major shareholder on her behalf, she naturally has the ability to mobilize these networks. Soon, with the joint efforts of the two major groups, all remarks against Tony and Stark Industries were suppressed. The military leaders from all walks of life who had been clamoring before now also shut their mouths. Everyone was fooled by the joint offensive of the two major groups. At this point, what was supposed to be an uproar has calmed down quietly. This is the terror of chaebols. Controlling parliament and playing with political power are routine phenomena among the upper echelons of the United States. Of course, it was because Tony made such a big noise that it caused such a big stir. If not for too many people dying and the military being involved, no one would even care about how many people died. SHIELD. At this moment, a dark cloud has enveloped the entire SHIELD. From Nick to ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D members, everyone is filled with depression. The operation failed, and S.H.I.E.L.D suffered heavy losses. They reported the matter, but the superiors directly suppressed the matter. All of this made everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D feel confused. In the conference room, Steve looked at Nick with an angry face and asked loudly, "Why is this happening? Why is no one taking care of this? Tony has killed so many people and the military has killed so many people. Is there no one to sanction him?" Steve roared in confusion, and the others looked at Nick angrily, wanting him to give an explanation. The deaths of Flint and Venom filled their hearts with anger, and now the government's inaction made them even more furious. Looking at everyone's expressions and listening to Steve's questions, Nick had a self-deprecating smile on his face. "How do you care? Do you have evidence to prove that he killed someone? I asked people to adjust the surrounding surveillance, and he cleared them all. There is no evidence. Even if all of us at SHIELD accuse him of guilt, he can still get more people to admit that he is not guilty. Captain, times have changed. Now it is the world of chaebols, not the world of the American people anymore." After saying that, Nick closed his eyes tiredly and stopped looking at everyone. In previous movies, why did S.H.I.E.L.D become more and more powerful over time? Not only because extraordinary events occurred frequently, which increased S.H.I.E.L.D's authority, but also because Tony was also a member of SHIELD. With the support of the plutocrats behind it, S.H.I.E.L.D's power has grown stronger and stronger, and has even gradually escaped the control of the upper echelons of the United States. And now, Tony has not joined SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D's actions have been constantly failing, there is no support, and things are often messed up, which has completely caused S.H.I.E.L.D's authority to be continuously compressed. Now, being suppressed by the chaebol, they don't even have the ability to resist. As the director of SHIELD, Nick is the one who suffers the most. Especially the few words Tony said to him before were still echoing in his ears at this moment. Tony really dared to kill him? Even if Tony knows about the existence of Captain Marvel? Think about it carefully, if Tony really wanted to kill him, would he have the chance to take out the pager? Even if we get in touch, when Captain Marvel, who still doesn't know which planet he's wandering on, comes back, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high. Looking at Nick's appearance, Steve, who originally wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. The others also sighed. Although they were unwilling to do so, they knew that this was the only way to go. They couldn't beat Tony outside the rules, and they were no match for Tony within the rules. There was no other way to go but to bow their heads. There was a sound of opening the door at Potts' residence. Tony walked into the room, and as soon as he came to the living room, Tony saw Potts sitting on the sofa in the living room. An awkward smile appeared on Tony's face. "Why did you get up and stop taking a rest?" Hearing this, Potts turned to look at him and then rolled his eyes. "It's rare that our Mr. Tony still remembers me. When I woke up, I found that I was alone. I thought I was abandoned like the trash." Hearing this, Tony suddenly coughed dryly. He, who had always been confident, suddenly felt guilty at this moment. The trash in Potts' mouth is naturally not trash in the ordinary sense, but the female companion he brought back. At that moment, a smile appeared on Tony's face, and he sat next to Potts and took her into his arms. "What are you thinking about? How can those people compare with you?" Regarding Tony's move, Potts did not resist, but fell into his arms, with a trace of worry on his face. "Tony, I don't know what you are doing now, but don't do such a dangerous thing next time. Are you doing well? You have so much money, why do you have to do it yourself when you can pay someone to do it?" Potts' topic jumped quickly, but Tony instantly grasped the meaning of her words. It was obvious that she already knew what happened on First Avenue. Seeing the worry on her face, Tony's eyes flashed with softness. "You know everything? Don't worry, no one can hurt me. But don't worry, I won't do anything like this myself in the future, I promise." Potts nodded silently and lightly pecked Tony's lips. A peaceful and warm atmosphere filled the room. This feeling made Tony intoxicated, and for a while, the anger accumulated in his heart due to the killing dissipated a lot. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The former playboy is back again. Spending money and picking up girls has become Tony's greatest pleasure. Every night he brings home a different female companion. If Tony's body wasn't what it used to be, his body wouldn't have been able to bear it with the way he was performing every night. And just when Tony was enjoying life, his house was bombed again. 3 helicopter fighter jets dropped bombs on his beachside villa, almost destroying his villa into rubble. The reason why I say it was close is because there is Loki in the beach villa. After noticing the movement outside the villa, Loki used the illusion to influence the helicopter pilot and dropped the bomb on the sea. Although it caused an explosion, it did not affect the villa. As for the 3 helicopters, they were wiped out by Loki and disappeared from the world at the same time as the bombs were dropped. When Tony got the news, everyone was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He had been spending the night at the beach villa before, but Loki kicked him out because he was too noisy. After all, no one wants to listen to others making humans every night. After getting the news, Tony rushed back to the villa as soon as possible. Villa, living room. Looking at Loki sitting on the sofa, Tony asked curiously, "What's going on?" Hearing this, Loki shrugged and said he didn't know. He had become a fan of scientific research and had been studying artificial intelligence during this time. If he hadn't noticed that the villa was suddenly attacked, he might not have walked out of the underground research room. Seeing this, Tony could only change the person he asked. "Jarvis, did you find anything?" "Sir, yes, those 3 combat helicopters are LM models that Stark Industries traded to the military at the beginning of this year." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony's brows raised slightly. Helicopters from the military? Military retaliation? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Tony threw it out of his mind. It's been a month, and the military shouldn't wait until this time to retaliate. Besides, they don't have the courage, so the military's retaliation can basically be ruled out. At this moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, I just found a piece of news that I think may be helpful to you." After speaking, Jarvis projected an image on the wall. A middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament appeared on TV. He wore sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and announced a terrorist declaration with an arrogant expression, intending to carry out a terrorist attack on the United States. He also announced a series of attack locations, including Tony's villa. Address. Looking at this scene, a strange look flashed across Tony's face. This scene seemed a bit familiar. It seemed to have appeared in the 3rd Iron Man movie in the previous life. Suddenly, Tony couldn't help but fell into deep thought, thinking about what the 3rd Iron Man movie was about. Unfortunately, after pondering, he did not get any more useful information. He only remembered a few keywords: pioneer technology and extremis virus. As for more information, sorry, I almost forgot. Interesting, are you targeting me intentionally? Tony muttered to himself, then turned to look at Loki. How about, can you use the Tesseract to lock that guy's position? Tony pointed to humanity on the projection. Having completely defeated S.H.I.E.L.D. in one fell swoop, Nick sent the Tesseract over the next day. Although this thing is very precious, Tony doesn't have much use for it now, so he simply gives it to Loki and lets him study and use it. Just like the Mind Stone on Loki's scepter, he didn't snatch it away. Listening to Tony's words, Loki nodded. No problem. Although it can't fully display its power, it's still no problem to shuttle and lock. In that case, let's go and see what this guy is, Tony said with a smile. Loki also smiled, and then stood up from the sofa, raised his hand and waved, and suddenly, the Tesseract appeared in front of Loki. Under Loki's urging, he directly locked the location of the man in the projection, and then opened a space door that was as tall as one person. Seeing this, Tony and Loki walked in one after another without hesitation, and the Tesseract disappeared instantly. Eagle Country, in a manner. A door suddenly opened, and Tony and the two came out. Telekinesis emanated from Tony and instantly enveloped the entire manor. For a moment, all the scenes in the manor disappeared into Tony's mind. There were no strict guards, and no danger was found. Except for the gloomy middle-aged man who was still declaring his terror declaration in a villa in the manor, there was no hint of a terrorist nest here. Let's go and see who this guy is, Tony greeted with a smile, and Loki raised his legs to follow. Soon, the two of them arrived outside a room. With a thought, Tony directly cut off the live broadcast equipment in the room, and then pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the two Tonys suddenly appearing in front of them, the middle-aged man in the room suddenly panicked. Who are you? With a trembling tone, he looked at Tony, the two strangers who broke into the house privately. They didn't have any of the arrogance they showed on TV. You just attacked my home, and now you ask me who I am, Tony said with a playful smile on his face, while his eyes kept looking at the man. He is physically weak and does not possess extraordinary abilities. He is just an ordinary person. He has a timid personality and is as timid as a mouse. He does not meet the standards of a terrorist weapon at all. With just one glance, Tony saw through everything about the guy in front of him. Generally speaking, he is just an ordinary person, with nothing worth caring about. At this moment, the man was stunned for a moment after hearing Tony's words. The next second, he seemed to realize something, and he was completely panicked. Are you from the US government? Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. I'm just acting. I'm not a terrorist. As he spoke, the man quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Seeing this, Tony naturally didn't mind pulling the tiger's skin, and immediately said with a serious face, Tell me, who ordered you to do this? I don't know. It was a gentleman who gave me a large sum of money to do this. He said he wanted to ask me to act in a play. As an actor, I naturally couldn't refuse. The man said quickly with a cry in his tone. Afraid of speaking too slowly, Tony pulled out a pistol and shot him in the head. After all, this is how American movies are played. And the way Tony looked at him, although he didn't believe everything he said, he believed 80% of it. This guy looked like he couldn't lift his shoulders or lift his hands. He was completely unqualified for the profession of a terrorist. However, he did not let him go, but carefully interrogated him for all the information he wanted to know, almost to the point of collapse. After confirming that he had squeezed out all the information this guy knew, Tony let him go, turned to look at Loki and said, "Let's go." Loki, who had been watching, nodded, summoned the Tesseract again, opened the space door, and the two stepped directly into it and left this place. Beach house. As Tony and the two figures appeared, Jarvis's voice also sounded. "Welcome back, gentlemen." Hearing this, Tony raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Jarvis, your intelligence is getting higher and higher. It seems that you have gained a lot during this period of time. Thanks to Mr. Loki, I have recently upgraded myself again, and it is even more perfect than before." Jarvis talked eloquently, and Tony did not continue to ask on this issue. Instead, the topic changed. "Let me tell you some information, and you can help me search to see if this person exists." "Yes, sir." Jarvis responded immediately, and Tony began to dictate the information that came out of the Eagle Nation man's mouth. He didn't know the specific identity of the person behind the scenes, but he had seen the appearance of the person behind the scenes. Under Tony's threat, he described the appearance of the person behind the scenes in great detail. For ordinary people, even if they know this, it is not easy to find the person behind the scenes. But with the help of Jarvis, this is not a difficult thing for Tony. Ding, retrieving. On the wall projection, a photo flashed by quickly. Jarvis, who was connected to the American database, could almost retrieve information on most people in the United States. Tony looked at the flashing photos and was not in a hurry. He poured himself and Loki a glass of wine each, and then sat silently on the sofa and waited. 10 minutes later, suddenly, the rapidly flashing photo projection stopped, 3 men appeared on the wall, and Jarvis's voice also sounded. "Sir, according to the information you provided, there are only 3 targets in the database that match the information. Ordinary citizen, Mr. Iluo. A.I.M founder, Mr. Killian. Government employee, Mr. Harder." Jarvis introduced the identities and backgrounds of the 3 people, while Tony's eyes wandered over the photos of the 3 people, and at the same time, a forgotten memory deep in his mind was recalled by him. Many years ago, Killian approached his predecessor and wanted to cooperate with him, but my predecessor was arrogant and looked down on this guy at all, so although I agreed to him, I let this guy go and didn't go at all. The next day, Killian went to Stark Industries and asked his predecessor why he broke the contract. As a result, he was severely ridiculed by his predecessor and even had him kicked out. This was just a trivial matter to the predecessor. He had long forgotten about it in Waja country. If he hadn't seen Killian's photo, Tony wouldn't have been able to remember it. After all, a person's memory is as vast as smoke. What you see, hear, and forget every day will be deposited in your mind. Only under certain opportunities will you remember the forgotten memories. Tony shook his head helplessly, and Tony didn't know how to evaluate his predecessor's acting style. Although he is a genius, he is really bad at being worldly. Perhaps, this is the true genius? However, now the predecessor is him, and he must be responsible for whatever happened to the predecessor. "Check where Killian is now," Tony ordered casually. The next second, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "Sorry, sir, Mr. Killian's whereabouts cannot be traced." After finishing speaking, Tony frowned, but didn't say much. Although Jarvis's ability is powerful, the scope of his activities is limited to the internet. If someone deliberately blocks his information, it is normal that he cannot be found. But in this way, Tony's idea of taking the initiative was shattered. No matter what grudges Killian had with his predecessor, now that he has taken over this grudge, Tony will naturally not show mercy. If he could find his specific location, Tony wouldn't mind using violent means to push this guy flat. However, contrary to expectations, Jarvis could not find his location, which made Tony's plan to go straight to Huanglong completely aborted. "Okay, since we can't find it, forget it. But pay close attention to what's going on the internet. This guy can't start such a big fight just to deal with me. If there is any trouble, notify me as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Jarvis responded, and Tony turned to look at Loki and smiled. "I'll just ask you to take care of the villa during this time. Just don't let anyone blow it up." "Don't worry, I understand." Loki nodded. Tony did not stay any longer, turned around and left the villa, got into the silver supercar, drove away from the villa, and headed towards Manhattan. He was going to see Reed, and by the way, he unlocked the rewards that should be unlocked. Reed was sick before and ran out of the hospital in order to escape for his life. After a big battle, the injuries in his body became more and more serious and he had to rest for a while. This month, Tony has not bothered him. Now an inexplicable enemy appears. Although he is not afraid, Tony will not refuse if he can add more strength. Maria Hospital. After a month, Tony stepped into it again, holding a bouquet of tulips in his hand, and he went directly to the special care ward on the 3rd floor. As the door was pushed open, in the ward, Reed subconsciously turned his head to look at the door. After seeing Tony, Reed, who was lying on the hospital bed, quickly stood up, with a smile on his face, and said, "Boss, why are you here? Come see you. I brought you tulips, I hope you like them." Tony smiled, while Reed looked at the tulips in his hand with a wry smile on his face. "Boss, I don't like tulips now." "What?" Tony was a little surprised. Reed said in a helpless tone, "Last time Victor came to see me, he also brought tulips. Now I have a shadow on these flowers." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help joking, "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you. How is your health? How are you recovering?" "The doctor said there is nothing serious. I feel very good and can be discharged at any time. There is no rush to leave the hospital. You can rest in the hospital for a while and treat it as a holiday for yourself." "Okay, since you're not in a hurry, boss, I'll rest for a few more days." The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere in the room seemed very relaxed. "By the way, boss, what are you doing here today?" Reed asked curiously. "It's nothing. First, I came to visit you and see how your body is recovering. Secondly, how have you considered my invitation to join the Alliance?" "Didn't I agree to join?" Reed asked doubtfully. "Oh, really? Maybe I remembered it wrong." Tony laughed casually, but the smile on his lips kept rising at this moment. "Ding, we successfully recruited a new member, Mr. Fantastic. Reed, the reward has been distributed, please check it yourself." After receiving the prompt from the system, Tony's purpose was accomplished. He chatted with Reed for a few words, and then Tony stood up and left. After leaving the hospital and returning to the car, Tony rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. "System, lottery." Tony muttered silently in his mind, and suddenly, a carousel appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the long-lost lottery roulette, Tony felt a sense of intimacy. At this moment, he once again regained the feeling of the first lottery, excitement. Soon, the pointer on the roulette wheel started to rotate rapidly, and soon after images appeared in front of Tony's eyes. When it felt almost the same, Tony ordered to stop. Suddenly, the speed of the pointer continued to slow down, and finally settled on a square. Moo! A dull cow cry sounded, and an ox appeared on the roulette wheel and hit Tony's head. The moment the two touched, the scalper turned into a point of light and merged into Tony's body, and Tony's body also changed at this moment. A dull thumping sound echoed in the car, and his heart beat even harder. The blood that was originally flowing slowly is now driven by the heart, flowing quickly like a rushing river. As the blood circulates throughout the body, the light spots continue to merge into the bone marrow, bones, tendons, and flesh and blood, making his body more solid, and the density of his bones also greatly increased. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, after staying in the car for half an hour, the transformation of the body by the Ox Talisman was completely completed. Tony opened his eyes instantly and clenched his fists, and a low sonic boom sounded directly in the car. For a moment, even Tony himself was stunned. He didn't use any force, he just moved his hands briefly, causing a sonic boom in the air. How powerful was he now? Tony looked at his hands in surprise, and then Tony laughed silently again. So far, he has obtained quite a few talismans, but the one that really changed him was the Ox Talisman. In previous battles with people, he always used long-range attacks, positioning himself from the perspective of a mage. But starting from today, he has officially changed his profession to a warrior. After all, fisting to the flesh is a man's romance. While thinking about it, Tony opened the system panel and checked the latest information. Name: Tony Stark. S*X, male. Identity: heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability: Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Ox Talisman, Sombra Ninja Control, Sombra Thornblade Control, Sombra Nightbat Control, Sombra Troll Control, Sombra Warrior Control, Control of the Black Shadow Alien. Number of draws: 0. Dark Alliance members: Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Mr. Fantastic. Looking at the luxurious panel data, Tony's eyes finally fell on the newly emerged Black Shadow Alien group. If there is any group among the Black Shadow Corps that is the most impressive, it is undoubtedly the Black Shadow Ninjas. But if we talk about which legion is the most nerve-wracking, it must be the Black Shadow Alien. They are different from other Black Shadow Corps. They have no hands and feet, only tentacles. No matter whether they move or attack, they are constantly twisting their bodies like snakes. Humans have a natural resistance to mollusks and multi-legged animals, let alone creatures like the Black Shadow Alien. In particular, the Black Shadow Alien in the original work had his black robe taken off his head, revealing a ferocious face, which was simply a shadow of his childhood. However, now they are all his most loyal subordinates, and there is no fear. If it were not for the large number of people, Tony would have wanted to directly summon a Black Shadow Alien to come out and gain experience. And just when Tony was improving his strength, in the manor where Ying Qianan was currently, a number of well-armed strong men were guarding the manor. In the room, Ying Qianan had been tortured to the point of being reduced to a human form. If he hadn't been able to see his chest rising and falling, those who didn't know would have thought it was a corpse. At this time, a strong man came over holding a screen and squatted in front of Ying Qianan. The screen was completely dark, but words were coming from the screen at this moment. "You are so courageous that you dare to impersonate me. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this." The voice on the screen was hoarse and casual, and there was not much emotion to be heard. However, the tortured Ying Qianan was already on the verge of collapse, so after hearing this, he quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it, I didn't know it was you who was pretending to be you, someone paid me to do it. Really? The hoarse voice continued to sound on the screen. Then you contact him now. I want to see who has the courage. After saying this, Ying Guonan's expression changed and he said in horror, Sir, I can't contact him. Yes, sir, everything I said is true. I really can't contact him. Well, if that's the case, then you have no value in living, so just kill him. The voice on the screen spoke casually, and his words were full of disregard for life. When Ying Qianan heard this, his expression changed drastically, but before he could say anything, a strong man held a dagger and slashed his neck directly.